is in position, lollipop in hand. Yeah, but 3 players alive for Panda, and they're still not into the circle. They just lost 2. Unicorns are love out of badge.
Trying to make it happen. Talon Run got out. The kills are going to be delivered.
Welcome everybody to day 3 here at the PUBG Mobile Pro League EMEA Championship. We are on to day 3, and certainly the action was heating up yesterday as teams tried to rise their way up the overall standings, and some of them came in with some pretty big surprises. Others delivered 2 chicken dinners in a day. To discuss all of this, to enjoy the madness, and to watch the fun take place, I've got Froz, I've got Copter with me. And guys, yesterday turned into the day of many ups and downs, a lot of movers and shakers, I would say, but also one team that just stands strong over and over again. We've got to start with Na'Vi, surely.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi surprised us big time. We thought they had a good first day with the beginning when they got the 2 chicken dinners, but yesterday, ending with 2 chicken dinners and grabbing themselves so many points, it's unbelievable to see.
Yeah, it's a really good result from them. Of course, they started with a little bit differently yesterday, so the games looked different than the games on the first day at the end.
Yep.
But then, of course, they still didn't have that chicken dinner performance on the first 4 matches. But then just the 2 last games, they got the chicken dinners home, and definitely I kind of collected the expectations what the people were having on them.
Massively so. And another team, right, we've got to look at is NASR Esports. They started the day yesterday in 16th place, and they went all the way up and ended up in a 4th place position. That was huge for these guys.
Very, very big. Sadly, they were a little bit in the shadow of Na'Vi getting such a good day, but I mean, the performance from NASR yesterday was just over the top. We saw in the first day, they came in with 19 points after the first day, and yesterday they got themselves 80 points. That's 4 times more points, even more than 4 times more. That is amazing to see.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 80 points is a lot, and Na'Vi actually made 93, I think, yesterday. So they were, of course, the second highest performing team yesterday after Na'Vi. But of course, when they were having such a, well, not a good start from the first day, that kind of meant that they will be rising a lot on the scoreboard. We had some other teams also getting some, of course, good results and, well, like improving their situations. But of course, NASR was just completely over the top from the others.
Yeah, it really was, right. And another thing we have to mention, and it's this CIS dominance we started to talk about, is 12-18. They have been this Mr. Consistent team. You love them so much, Froz, because it's always within this top 5, right? Yeah. They may not be able to get as many chicken dinners with it all. They've had 1 so far, but overall, they have been there at the top. They've been fighting non-stop, and they're playing the smart long game out here.
Yeah, and that's what I like, because not only are they playing it smart, but we also see them that they're playing it aggressively when they need to, but when they need to play passive to actually make sure that they stay all alive, that's what they do time after time after time, and they put themselves into such a good positions, and that's what we see them in towards the top 5 all the time, doing really good.
Yeah, and also, well, first 3 matches from yesterday, they were just absolutely great from them, of course. But then the last 3 matches yesterday, they only made 4 points on the last 3 games. Only 4 points. So something happened there on the way. And I really hope, like I said yesterday, that they have been kind of like figuring out what actually went wrong on the last 3 matches, because the performance what they had on the first 3 games, that's what I want to see today.
Certainly so. Now, one player I do want to touch on here from the Na'Vi camp is Tixi. This guy has been in there. Not only did he just deliver multiple kills when it came to the first day, but he was delivering once again yesterday. I just have that Miramar moment in my mind, right?
Yeah.
Where he pushes on to Conqueror, they're pinned down, and he was just like, I see him, I know what's up, I know what I'm going to do. This guy is really lighting up the scoreboard.
Yeah, day 1 we saw him getting the 2nd place on the total kill leaderboard with 13 kills, and then yesterday he topped it with 16 kills. And he's the only player that has been on the top kill leaderboard for both of the days so far.
Yeah, the whole commitment, especially that situation which James was mentioning on Miramar. I mean, there was 2 guys there, he got them down, and he knew that there's going to be a 3rd guy as well. And he was just so much making his mind that I want to get that last guy as well. There's no talking about like that I'm going to like rebuild the strategy. Just wanted to use the momentum what he had currently, and definitely a great player. And of course, getting those kills on the board, which are going to be, of course, meaning a lot for Na'Vi as well.
One important factor on those 3 kills that he got on Conqueror was actually how he utilized the surprise attack on them.
Yes.
The element of surprise. So the first time he actually got out of the vehicle and started shooting at them, he got 2 knocks straight away. And then he ducked down, took a little bit of cover, recessed the whole situation, and then just went for it for the last one.
Yeah, definitely. Great performance, and I really hope that we will see the similar performances from him today, and of course from the other players as well on the roster.
Well, let's learn some more about this man, right? Because we have the pleasure of listening to an interview with Tixi to see how he was feeling ahead of the PMPL EMEA Championship.
Здравствуй, Тикси. Я рад тебя снова видеть на нашем уже втором интервью, посвященном одному большому этапу турнира PMPL, теперь EMEA лиги. Как твои дела, как твое настроение?
Да, все отлично, мы готовимся к турниру.
Как проходит, в принципе, подготовка? Все стабильно, ведь у вас большой путь был позади. Успели вы отдохнуть?
Да, мы, в принципе, не отдыхали. Сразу же после PMPL начали играть различные турниры. Их сейчас, в принципе, в СНГ много. Играем по 8 игр в день. И так будем играть вплоть до 24 числа.
Ох, тяжелый у вас график. Но позволь задать несколько вопросов касательно, в принципе, PMPL. Поделись эмоциями. Это была первая лига в нашем СНГ регионе. Насколько большой буст она дала вашей команде?
Насчет буста не могу сказать, но было интереснее играть в лигу, чем играть 8 игр в финале. Но у нас был инвайт, как бы нам это ничего не давало. Чисто так пострелять, побегать на лиге.
Борьба за топ-1 в супервикендах и $1000 вознаграждения, она мотивирует сильнее, нежели общие призовые за первые, вторые, третьи места?
Она мотивирует сильнее, потому что мы такая команда, которая всегда старается выиграть. У нас либо топ-15, либо мы выигрываем. И зачастую мы выигрываем. У нас вот 8 побед, $8000 мы залутали. Это больше всего вообще вот среди всех лиг вроде бы.
Ну да, вы взяли огромное количество топов, это похвально. А какой был лично твой предикшн, или, может быть, командный предикшн на топ-4, с учетом того, что у вас был проход на эту лигу? Кого вы ожидали увидеть на EMEA лигу с нашего региона?
Это точно должны были быть Альянсы, 12-18 и Юник. Но у Альянсов что-то не так пошло. Не знаю, возможно, у них волнение какое-то было. Не знаю.
То есть ты ожидал, что вместо Konina Power будет, скорее всего, Альянс?
Нет, Konina Power тоже в четверку должны были заходить. Но они где-то и сделали.
Я понял.
Я забыл их просто назвать.
Ну, мало ли, может быть, твое мнение именно такое, ведь у них была не совсем удачная игра в начале, так же, как и у коллектива Team Unique.
Ну да, в финале у них все по-другому. Они, наверное, проанализировали свои ошибки, разобрали игры и залетели в четверку.
Ну и тогда следующий вопрос, опять же, да, тему инвайтов. Насколько наличие приглашения на эту стадию повлияло, в принципе, на вашу игру? Что изменилось, либо ничего не поменялось?
На стадию EMEA?
Да, в принципе, выступление на PMPL, 4 место, вот насколько влиял инвайт?
Но мы старались тестить различные тактики, например, много кто видел тактику, когда мы сплитовались просто с 180 градусов одна команда и снизу другая команда. Ну, по двойкам сплитовались. Вот, это одна из тактик, которые мы тестили на этом турнире.
То есть, если бы были бы какие-то другие условия, вы, скорее всего, играли немножечко иначе, более надежно и более проверенно?
Да, мы бы играли, ничего не теща, играя просто в свою игру.
Я понял, спасибо большое.
And there we have it, getting to hear from Tixi himself ahead of that. And there's one thing that's interesting, right, is that I love the point where he's saying, oh, we're a team that either win or we go top 15, you know? There's a very do-or-die mentality that come out from this team and the risks they take, but for the rewards they can get. And that's why we often see it, right? We talk about how good their winning games are. They're hitting right now the top points of any team when they're taking the wins.
I can tell you this, yesterday what we saw from now is just exceptional. Their worst game was the 6th place with 4 kills. That was their worst game.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Yeah, true. Just like the stats we saw yesterday when we were talking about the points which they made yesterday. And even without the second chicken dinner, they would have been leading on the kills and also on the damages. So they were definitely having a great game, even though they didn't get the chicken dinners, like mentioned already, on the first 4 matches. But still, they were doing the job. They were just not getting on the top 3, but still making some good job there. And then, of course, improving from there all the way till the end.
Well, let's take a look at some of the map stats we have here, right, for the Na'Vi team and just dive a little bit deeper into how well they are doing. They do find a lot of success on the map of Erangel, but it's not only Erangel that they do find that success in with. And we start to see it here, right? Erangel may be the favored one, Miramar not too far behind it. And Sanhok, well, we know what can happen on Sanhok, right, Frost?
Yeah, anything could happen on Sanhok, but one thing to look out for here is their average kills. 6.33 kills. That's on their worst maps. And then 7 on Miramar. currently they're sitting on 85 kills. And that is 30 more kills than the second place, 12-18 with 55 right now.
That's ludicrous.
Yeah, a lot of kills for them. And just like anything can happen in Sanhok, but these guys, they have been pretty stable in Sanhok. I mean, sometimes the games in Sanhok, they can go just completely wrong, but anything can happen, but it has been good for them. Getting that amount of average kills in Sanhok, you got to be happy with it, because sometimes there will be just surprises waiting behind the rock.
One thing to also look at now is when they win a game, they win it big. They win it with a lot of kills.
Yes.
They're averaging 14.25 kills per game that they're winning, while the average of winning a game here so far has been around 11.
Oh, so a big jumper, which proves the point of why they're in first place as well. And one thing we also touched on is their rotations, right? They have not been a team that's had circles directly go their way many a time. They're often fighting and rotating in, but it's the long rotations we were noticing that they were struggling with. Well, they fixed that towards the end of yesterday, and things really changed in a big way for these guys, that you could see the adjustments. We also mentioned the fact that Old Boy was not playing yesterday.
Yeah.
When I spoke to the Na'Vi manager out there, he was telling me that, like, okay, look, sometimes we just swap these players out. That's how versatile this team is. We know we spoke about some teams, they swap a player out because maybe one isn't doing so well or not feeling as comfortable. These guys, they're just planning to rotate everyone through, give them a little bit of space, give them rest time, give them time to show their A game.
I really like that they're doing that, actually utilizing the sub players to a full extent. So you know that everybody is capable of playing. That's why you have them as a sub player in the first place. You don't want someone who can't really play to the same level as the other guys on the team itself. And that kind of shows you with yesterday, without the star player, Old Boy, still being able to put out those numbers. I mean, it was even better numbers than day one when they had Old Boy on the team itself. And that shows you it doesn't really matter who's on the team because they have such a stable roster.
Yeah, that is true. And about the rotations, I gotta say, something reminds me, just like the commando troops on the war. I mean, they don't drop on the middle of the action. They drop somewhere like 50 kilometers from there and they go by the foot. So it's the same with the Na'Vi. I mean, they are doing the long rotations because they have the landing spots quite far away in the northern George Pole, etc. We know, but the circles haven't been coming their way, just like we spoke yesterday. But when they do the long rotations, then they come there, on the edge of the circle, and then they just start battling towards the circle, and that's where they get the kills as well, like already outside of the circle, and then on the edges of the circle when they just get closer and closer and closer. So that's the mentality that we see there, and I just love that.
Yeah, I really like how they're actually playing out with those kind of slow rotation to start, because then they know the first circle, second circle, it doesn't matter too much. It's not going to do too much damage to us being out in the blue, but also we don't need to stress it. Stressing it into the circle doesn't mean anything, because if we get a hard shift, we still need to rotate the next circle. But if we're already in blue, what we can do is we can take advantage of already being out there. It's not going to be anyone in front of us. We can take our time and work our way in instead.
Yeah, unless there's Futbolist waiting on the blue, they could be still on the way. I mean, that play yesterday was something. But definitely, I mean, they have been really doing well on the rotations. And I think that on the first day after the 2 chicken dinners, when they kind of had some issues with the gameplay, I think then, of course, the rotations were the problem. They were losing some players and they weren't able to execute the strategies which we have now seen being so successful. So they have been, of course, learning the places, learning where the other teams are playing, maybe a little bit better, scouting the area, and then being able to bring the firepower all the way to the battlefield.
Now, before we close out on Na'Vi, I do want to take a look at one thing. It's Tiggsy going up against Kitsune in a head-to-head here. And the reason I want to put these two players against each other is because when we look at it, yes, they're on the same team, but this is two teams two teammates who have played all the 12 matches together, right? They've gone through the first day playing everything they can. And it just shows the difference right now that Tiggsy possibly on for the MVP performance here if he can keep this form going.
I mean, I can't see him not being on the MVP performance right now. Kitsune, of course, being the latest addition to the team as well. We talked about how he came from NA, from Cloud9, where he came to Na'Vi in the end of 2020. So he's the newest addition. He's a support player compared to Tiggsy, that is more... Actually, Tiggsy is also a little bit of a support, but them being able to put up these kind of numbers is just insane.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, that's two very good players there, and definitely if I now would be needing to choose an MVP, I mean, definitely Tiggsy would be one name on the papers, definitely.
Certainly so. Now, one thing we also want to look at, right, some of the other teams within this lobby that we've been questioning what performance they were going to be able to put up. We had a bit of a laugh and joke, and I was talking to some of the Panda players yesterday, right, and they understood we were joking around, but they also understood that now is the day they need to bring their A game. They've been struggling with these lobbies. They have been struggling to actually hit that same form they had back when they qualified here for the EMEA Championship, and right now they know we've got to make some slight changes now and show a different face, because otherwise it could be all over for Panda. They're down in 14th right now.
Down in 14th, but it's still possible to push themselves up there. I mean, it's about 25 points to get up from the 14th place up to a 4th place or something like that.
One good game.
One good game. That's what it's all about. And we know that they have the potential to do it. They've done it before. We saw them getting that 3rd place with 12 kills on the first day, for example, how they played it so well on Erangel. Now, starting off on Erangel, they could do the same thing here right now because they need to start up right now. They can't wait any longer. We're halfway through the tournament already.
Yeah, the middle pack, for all the way from the 4th place where the NASR is currently sitting, all the way till the 10th place, we only have 12 points actually separating all those teams. And then we have a next group, which is there's 8 point of gap, and then we have another group where Panda is currently sitting, and they are inside 5 points. So one big game, they can actually make it there on the, let's say, the better half of the, let's say, the 2nd pack after the top 3. And then from there, I think everything is open. So definitely they can do it still. So there's a lot of chances still. And yesterday, I mean, they got 15 kills. So even though they seem to be like fragging more, but still, they got only 27 points yesterday. So I think that there's definitely something that they can still improve. And if they have been now figuring out what's causing it, they can adjust to the lobby. And if we can see, let's say, some of the similarities that what we had on the qualifiers.
Yes.
I mean, if they actually get on that performance, I mean, I see no reason that they couldn't be still getting all the way up on the scoreboard. And I mean, there's a lot of players who could be still also contesting the MVP prize as well.
The thing was, when they were playing in the PMPL, they actually had such a good lead from the start there that they were super comfortable. It's super easy to play out them. But now they have a lot of pressure on them. Being down there, being one of the favorites as well, they have to step it up.
They do have to step it up, but a team that certainly stepped it up from day 1 to day 2 was NASR Esports. We're going to take a look now at one of the graphics we have here showing how big of a difference it was, right? You look at what they were able to achieve in here in just 1 day of change. Average service time pretty much stayed around the same, right? But the amount of points, the amount of damage, everything else that went alongside, look at that. 10 kills to 32 kills. A huge jump up for these guys. And Frost, you had the numbers, right? How many points did they manage to gain in 1 day yesterday?
Yeah, so the first day they had 19 points, and yesterday they gained 80 points. So that's topping it up with 61 extra points from day 1. And that shows you the potential of what they can actually bring when they're bringing their A game. This is just 1 day. If they keep on doing this, we have 2 more days. They're going to top Navi even.
Wow.
Yeah, true. And the chicken dinner, which they actually got, that was also pretty big. They had 14 kills on that chicken dinner. We spoke about the averages. Frost was mentioning about it. Navi, of course, having a very good chicken dinners with the high kill counts. But still, there's only 2 other teams who are actually making about the same numbers. We do have Fate and NASR getting 15 and 14 kills chicken dinners. All the other chicken dinners are less than that. So that kind of like shows that when they get the kills, they get the placements, they definitely have the ability to do the similar kind of damage what the Navi has been doing on the game.
We also got to bring up, of course, Hassan. He got himself 13 kills yesterday, being number 3 on the top kill leaderboard for yesterday. So that is the kind of numbers that we can see from NASR, and I hope that they can continue on that road today.
And to continue on that road, though, for any of these teams out here, every day the lobby gets more competitive because every day they start to feel more comfortable. They start to read into things. We mentioned about teams doing their research, doing their prep work, right? Looking back at days, seeing if there's anything they can notice in it. That's what it's all about. Day in, day out, you need to be giving that a little extra percentage from what you already were able to do in order to succeed and have a better performance and try and do something like NASR's done here today. So this is still wide open.
Yeah, but NASR is an extreme one, though, going from very low to very high. I mean, 80 points, that's the second highest in 1 day so far, except for Navi yesterday's 93 points. That's the highest score in 1 day. Before that, that was Fate on 75 on day 1, and we know that Fate had a really good day on day 1 with 75 points. That tells the story of NASR getting 2nd place yesterday with 80 points.
Yeah, Fate actually got only 35 points yesterday, so that's actually pretty less. But I always, now we're in the half point of the games, I always have this saying that what you can gain on the first half, you can lose it on the next one, or the vice versa. So basically, we're on the halfway, anything can still happen. So I think that at this point, what we're going to see today, that's going to be kind of like setting the tone, of course, for the last day, what we're going to be having tomorrow. So now is the time to shine if you want to be there.
Certainly is, and I know another way a lot of people can shine at home. This is where we're going to look at the PMCO. It's an all-important way for you guys at home to be able to get in to your PUBG Mobile Pro level. The PUBG Mobile Club Open showcases the best PUBG Mobile players and squads among the 23 regions across the world. The PMCO is regarded as the gateway in becoming a professional PUBG Mobile competitive gamer. You guys can sign up today with your team and compete against others in your region, and we here on the desk are still waiting to decide who our 4th place will be. We had a few videos sent in, you know. One guy was tap dancing. I wasn't that impressed. It wasn't as good as you, Frost, but obviously you're the champion with it. No one sent in any breakdancing yet, so Copter, you're still well in charge of that. Max wants to join the team.
We haven't seen anything from Max
No,
yet.
yeah, wait a sec. Max, you're listening out there, mate? I know you got some commentary to do in a little bit, but maybe you've got some time to drop this video, because otherwise, how are you joining the squad?
And Kilaris was pretty angry not getting on the team either.
You said he was trash, so...
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just telling the truth. But, you know, he didn't like that, and I don't know what to say.
Yeah, and then we had the last guy in the studio, that Panda dude. He was also like pretty interested about it as well. So I don't know. What is your opinion about it for us? Is the Panda worthy?
I'd say the Panda guy could be a good shout to bring on to the team.
The Panda mascot could be joining, be our fourth player, you know. We need to make sure we get you and him in the same place at the same time.
Well, yeah, who knows? It might happen. It might happen.
Taking all these discussions into consideration, I want to see the team logo. I want to see the team logo. There's got to be Panda, there's got to be dancing shoes for sure, so we'll figure it out.
I want like a Panda with tap dance shoes on, break dancing at the same time, with a gold chain on, with like B on for me, so then I'm somehow represented in this. There we go. Someone maybe make something, I don't know, send us a picture of whatever I just tried to describe. We might take a look at the overall rankings as well, right, and see where we're at with all of these teams, see the points being broken down here, because right now, the only team with 4 chicken dinners is Na'Vi. 2 a day keeps the competition away in a big standing here. 159 points for these guys, but 12-18 not so far behind. You mentioned it already, Copter. Fate dropping down a little bit more there, really touched on NASR, but GUNZ here, right, and Conqueror, 2 teams for me where I looked at it and said these are guys who could be walking away as the overall winners here. This is their day where it may start to really show up for them if they do want to try and have a big boost.
Both of them have been pretty consistent throughout the 2 days we had so far, but I want to see them step it up a little bit more, one more notch, and being up there, getting those wins going a little bit more. I mean, Na'Vi got 4 wins, and then you have next Rüya with 2, and everybody else only got 1. Isn't people hungry?
I'm always hungry for chicken. Copter knows that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, definitely James is always eating chicken. But these 2 chicken dinners which next Rüya has been having, they were with 11 kills both, so that is not as close, not as high, of course, what we had from Na'Vi and from the others on the top of the scoreboard. So that kind of explains why they are not more higher on the scoreboard. But of course, the situation with the scoreboard regarding the situation being tight, here we can see the 4th place all the way to the 8th place, only inside 9 points. So after the top 3, there's some gaps, yes, after the top 3, but then it's like so close.
So basically, that's not even a decent game to get yourself from the 8th place up to a 4th place. A decent game will get you up to a 3rd.
There you go. That's not bad at all, right? It's only Na'Vi, the team, a little bit untouchable with this. Real quick question for both of you, though, and keep it short because our commentators will be ready and we're going into match 1 soon.
Well,
do we think Na'Vi can give? do we think Na'Vi can get 2 chicken dinners again?
No, I don't think so.
Oh.
I think they've had enough. They're a little bit fed up right now with the chicken dinners.
They're fed up with chicken dinners?
Yeah.
No one's ever fed up with chicken dinners.
They'll get more tomorrow, not today.
Okay.
That's 1 or 3.
1 or 3. Damn, Copter's going out with the big numbers for it. I'd be impressed if they could grab that many. I'm wondering if they can grab 2 again. Even grabbing 1 more would be impressive at this point, right? Knowing what they can do. But it is time for us to get into our first match of the day. We're going over to Erangel, and we've got my amazing husband in Imperium and Span Cargo to take you through the action. Span, I do hope you're taking good care of my husband. He needs a little bit of nurturing every now and again. He doesn't really look after himself too well when we get into these long days and these games going on through.
I think I'm taking care of him.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. And I'm really excited going ahead and cast with him today as well. So, I mean, Imperium, how are you doing, I guess?
I'm good. I'm definitely missing my wife. As he's away in Sweden in the studio. My heart and my soul. But it's good to be here for day number 3 of the EMEA Championship, heading into day 1. And quickly, before we break down in terms of teams and see what action unfolds, it's interesting to me because as we look through the pre-show segment with the boys on the analyst desk, we've had Copter show his breakdancing skills. We've had Froz show his tap dancing skills, but we haven't really seen anything from Banks. And so on that note, I did a little bit of digging and I found out that Banks is actually the 2010 London freestyle rap battle champion. You know, I don't know what that's going to correlate to, but I just thought I'd throw it out there before we head into game 1, Span. Could we see a little bit of freestyle rap from Banks? Maybe. We'll have to wait and see.
That'd be really interesting, especially if it was that kind where we could, just say 3 random words and he could, take it into something. But I mean, I guess we'll have to wait and see,
Yeah, well, I suppose we will have to wait and wait and see. But game one is coming underway. It's starting on Erangel, right? It's where the team should be familiar with. And going from day 2 to day 3, we're over halfway through the tournament. And one of the elements that the desk did bring up yesterday was the, bringing in subs, changing things up in terms of the roster. I do think that this is a day that it's going to be so much more important to put that on show, right? To try mix things up if you are a little bit struggling on the battlefield within that games. Something fresher, something new that will maybe surprise not only yourself in a good way, but the teams around you.
I mean, this is definitely that turning point as well, that we are done with half of the games. At this point, really, these teams, if it's not working for them, maybe they should go on ahead and try something a little bit different as well.
Oh, the playing path is underway, and it does seem like it's going to be on that kind of central diagonal path line, bit to the west, going through Pachinki. It should allow these teams to pretty much get to where they want to for the start of the day. But I'm curious, Spam, what teams are you kind of looking out for in this first game at least?
In this first game, I mean, we just got on ahead and took a look at Navi's stats, and there was a question of are they going to be able to pick up a few more wins again. So definitely them, but also, I mean, I'm really looking forward to see what NASR has ahead of them because they jumped up 12 placements just yesterday. Massive. Yeah, so I want to see what they're going to be able to do, and Fate as well, because they did amazing day 1, but then yesterday they still did well, but not as amazing. I want to see if they're going to be able to bring it back even harder today.
A little bit of a dip across the board for Fate, but I think that's more of a product of other teams around them evolving and improving. As other teams improve, it just becomes a little bit more challenging for yourself to extract the results needed across, the 6 games that you have in an individual day. And I think NASR's growth in yesterday is a really big representation of the whole Arabic regional growth, to be fair, over the last 6 or 8 months. Their own PMPL, their own PUBG Mobile Star Challenges. That experience has really allowed them to prepare for the likes of the EMEA Championship.
I do not disagree, and it looks like NASR, they're already starting off hard. They ended up dropping all 3 of them on top of some members of Panda here. This is not looking good for them whatsoever, slowly being hunted here. Oh.
Yeah, it seems like there's a little bit of revenge being laid out as GK has gotten the first knock on board onto the NASR players in through the window. Lin Ye is going to step up, grab another 2 kills right off the bat. NASR under pressure as Miracle play around the side of the blue building. GK and Lin going up in a 1v2. Where is Nabo? Nabo is the IGL. Maybe Nabo's decided to go, hey, look, I don't think I'm really going to add value in this fight. I'm better off just trying to survive and play the solo. And indeed, Lin is going to get that 3rd knock, and Miracle is taken out. Panda winning the Battle of Roshok and School Apartments once again.
Wow, that ended up happening really, really quickly. 2 members of Panda being able to hold that off. Wow, that was a great play from Lin and GK first. I don't even know what else to say on that one. That just the angles being able to catch one after the other. They ended up taking that into a bunch of 1v1s. It's just exactly what they needed to do to be able to succeed in that.
Like to me, it was like Panda's fight that they introduced in the last game yesterday and the first game today. It's very much for themselves, right? Them hot dropping on NASR is, to me, nothing against NASR. It's about them finding their aggression, finding their confidence. Because in the first day and a half, they took a beating, right? They genuinely have taken a beating, showing signs of strength, but nothing compared to what we saw in the PMPL EU West, right? So that last game yesterday, this first game today, that is Panda finding their confidence.
I mean, that's good for them, at least getting themselves in a good set of mentality so that they can go ahead and really succeed in these next 6 games today. It looks like that starting off so strong. Hopefully they'll be able to go on ahead and succeed because they have a lot of ground that they need to go on ahead and achieve now coming into this 3rd day.
Don't think we caught an eye on where this phase on circle went, at least on our eyes. It did go pretty much complementary to the playing path span. It went to the west. Navi are inside the circle to begin with. And what they brought up on Desk about Navi being a team that have played on the edge of the circle, and for the most part, the circles haven't really been going towards them. I'm curious in terms of what they're going to do now that they're already inside this phase on circle. How are they going to position themselves?
That is a great question. I mean, on this one, I feel like it would definitely be better to go on ahead and get to the southern side of that big river, start filling up that center pieces, definitely getting a little bit of a foothold to be able to cross at least, but also being able to scout a bit as well, because there are already so many teams inside of this zone. You already said it yourself. It's ended up popping right around where that plane path already was. So got to take it a little bit cautiously, but also, I mean, a big strategy is some teams along the edges don't want to go in super fast or entirely, because you kind of want to stay away from the masses of people. You kind of want to wait to see where everybody else ended up placing themselves until the next circle pop.
Now, Span, you're a competitive player yourself, right? And you've played in competitive tournaments. When it comes to the mindset in a game where you know it's so close with the points around you and stuff, do you focus on that when you're in the game, right? Do you worry about how close you are in points to the team ahead of you and team in front of you, or it is always about just playing that game for the 20 to 30 minutes and then seeing where you lie at the end of that game?
It's definitely, you shouldn't really be worrying about everything, but you should definitely be aware. So something that I would do with my team is, we'd be like, okay, like we have an idea of where we are on that leaderboard. We know we have to go on ahead and play well. Let's just continue to do what we're used to. But also if we see a team like right ahead of us or right below us getting in a fight or something, and it's something that we think that we can capitalize on or take advantage of, we can go on ahead and get involved, especially coming into these last few days. So awareness really of those teams around you.
Yeah, couldn't have said that better myself in terms of awareness. It's so important in the world of PUBG Mobile, no doubt. When you're going up in a lobby against 15 other teams, you got to have your knowledge to back up any real decision making, any opportunistic moments that come on board. Teams are starting to rotate into this circle. 12-18, you saw it go into that compound outside Headshot Valley, and it's a great place to go to because not only is it pretty much in the dead center of the circle, but you get a lot of information to the east. You're lacking on that west side of the circle information, but when they've already come from the west, they're very confident that they have a base amount of knowledge. They're going to grab it from the east and see where the phase 2 takes them.
Especially since they have that very center spot as of right now, it's going to give them a higher chance of getting that next zone pop on top of them. So if they're able to spread out a tiny bit, maybe sending someone up, not into ruins, but in that little like military stuff on the hill right above them, they should be able to spread out quite nicely and get a lot of information, just like you said. And honestly, in the first few zones, that is the most important thing.
Destiny, we've gone to the cube compound next to Rüya, converged onto Watertown. They actually have a 2-2 split between Watertown and the compound across the road from Watertown. What do you make of that split? Do you agree with it? Do you think it's a bit too much of a commitment to the north half of the circle? Or, I like it, but I'm curious in your thoughts, Pam.
I think it's fine, especially coming into the second zone. Usually it's good to go on ahead and spread out a bunch, either to continue your looting or just to gain more information. Yeah. And if you don't quite know where this next zone is going to go, like it could totally hard shift up to the northern side. And that means they already have control of that bridge, and that's perfect for them. So it's all about, trying to spread out, grabbing as much territory as possible to really take advantage of it. And I think it might have worked out for them. We'll see in a second here. But also, it looks like all these guys, I think we can see when the circle popped, all of them instantly running towards that vehicle here.
Yeah, we're going to have a look when this phase 2 does indeed pop up across the board. Conqueror have gone to that compound, not compound, but the hills down the southeast of Pachinki. It's where they're known to go. So there's a familiarity in terms of how they're basing themselves. A few more teams are on that edge of the circle after phase 1. Indeed, like you said, phase 2 popping up north. The river's in play. It's going to be tricky for a lot of these teams.
Wow. I mean, so this is creating an interesting dynamic as well, because now it's 50 above that river, 50 below that river. So 50-50 kind of opportunity or a chance either direction that the zone is going to go. And because everybody's absolutely sending it as of right now, it looks like people are already running into each other. 12-18 trying to leave their compound. They ran into Destiny inside of Ruins.
What? But Destiny were in Cube. Why would you go from Cube into Ruins? Not only is Ruins a much harder place to disengage too, but Cube is a much better vantage point to get shots on teams that could be converging around Ruins. A little bit of a surprise from Destiny on how they're positioning in this game one.
I'm surprised by it as well. I'm trying to see where exactly they are as well. It looks like they just committed to this. I'm surprised by that they committed before the zone ended up popping. I mean, it usually is a gamble, you know, trying to set yourself up for one way or another. So it looks like in this situation, they gambled for that southern side. And unfortunately, it's just catching a really early fight for them. As of right now, they're okay, but definitely not in the most ideal of positions here, especially as 12-18. It seems like they've kind of committed to this hold as of right now, not entirely leaving just yet.
It's a great cathedral area that 12-18 hold on to. All four players are there. For Destiny, they have that 3-1 hold, which definitely isn't a bad area to be in. However, I noted that they used quite a good few smokes to get Mazzaro out of the way. And the early use of utility without any real benefit in terms of pick up a kill to grab more smokes to replenish the utility use could hurt Destiny later on in the game. Plus, no doubt, Mazzaro's on the side of the river where he could still get punished by the likes of Futbolist or even next Rüya.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see what exactly happens. Honestly, any kind of traverse, I really don't know how they're going to get out of that situation, because there's also fields all around them, unless they just want to go ahead and attempt trying to swim away or something. But I have a feeling they're going to be stuck there at least until this next circle pop. Maybe if it goes far away from them, that will mean that 12-18 leave that situation. But as of right now, I think that that's just a hold going on there. And what was that we just saw there? Was that one of the GUNZ members DC'd or something?
Yeah. We don't talk about it. No, obviously just a little bit of a small issue, but Mihi and the kill feed has gotten knocked down at the hands of 12-18, so 12-18 will probably look to push on that. Teams are starting to converge into the circle themselves from that southern side. Fate just moving across the eastern bridge earlier on. TT Cooks does confirm Mihi, so that's a kill right off the bat against Destiny. Rees is going to get punished by Konina Power. Those two teams are used to battling close to each other. They have similar drop spots, similar pathing lines, so it should be no doubt Conqueror should not be surprised the fact that Konina Power are close by.
Not at all. And wow, I actually really like this aggression coming up from 12-18. They know they had gotten one, so it looks like they're actually trying to drive around and get even more information. I bet they assume that they're somewhere down here, but they don't want to entirely go over there. They don't want to take that risk, but we can see that there's just one just chilling out in the water as of right now. 12-18, it doesn't seem like they've entirely spotted them out. And that zone shift, it looks like the people who decided to stay on that southern side have won that 50-50.
Okay. Talk about a bit of a ping pong in the first game of the day between the first three shifts. Look, I feel for the teams, no doubt. But the convergence around school and apartment is absolutely wild. Konina Power instantly going to the warehouse and the buildings that's outside the school. Conqueror on the other side. Reeves got revived up, so they have replenished their players up to a full squad. Happy about that one. 12-18, they're moving a little bit more down south, but they have RICO Infinity, who rotated around, have a little bit of an advantage point. And 12-18, they did initially go to that drop spot, which is, sorry, not drop spot, but the compound outside of Headshot Hills, and they've let it go over to RICO Infinity because they moved towards Ruins.
Yeah, they got backfilled, and now they have to go on ahead and potentially face that consequence. It does look like RICO Infinity. They probably heard that shooting, so now they kind of want to take advantage of it. They definitely hear that vehicle driving around there. I mean, at this point, you shouldn't go on ahead and just assume that the compound you left previously is going to be open. So I definitely think that's why they're taking this kind of cautiously, still committing to that very edge side of Ruins, especially because there's so many people actually making rotations around them.
Oh my God, Navi, they're running and gunning there. They're driving and gunning as they pick up a kill onto Sulke. Football is being put down to 3. This is the familiarity of Navi's edge of circle rotation, sweeping around from the North George area down on towards the southern edge of the circle. They'll find a way in, probably through the cathedral of or the church of Pachinki Hillside, and look to then control this area around them.
I definitely have to say they're really, really good at that. I've noticed that ever since I believe it was you that pointed it out. They really do go for those really long rotations. And honestly, always doing that when a hard shift happens is usually really advantageous because you know, or can usually assume that that really far end doesn't have as many people. So them being able to do that, that really secures themselves a pretty good spot inside of the next one if they're able to make it all the way around.
Well, we are getting close to the end of this phase 2. Zakana 4 moving on up, looking to use that third-person perspective to get information onto the RICO Infinity players. We see the picture-in-picture. Navi opted to go actually for the fields of Pachinki, which is valuable because of the dips that were introduced in the update. God, going back to over 6+ months ago, to be fair. NASR, unfortunately, not a good start to day 3. They've been eliminated. We're down to 15 teams.
And at this point, it looks like zone shifting once again. I'm curious to see if they're going to actually continue this hold or if they're just going to go on ahead and disengage, trying to get into this next zone. It's really getting into that time, though, that any big move that they make into zone, they're probably going to be getting into a fight anyway. So do they take something that they have a little bit more knowledge of, or do they try to make the move? I mean, I guess we'll have to wait and see, but it looks like Destiny as well. They were shoved into that water on the northern side, and it looks like not much has really changed from that. They're still up there waiting to see if they can get inside. Looks like next Rüya Gaming might be the team that's holding them out. Are they even aware that Destiny's up there? I don't think so.
I don't think they are. They're focused a little bit more heavily on the likes of Panda, who did take down Frozen. Frozen looked to try and enter on towards the hills outside of school, and it didn't work out for him. He paid the price. K2 looking to make the angles, get the information. Next Rüya rotating around. Great awareness, and we move on to 12-18. They've initiated the fight under RICO Infinity. 1 knock, 2 knocks come through. Zakana4 is being taken down to his knees as NASR looks to keep the dream alive. Ragnarok is in the backline, supporting from a distance. Plus the third party from Kudor of next Rüya is really going to put the pressure onto 12-18. Notice that they threw out a smoke. That's going to angle that defense around and allow them to focus a little bit more, but that utility ended and put down a bit more hurt on towards the members of 12-18.
Oh, I was going to say, it looks like they ended up getting a bunch of reses, but it's not entirely working out. So that means NASR, he's going to be able to sweep them up. 12-18 eliminated. Now here comes the reses. But I wonder, I mean, next Rüya, they were in the distance. You already pointed them out. Do they take that opportunity to be aggressive and attempt to clean that up, even though the fight has ended? There we go. Looks like Ragnar, he's trying to hold them off.
Yeah, Kudor looking to find the angles. Of course, a little bit of threat of caution coming out from the Turkish side, recognizing that although the opportunity could be there, the fact that RICO have already squad wiped another team, it could have been a little bit too late already. So they're going to stay safe as the phase 4 blue zone is closing in. Conqueror still well inside the circle. Next Rüya have to move in. 3 players still standing for them.
It does look like they're still taking their time. Oh my goodness, it looks like RICO Infinity team, they're just trying to get out of there and disengage from that entire situation. It looks like this mountain is going to be able to give them that opportunity to do so. Like I said, though, I'm still just concerned because honestly, any kind of a huge rotation coming into these next few circles should be pretty difficult. So I don't quite know where they're going to be able to go.
Full send it. Just full send it into school. NASR, you're on your own. Let's even get a couple of placement points off the back of those kills. Freak from GUNZ picks up 1. Is going to be returned fire. Rahoof is nowhere to be seen. All the while, we see Panda just hoovering up the third-party shots all around him on the northwestern edge of the circle. Fantastic play from Panda without getting caught out across the way. Kudor does start to take a couple of shots, recognizing that there's a little bit more pain around them, and they could get punished for it.
At least they have these little bowls to be able to play as of right now. You can see that they need to heal Panda up on that northern side. I mean, they did have that nice sight lines, but as of now, even the smoke's coming out. It looks like they might be okay as of right now, but there's still so many people right above them. And no, Panda, actually, they decided to be aggressive on this and pushing.
Ooh, that's a little bit risky, although they're still staying outside the circle, outside the direct line of fire. They need to be careful with third-party play. Yeka finds K2, a Molotov gets thrown out. Another couple of shots on board. Pre-fire shot, but GK first gets countered quite nicely. SUDOR is keeping this game alive. Next, Rüya. They've been inconsistent, but in this game one, they're starting game 3 on a pretty heavy note. No kills, but survivability, keeping this game going, it's still there for next Rüya.
Wow, I mean, just one more up. They might be able to get that res, but honestly, Panda is already getting those reses first. And Konina Power, we can see them in the distance. They're very much interested in what's happening over here. So yeah, it looks like the last one is just trying to make rotation away. And Panda, it looks like it's not entirely working out for them either. Next year, gaming goes out, and it looks like the last member of Panda is also just attempting to do something here as well. But Konina Power, they're still in that position to hold them.
Navi being taken out. They got taken out, if I'm not mistaken, by around the Slime 4KT squad. So very interesting to see Konina Power, another CIS dominating team, eliminate the Panda crew. Good kills on board, but unfortunately it can only last so long. No me, no you, no the kills. Konina Power need to step up in this day 3.
There's so many people down here on the southern side. I'm quite surprised by this, but yeah, it looks like Futbolist, Unique, and Slime, they're all here together. And he just goes for the shot!
He runs too! Oh my god, Rome, the disrespect! Unique has just mind left in his own. He's gonna step up in around a tree. He helps it get the squad wipe. He keeps it up. Unique, stay one man alive, but can the revives come on board? Slime 4KT, the African representatives in the EMEA Championship. Yes, they're down in 16s, but they have everything to win. They have nothing to lose, so why not look to push yourselves and grab a few kills on board? One nade followed by another. Will that one connect behind a tree? Yes, it will. Slime 4KT do grab another kill. I don't know how much Mind is going to be able to survive against that one, as Fate wipe out SUDOR Esports.
Wow, SUDOR, they ended up getting in a fight here earlier on, and they ended up taking out a few, at least, of the members of World of Wonder. Actually, all of them, I believe, for this location. It looks like Fate, they identified that this is a spot they want as well, so that was a nice crash from them coming out after that low. But there's still a ton more people coming. Oh my goodness, this nades.
Oh, so close, Mind outside of the blue with this one, but that's gonna connect. Take care then, bye-bye now. That's gonna be Storm kicking up a storm, picking up more kills for the Slime 4KT boys. Conqueror, they've been quiet. We haven't talked too much about them outside of the knock that came through into Rees earlier on. They stayed inside this compound. They had the majority of the circles, but upon this next phase, they have to move out.
I'm curious to see where exactly they're going to go on ahead and move to. Really, this close side of the zone is really what they're used to, so I wouldn't be surprised if they just pull up really close. But that's going to be quite out in the open, so they're going to have to start taking a gunfight immediately, and we can see here that the last member of Destiny might have something to do about it unless... Wait, they're so low. They're at 1 HP.
Oh, Mazzaro, you timed that one perfectly, but I don't know how much longer you're going to survive. Fate do take out Slime 4KT. They hit the brick wall, and was Fate Esports looking to kick things off in this day. Number 3, game 1. No, me, Konina Power. You're being put under pressure, trying to hold on to the low ground. You allowed Conqueror to breach on into the western edge of the circle, but as he's knocked down, Pioneer doing wonderful work to try and push back the members of Fate. Fate do not want to overextend in towards this area. 10 kills with a full squad on board. The Arab team are stepping up to the plate.
Wow, they're serious. You know, I kind of said that challenge at the beginning. Are they going to be able to continue what they did the first day? And as of just this game, it looks like they're definitely setting out to already a ton of kills for themselves. And honestly, arguably one of the better positions. They just have to worry about everybody coming in around them at this point. They got to hold off Conqueror as well. Otherwise, all these other solos would really start getting involved on top of them.
4 teams left. You still have Mazzaro, the Firecracker, Destiny surviving. But for how much longer time will tell? Actually, no, she's on the other side. I didn't recognize that. Destiny still have 2 players up, but because they're so far apart from each other, I doubt that Team Impact will come on board. Azzy is the solo player up for Conqueror, trying to play on the high northern ground hills, but as the nades, the mollies, Mazzaro looking to maybe become a bit of a thorn in the side for Konina Power. Conqueror go down, 3 teams left standing. We've got Konina Power, we've got Fate Esports, and we've got Destiny. Confirmed the kill on the Mazzaro. However, you have not spotted the 2 players from Konina Power down on the lower side.
I don't even know how these players from Destiny got separated, but it looks like the other solo is fine as of right now. But yeah, just 2 more ahead of them. It looks like Ragnarok was able to go on ahead and get really, really close. Now they each have that hard cover of these rocks. The zone is on them, though.
They know they have the body advantage. They know they can push in. They have Iwa in the support line. They have the 3 players pushing forward, but the grenade is being cooked up. That grenade connects. Arif is knocked down. Ragnarok has to play on one side, Late on the other. Fate's pushed, but they stopped too soon. If you're going to push, you need to fully commit. You can't allow the opposing team to get the golden knock on board and have that fight turn around against you. The space is looking to be created. Axer's on that prone side. Pioneer threw out its smoke to give him an element of defense. He's trying to cover the side to allow them to back off against the rock so they're not too close to each other, because they know one nade could take down both players. But as we see the prone down from Zoe trying to find the spots, that's what I was talking about with the nade. It doesn't really connect. Axer's still on plenty of health, but he doesn't have a helmet on board. Level 1 vest, level 3 helmet for Ragnarok as he chucks out a grenade. It sends Pioneer down to half health. How much longer can Konina Power hold on to? They have the circle, not for much longer. The trade comes through. Baxter's left on his own. He looks for one, but in the back line, that is Fate Esports grabbing the game, grabbing the chicken dinner, and they say, sayonara, we are out of here. We'll grab this chicken for game number 1.
That was great plays from that. I was really thinking as well as how we had a really nice rotation around on that southern side. I was curious to see how that was going to go on ahead and develop there, and it looks like he was able to catch out a few in the end. It got me a little bit nervous with those knocks on that rock. They kind of realized after a while that they couldn't all commit to that hold.
And, you know, especially when they would have noticed that the last player from Destiny had died out to the blue, so it was that 4v2. That little bit of a delayed push did send out doubt in my mind, but at the end of the day, 32 points, 2,500 damage for this game 1. To give context, in yesterday's 6 games span, they scored a total of 35 points. In this one game alone, 32? They're back.
They definitely are. I mean, they were able to hold on to those top positions anyway from yesterday. You know, they came into this in that 3rd place spot, and yeah, it looks like they're going on ahead, chasing after those few teams ahead of them now. There was a tiny bit of a gap above them. We were kind of questioning, will they be able to go on ahead and get above that, you know, before the show started. So it looks like they definitely have that on their bucket list today.
Yeah, and you know, they showed the interview with Ragnarok and just the morale that they have going from the PMPL Arabia, you know, after that first weekend and coming into the next super weekends and carrying that forward. I think that's a big testament of how they've turned things around from yesterday's lackluster results to today's first game. Recognizing that, look, again, it's all about everybody else improving, so you need to evolve within that and work with that. But you know what? We will, of course, have to see what the analysts have to say about that game 1. We're going to go for a quick break, and we'll see you guys in a bit.
Imperium, you had to come in here and mention my rap career, man. Froz, give me a beat, man. It's time. It's the PMPL EMEA Championship. The competition has begun. Straight out of the blue zones of Erangel. Imperium, this one's for you. Beyond the walls of guns, my life is defined. I think of chicken dinners when I'm in an Erangel state of mind. An Erangel state of mind. An Erangel state of mind. I ask you to define what makes you feel fine. When the grenade's at your feet, you won't feel complete. You want to compete, but I won't ever see defeat. The man standing here in front of you, laying down this beat, just owned your ass in an Erangel state of mind. An Erangel state of mind. They weren't ready for that. They were never ready for that. Imperium, nice try, buddy. Let's look at our amazing sponsor we have here as we get back to the normal proceedings that we have here at the EMEA Championship. You guys at home can enjoy a super fast, lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 5G. And one thing that certainly is powerful, back in being powerful today, is Fate as they get themselves a big win and plenty of kills alongside it.
Yeah, I mean, Fate is definitely back. I mean, yesterday we saw Fate a little bit differently than we saw yesterday, so we spoke about it on the starting of the day. They didn't have the performance yesterday. They made those 35 points, but definitely, I mean, this chicken dinner, getting the high amount of kills as well, 17 kills collected, with, of course, with the 15 placement points of 32, and that's definitely gonna put this chicken dinner high on the Frozen score sheet.
The Frozen score sheet, I love it straight away.
I mean, it's always going to be up there with Fate, of course. Having such a good game, for 17 kill win. It is a really high win. It's the second highest. We saw, of course, Navi in the first game with 18, but this is the second highest. And that shows we're on day 3 now. This is when all the teams are getting very comfortable as well. So you got to remember that. Getting those high kill wins it's easier on the first day because everyone's a little bit nervous and stuff like that. But now coming into day 3, when people feel warm, they feel good, and doing this kind of stuff, that's much harder.
It is definitely much harder. We're going to take a look at the rankings, though, of this match and see how everyone's got their scores on the door. 32, as you mentioned there, guys, for Fate, rocking it at the top. Konina Power with 21. But look at this. We don't often see it. Everyone else just about trying to make double digits there and then drop it on down. It's because it was so top-heavy this time around. Not what we usually see.
Yeah, not at all. And it kind of played out from the start, right? We had this kind of 50-50 circle with a river kind of breaking the whole circle. And then we saw that only Slime was the only team that was on the north side. Everyone was already on the south side. But we did see that not too many went to the south side, and the circle actually opted to go down back on the south side. So it was so packed down there.
Yeah, I mean, the circles, how it actually went down. Yeah, we had the river on the middle, and then it kind of like hard shifted on the south side. So yes, definitely committed on the southern side. But after that, we also had 2 hard shifts towards the eastern side. So that also not just being the river on the middle, but then also later on, putting the teams on the move all the time, like chasing the circle. That's what's going on.
Now, we really got to make a big note on this as well, guys. Slime 4KT, not often on even the first page. Right now, getting 10 points alongside Conqueror and Destiny. This is a huge motivational and confidence boost for a team that's right down the bottom, right? And they were very separated compared to the other teams within that bottom 8.
Their first top 5 placement actually so far. But I mean, if they can keep on doing that, if they can keep this up, it's going to be good. They're going to rise up on the leaderboard, and that's what we want to see. Coming in here, they've had 2 days now to prepare themselves a little bit more, and maybe that's what they needed. If they can continue with this, I want to see, because this is looking great for them.
Yeah, what I saw there with the Slime was that when they were fighting with Unique there in the end, I kind of saw some kind of confidence on the play because the games which we have seen from them, I mean, of course they have been getting some points on the way, but they have been kind of like coming from below all the others. And now I really felt that when they were fighting with Unique, putting those nades behind the tree, I saw that they're actually living on the server.
See, that's something we wanted to see, something we were waiting to see come out from these guys. We're going to move on to the second page now and see how the rest of the teams were able to do. And look how many 0 points we got in here. And Navi, okay, they still get 3 points. They're way ahead anyway. We're not going to really touch on that too much. But Rüya, GUNZ, and NASR, 3 teams that we all mentioned today. Have we lost our magic powers here for us?
No, it's going to come back. It's going to come back.
Cool.
It's just a slow start on our powers. But no, seeing that, it's not great, right? But at the same time, you have, of course, NASR had a little bit of problem there in the start with Panda being very aggressive from the start, actually. Hot dropping them, killing 3 of them straight away. And it was a great start from Panda there. a little bit less of a great start from NASR, if we say that.
Question though, do you think you're going to see that more from Panda right now? Do you think that's their way back in? Is this new game plan to like hot drop, attack teams and throw all this aggression in one place?
I think we'll see more of that because it's unexpected. No one is expected to get dropped that early on the game, or even not maybe hot dropping people, but being super aggressive from the start, from circle 1, when people are trying to just get the loot, getting into a position, trying to get to the vehicles. If you can catch them off guard there, just get 1 or 2 kills. That's all you need. That's 1 and 2 points straight in the bag. And then you just continue playing your game and you already crippled your enemies.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that because all the discussions about Panda, there's always the Panda aggression. They're always on the same sentence. I mean, they're never like separated at all. So definitely, I mean, Panda is just now taking it to a whole new level on this lobby because we haven't seen this was the first hot drop which we saw, and I'm really hoping that we see more aggressive plays. And of course, maybe some hot dropping as well. We'll see. I mean, that's always not so nice for some of the teams. But yeah, Panda, I mean, they've already showed on the past that they really don't care how the other teams play. They want to play their game. And they knew that they had some issues. So if this is their way to fix things, I'm all up to it.
Now, we had a solid day 1 for Fate. Then day 2 wasn't bad, but it was just quieter, right? But now we've seen a very good, explosive start to this game. This is looking great for him, right, Copter?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, definitely a great start. I mean, you can't hope for anything more.
They had 32 points in this game alone. Yesterday, they only had 35 points. So almost in just this first game, they got as many points as they had in 6 games yesterday. That tells the whole story right there.
That's a huge
difference.
I
mean, they started when their hard shifts happened. So we discussed about the circles. It was coming on the southern side. They were actually located there on the eastern side. So already starting from the phase number 4, they were actually on the middle of the circle. They had a good circle when it hard shifted twice on the east. So yes, they had some luck with the circles as well. But still, they kind of like got back on the old play, which we saw on the first that they were kind of like holding ground and, you know, keeping enemies at the distance. And even here on the last matches, they had a reasonable amount of distance on Konina Power.
It's all about that poking. When you get the circle like that, you have the high ground to play. You got to keep everybody away. You don't want them to get close because the problem is if one team gets close, then you're going to have another team getting even closer from another angle that you're not taking care of right now. And that's when you get third party. But if you keep on poking people all the time, make sure that they keep their distance from you, that's how you're going to succeed. And that's what we saw from Fate.
Well, let's take a look at some of the head-to-heads we have here as well, because it starts to get interesting after game 1. And the one we're going to start with now is going to be Panda going up against RICO. Now, obviously with Panda, right, still a good position overall, got very much more aggressive in it. But RICO at this point, kind of a different team. We've mentioned them sometimes positively, but like obviously we're not focusing as much on them when it comes to Panda. How are we kind of putting these two teams in place at the moment for us?
We've seen some good stuff from RICO, but they're not really showing up big enough right now. On the other hand, Panda, we could see the aggression from them time after time after time. And if you look at that, 7 kills, 1,500 or almost 1,600 damage. Yeah. And we're talking about them getting out on 11th place, if I'm not totally wrong, in this previous game here. Imagine if they got to the end game. How much damage, how many kills they could have gotten. Of course, they did lose some people when we saw them taking that aggressive fight on the rolling hills there, but that's kind of the Panda playstyle, and I like to see them continue with that if they can keep it going like this, because yesterday, it didn't work out for them. Today, so far, after one game, I'd say it's looking way better.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference between these teams is Panda is very dedicated. They have their play. They execute their strategies. I think RICO is more like, you know, going with the flow. They're kind of like moving with the masses. And they're not in the control into which situations they're currently running into. They will just take whatever is given to them. But Panda is like really clearly like executing their strategy. And when you have that lower time on the server, getting more kills, that kind of like tells that, yeah, they have been executing something, they had a plan. But when you are like, you know, staying there with the other teams. But of course, RICO had a problem with there on the western side with the 12-18 actually, and then there was also next Rüya was part of that, so there was a lot of teams battling there on the western side when the circle started to shrink. But still, I think that I haven't seen from RICO that they would have been like doing those like let's say like a Na'Vi rotations, like clearly dictating. Like for example, now Na'Vi, when they didn't get to the, of course, the better half of the scoreboard, but still the rotations which they did, they actually did a huge rotation all the way from the western side to the southern side of Pochinki when the circle shifted. They were actually starting from the northern George Ball, the circle came on the southern side, this circle, they rotated all the way on the southern side, and that was a huge move from them. Of course, it didn't work, but still, they were executing their strategy, same as the Panda.
Well, let's take a look at our overall rankings after game 1 as we get further towards the end of the entire competition. Remember, this is day 3 right now, and then there'll only be one more day going, so we want to keep looking looking at the overall ranking as much as possible to see what movers and shakers there are within all of this. And for Conqueror, right, this is the big thing for Conqueror and Konina Power. These games like this can be a big change for them.
One of the big things is that Navi went out super early into this game. They only got themselves 3 points, and that's what we're seeing, that the other teams are catching up a little bit. So this is a joint effort from all of the teams. They want to get rid of Navi early in the game if they have the possibility, because that's going to help everybody, not just your own team right now. It's almost like we heard Tixi saying, right? Either they're first or they're top 15.
Yes.
And right now, it's kind of top 15 versus Navi, because
really
they don't want them to get the lead right now. But as you can see as well, Fate, they were sitting with 49 points behind Navi coming into today. And right now, they're 20. They catch up a large portion there with just one game.
Yeah, definitely. And now when we look at the remaining of the teams from the scoreboard, of course, we had that very tight situation. It's still going to continue, but now it's like more like after the top 4. So we have Fate guys making the leap on the battle with the big boys on the top 4. But then we still have the very tight situation after that one. But yeah, just like Fate, I mean, they got one good game, they are there. And this is exactly what we spoke on the first studio, that you can do one good game and you are already battling with the first guys there. So anybody can still make it. And we have some teams there. Every one of them have one chicken dinner. We have next Rüya with 2. I mean, if anybody from those teams going to take now the second or the third chicken dinner, they will be definitely getting close to that top 3.
Well, let's see what happens after the next game. We're moving into Sanhok next. We've got Span Cargo and Imperium back with us. And Imperium, buddy, I know you're my husband. You've got these intimate details about my life. You had to bring up the rap career. That's it now. I'm in retirement. I put that together in a few minutes for you. You best be damn impressed.
Man, I've only got one response for that. That's roses are red, violets are blue. That beat was so sick. Eminem afraid to diss you, yo.
Hey!
Absolutely fantastic stuff from Banks. Yeah, much love. I knew you'd step up to the plate, but Span, these teams, they need to step up to the plate coming into this game number 2.
They do. Things getting closer. They already said it. I mean, every single game goes on ahead and counts. Just how much further can they grab those points to really drag themselves up? Because at this point, you really need to be finding yourselves having good games for the rest of this. No more bad games at this point.
No more bad games at this point. That's a little bit harsh, but I can't help but kind of agree with you, right? Because every bad game sets you back even further, right? It means you have to climb that mountain even higher. Your average points per game need to be increased even higher. And, you know, when you're talking about getting in there for the prize pool, yeah, no bad game is allowed.
I mean, that's just the thing. We already talked about every single game. You have to have an average amount of points, you know. And if you want to start really being contenders, you can't allow anybody to really, from below you, get ahead of you. You really need to go ahead and take advantage of it. And it also looks like we're going to have our first plane here on Sanhok. It looks like it's going to be quite nice right down that middle, which isn't really much of a concern anyway. Everybody should have been able to reach their usual spots. So I'm looking forward to this a lot. I didn't get one yesterday, a Sanhok map.
No, you didn't. You were starved from it, but we get to witness it right now at least. Navi going for that drop spot as per normal on towards that northwestern island. Conqueror going to be on Ha Ting. Phase 1 pops up. It's very tricky, right? Because it encompasses all areas of Sanhok. So positioning is going to be risky, but also you still have to be committed to it.
Yeah, at this point, just taking a look at this, it looks like a bunch of teams are actually quite spread out. And it looks like we also have some early fighting, multiple locations here. Wow, even in Painan. What?
Okay, yeah. So, Fate and Futbolist fighting, along with Team Unique joining in on fun. We have this fight in Painan between RICO and Destiny. RICO and Fini have had enough of giving Painan over to Destiny boys. Mizara, he has a DBS in his hands. Shotgun is definitely quite powerful early game, no doubt. Nashi is going to find Ragnarok, a good start for the Destiny boys. 3rd place in game 1, looking to continue that with a good result in game number 2. Already 1 kill on board with nobody taken out.
It does look like, I mean, some of the other members of RICO Infinity, it looks like they were trying to peek on over there, but now just kind of disengaging from that, trying to go to the corner of Painan. At this point, though, I feel like the only way that they're going to get away from this is if they entirely leave, because it looks like Destiny already crossing that bridge. They're ready to push.
Yeah, how did RICO even allow Destiny to get across the other side of Painan? I'm all for disengaging, but there's a point, even if it's only 15 seconds, where I think RICO could have done a little bit more to have punished the Destiny players coming across that bridge.
I guess they just didn't want to deal with it whatsoever. I guess they are a little bit ahead of them, so they're hoping to grab that ground, especially we can see they're actually getting quite far away as Destiny. They're just continuing to loot, actually.
And then we see the replay of picture-in-pictures. Futbolist and Unique having their own little fight. Fate joined in there as well on towards the more southern tip of the map around the docks area. So quite an action-packed start to the Sanhok game. Part of maybe the fact that teams are becoming a little bit more comfortable with each other, a little bit more confident across the board. Fader off the back of a chicken dinner. Futbolists will never stop having confidence in the way they play the game and can sometimes lead to these mini little firefights.
This is all the way seriously so far down inside of the southeastern corner here. It looks like they're just kind of chilling out as of right now. Unfortunately for that one member of Futbolist, it looks like he's just completely trapped as Fate. They've surrounded this entire little peninsula. They're probably just going to go on ahead and flush him out. And yeah, you said it yourself, some nice shots straight into that window. The pushes are definitely coming through now. You can see him popping up on that mini map.
Now, Slime 4KT. They got 5th place in that last game, 10 points. It's the first game in the EMEA Championship that they've gotten over 10 points in a game. And I'm not saying that in a way of like, you know, disrespectful I'm saying it in a way of I'm really delighted to see them improving, evolving, and proving to themselves that they can perform like that they can step up into the top 5 and get the results needed. It needs to become more consistent, no doubt, but really happy to see the Nigerian team grab a good game.
Oh, and there we go. There goes another member of Futbolist. But yeah, I mean, like, to build off of that, so there is a huge learning curve, and them being able to go on ahead and come into this 3rd day, being able to pick it up, I mean, it's definitely working out. And even just knowing that, I already put weight into it. Even if you don't necessarily do well, at least you're learning, and in that'll set you up for success for later on. So it's really just a big learning and growing situation.
Exactly. Experience is key. We've seen it with the Arabic region as well. I talked about it in that last game, how they've played more major tournaments within their own region. They've had more of a level of competition evolve throughout their own region. And yeah, it might not always be against the giants of CS and the giants of Turkey, but still the psychology of how you perform in a competitive setting will never change. And the more you're able to experience that competitive level, whether it's in your own region or other regions, the higher the chance you're going to be prepared for global tournaments, for the more, you know, major stressful tournaments.
Exactly. So there's still success happening here. You know, maybe it'll just, you know, be a bit delayed or come in the future, but definitely a big situation for honestly all these teams. And we're slowly moving around this map right here because so many people are really trying to get in that center position around that Painan area because they're trying to set each other up, their teams up to be ready no matter where this next zone pops. Is it going to pop onto the mainland over to the eastern side, or is it going to try to commit to that southwestern island? We'll just have to wait and see, but everybody is still condensing from their drop spots, trying to get as close as possible to make it easier later, but that is also going to mean a bunch of people are about to be on top of each other, and we're seeing that even right here. It looks like Destiny kind of actually leaving Painan. They're going to start getting in the territory of a bunch of these other teams that are already kind of setting up in the mountains above them.
They're aware. They're a little bit respectful, but I still think it's a bad decision for Destiny. when you fight early on, you slow down your rotational path line, right? You slow down your ability to move into a strong position outside of your drop spot. NASR, they dropped close by on the western side of the quarry. They didn't fight. They got there first. In my opinion, Destiny would have been better off staying in Painan, even though I'm not always a fan of staying in Painan. With how Destiny fought, they would have been better off staying there until phase 2 popped up, whereas now they could get backstabbed by the likes of Panda, frags coming in from that southwest island. So, you know, I worry about Destiny coming on board in towards the end of phase 1.
They're actually all pushing now. I was wondering if they were just split up to maybe make sure that the top of the hill would be free, but now they're all actually coming. So this could go either way at this point if they're starting to set each other up. Wait, they're not aware whatsoever. He was looking in complete opposite direction.
I don't think they're aware team. Oh, they are aware team is there. A knock from Beast onto Hassan, but Nabo instantly returns with a knock and a confirmation kill onto Mihi. 3 players up for each team. That NASR player that's on the off angle, he needs to join up with them. Another nade goes flying out by Beast. Nabo, they know where he is, so they're actually better off, Destiny, focusing all on the other side. But Batika comes in to knock down Beast. Nashi prone down behind the wall, trying to look to heal up in time, but the members of NASR are pushing forward. I would recommend Nabo, you need to push in on that flank angle, create that pressure on the side. Do not allow Nashi to get those shots off without being punished for that. He's allowed to do it. Mizara, the savior of the last game, allowed his team to get up into 3rd place. The prone down shot, the knock comes in, and Mizara is going to be returned up. That counter play comes in, and I said Nabo needed to do that, but it shouldn't have come down to a knock. Destiny are squad right. NASR will survive as a trio. Actually, as a full squad.
Yeah, they're getting that res and they've survived that. Those are such great nades starting it off, but it looks like NASR, they're just set up a tiny bit better, a bit more ready in that situation to actually be taking that huge fight. So they now have control of that entire mountain, and that means Painan could potentially be away from them and make a rotation if nobody already went on ahead and backfilled them. We'll just have to wait and see. And also, our next zone has popped, so we have to see where that went. Everybody in these corners, they have to start getting a move on, because it looks like, I mean, Fate, they ended up taking a fight with Futbolist, and it looks like now they're trying to hold out Slime for KT as well.
This is a circle that these teams are definitely more used to, where it holds around the trifecta area with all parts of the map in play. Ragnarok finds a knock on to one of the Slime 4KT players. I'm wondering, Span, is this, I don't want to say a targeted engagement by Fate, but again, like I mentioned with Konina Power on the Slime in a previous Sanhok game, knowing where Slime land, is it an opportunity for Fate to once again pick up some early game kills while they wait out in the blue and avoid the other teams that are more heavily inside the circle?
I mean, I said before, you know, it's all about awareness of the teams and what exactly you need to do. If they think that they don't have enough points and they're aware of where Slime is, or any team that they believe that they have the opportunity or the chance to win that fight, yeah, I mean, this is definitely a strategy that they can take and be successful at. So it could go on ahead and be a targeted move. And I feel like in this situation, they do have the opportunity to just entirely disengage. Honestly, no matter what team it is, if they're stuck inside of this blue zone, inside of this compound, why not take this fight? So I do think this could be good for them. As of right now, though, I'm not really liking where Ragnarok is with his teammate there on that little helicopter. Not the best case scenario for them.
Very little cover and play, but the 2 other teammates are by the side of the wall. And that's where they need to put in the work. That's where they need to put pressure on the aimer and not allow him to get the shots onto both Ragnarok and his teammate Eastway. Now, nade is being thrown up by Lath. Looks to make a bit of noise across that. Pushes in, 3rd-person perspective. Confirms that knock. Grabs the kill. Slime 4KT down to 1. And again, great work by Lathan Harif to give freedom to his other 2 teammates that were exposed, as you correctly pointed out.
And it looks like the last member of Slime is just trying to entirely disengage. And at that point, I wouldn't be surprised if Fate just leaves. If they don't know exactly where that solo is, the blue zone's upon them. I wouldn't be surprised if now they try and grab that spot inside that zone. And as we can see in here, it's already so filled up. It looks like we're around Quarry as of right now. And teams are kind of just weighing each other out at this point.
Wow,
yeah, we can see Konina Power just
discipline.
staring. Yeah, I mean, that knock would be really difficult. So honestly, knowledge is power, but it looks like they're going to attempt to anyway. Not quite getting it, but definitely doing damage.
Do damage. Great trigger discipline by Gonzo. I don't actually think Milky Way saw Gonzo, but because Gonzo noticed that they were looking in the direction, he thought, look, I'm better off taking a shot before he gets his shots off onto me. But really good awareness from Konina Power across the board. Fortunately, the last player from Slime 4KT was hunted down and taken out by Fate Esports. So the first team has been eliminated, but Phase 3 pops up and there's a massive shift to the west.
This is going to be a difficult one. That river taking up a lot of that area. This is going to be intense, and honestly, I think Conqueror might be quite happy being the only one in their own little quadrant. So, all these other teams, though, having to come in on that southeastern side, that's going to be difficult.
Now, Navi are in the trifecta compound. Great place to hold on to for this kind of circle. Great place to hold on to for any of these early circles, to be fair. But often teams struggle to really control it. If there's one team that can, I recommend it could be Navi across the board, as Konina Power are going to move away and toward the underside of Quarry down on the western, southern edge, should I say, and then they'll make their way into the circle.
That is true. Where are these guys right now as well? So, I mean, this is it. The condensing has started. Everybody is going to start wanting to take each other's spots, and that is going to start off with SUDOR Esports trying to push up onto another team. Oh my goodness, they're fully crashing on this, actually.
Okay, SUDOR making noise. A double knock comes on board. Frozen is going to be the third to get knocked down. Yetka left on his own, and Nexury do not know what hit them. Luckily for them, it's also 3 players from SUDOR down. It's a 1v1 between Fidan and Yeka. Yeka inside the building. Yeah, Fidan on the outside. Grenade's going to be cooked up. He's aware of that. He heard it being popped. He's now going to go for it, but that's a great pre-nade. It does get a couple of shots on the Yeka, but Fidan is going to feel the heat of a few bullets in play. Both players down to about a quarter health. The confirmation comes through. A first aid is going to be utilized by Yeka, while actually, no, I thought he was going to go for the revive. A first aid as well. Gonna hear that. Play around the side of the building, in through the window. The drop shot comes on board. The advantage goes over to Fidan. This is a long ball play. He's gonna get the golden shot. He's gonna get the squad right. For SUDOR Esports, Fidan saves today.
Wow, and they're also in that corner where I thought a ton of teams were going to start making that rotation, but it looks like they're okay for now, but that is a huge grab for them on that eastern side of this zone. If they continue to hold that position, that would be huge for them. It also looks like a bunch of teams trying to use Painan as their crossroads. NASR Esports, they found themselves there. They were on that hill directly to the east of it, and now RICO Infinity team, they were there before. It looks like they decided to set up and potentially hold out the team that took Painan. So a little bit of a revenge, but on a different team. I'm interested to see how this is going to go on ahead and unfold. NASR versus NASR as of right now, it looks like.
NASR versus RICO. RICO being put down to 2 players early on at the hands of Destiny, who end up going down to NASR. So, yeah, indeed, that's going to be the play coming on through. You have GUNZ playing in on the south side of the circle, outside of Ruins, which I think is a great place to hold on to. 12-18 have the mountaintop, but they're going to have to go down because that next shift is on that southwest island.
12-18, they actually ended up making this huge rotation. Conqueror used to be the only team up there, and it looks like 12-18 decided to just be up there as well, probably realizing that it was a little bit of a safe territory to be inside of, but now there's only a little bit of a thing back. And oh, well, there it is. NASR v NASR already went on ahead and mentioned that it might happen, and it looks like he's starting off strong, getting a knock on a 1 so far. Still 3 left. His other teammate might be a little bit too far to help out, especially now he's taken out low.
Batika, Thompson is in his hands, lots of bullets in play on that clip, fast fire rate. Gonna find that one, but I think that was a third party. No, is it Khalid? The last player left up for RICO Infinity plays inside that shack. Will get the counter knock, but it could be a third party for Konina Power who are coming into the blue, and they do kind of need to low-key run and gun up on top of that hill above Painan. They need to look to punish NASR Esports, who are held up by the last remaining player of RICO Infinity, and that's exactly what has happened. Axer onto one of the NASR players will send NASR packing.
Looks like Nabo is just going on ahead and trying to get out of there, using that vehicle to his advantage, just going along the coast. If he's able to go ahead and get ahead, maybe he'll be able to help out the rest of his team, but it does look like Khalid, he's just entirely hurting this entire situation. Honestly, Konina Power, if they don't want them coming in behind them later on, they should take advantage of this. But if they don't have meds, maybe they're going to go on ahead and disengage. I don't see them on that minimap just yet, so I guess they're just ignoring the issue.
And we're at the stage of the game with the circle shifts that we come on board. Phase 4 is going to go into phase 5, so the blue zone is going to be even more difficult to deal with. So you really have to sweep up those kills if you're going to grab a multitude of points on board. World of Wonders held back by Navi. Tixie gets a knock on the Zessie after a knock on the Enjoy 7. 2 players left top for World of Wonders. And I did say if there's one team that was going to be able to hold on to that trifecta compound, it was Navi.
Yep, and a nice hold from them. I mean, they're definitely taking advantage of all those teams that are trying to get this cross, and that is World of Wonder in this situation. It does look like SUDOR was somehow able to take that other bridge, so they're going to be fine. So, but World of Wonder taking this a little bit too late, unfortunately, are going to be held out. It does look like NASR will still be eliminated before them, though, but there's just one left. You can see him trying to hold on to that rock, and the blue zone is slowly coming on in.
12 teams left coming into phase 5. Will it go up north and have the river in play? Or will it go down south outside the ruins? It goes up north, the bridge, the northwest island. This is destruction personified as GK first holding back SUDOR. GK first, he's not in the circle with one of his teammates, but another one of his teammates, Linnea, is holding on to the anchor point position. But they've got to be aware. You got GUNZ, you got Futbolist, you got Konina Power also around them. However, this fight is going to be directly between Panda and SUDOR Esports. Up the hill, SUDOR go, playing across the rock. GK first with the ump in his hands is going to look for the knock. Pre-firing on up, playing a 3. Does wrap around, but GK first, he has more damage in play. Track 2 is following on pursuit. Seth is going to be on the other side. GK first is dealing with this absolutely perfectly. Another player is knocked down. Where's the rest of Panda in play? There they are. XC gets the last kill. A squad wipe and 2 kills for Panda.
They're really spread out now. They got to go on ahead and start getting ready because a ton of teams are around them. And we can even see even further on the southern side, so many fights happening. This is the chaos that ensues whenever there's a hard shift, especially where the zone decided to go this time. It looks like Panda is just trying to take advantage of all these people around them. I assume that's why they actually have such a wide spread on the southern side. If they're able to hold all these guys out, they're going to be quite happy on this very southern side of this zone shift.
Are they going to be spread too thin as Fate loses their life? This one goes out to you, Mustache Dave. Papa Blue is coming for you, teams. Gun Blues is freak. Hamodi's knocked down. Lord is healing in the blue. Konina Power are losing their players. They're losing their lives. They're eliminated across the board. And the next phase goes on the 50-50 split between the Southwest Island and the river.
Wow. I mean, in this fight between 1218 and Conqueror, that's been happening this entire time up there on the northern side, and it looks like they're really going to have to finish this off now, especially because all their next option is water. And I think 1218 realized they need to take out Conqueror because that is the closest spot to this next zone. They need to take that fight now, or they're just going to be on blue in the water. Not a good situation whatsoever. And Panda, they're just entirely getting involved everywhere. Another kill for themselves. They still have 5 as of right now, but still in a really good position. The next big fight that they're gonna have to take is between them and Navi, though. No! That nade!
Take care then, bye-bye now. Panda in the PMPL EU West, they dominated Sanhok. In the EMEA Championship, they found their confidence over the last 2 games between yesterday's last game and today's first game. And now coming into Sanhok, not really surprised with the amount of kills that they've been able to pick up. But the leaders of the pack, the bruiserweights of this lobby is around them. That's Navi. They may be down to 2, but no doubt it's amazing what these 2 players can do. Meku in the front line. Sorry, on the sideline, you have Tixi in towards the front line. Tixi's going to get caught out. Nice play by Katu. Really good job from Panda. And unfortunately, even though the circle has gone towards Navi, they only have that 1 player up as Conqueror are eliminated. We're down to our final 4 teams. And 12-18, they're swimming in the water.
What else do they have to do? They have to go on ahead and make this cross, and it looks like them being able to push up on top of this is so far helping them out a tiny bit there. It looks like GUNZ will go out in the distance as well, and a bunch of members of Panda are down, but we can see that, wow, one of them trying to hold out from the blue zone.
Too late.
That's it.
Too late. The shots didn't come out. The heal didn't pay off, and now we're down to 2. CIS team versus CIS team. Navi, 12-18. It is a 1v2. Like the mermaid coming out of the sea, ready to take on the final player of Navi. Meku chucks out the grenades. He knows he has the circle, right? He knows he has the advantage, but he also has to make sure that he plays 12-18 players apart from each other. He needs to try and split the 2 beasts that are close by as a blue zone is raging in on towards this phase 7. Zakanafor chucked up a nade. Will that connect onto Meku? Not quite. Pre-fire shots eliminated. AKM in play. Good stuff for Meku. He's really aware of how much of a possibility this could go horribly wrong for him. And he's playing that blue zone perfectly as phase 8 continues to go in his direction.
Both of them directly on top of each other as of right now is okay, but they really got to start getting that split onto him if they're hoping to go on ahead and take him out. The thing is I don't think they really can, because any movement they do to try and get over to the side, I think is going to be spotted out. But there we go. The first move, he's now on the tree. It looks like they're spreading out a tiny bit, but any more, and I mean, the last member of Navi is in fact going to see that. So both of them are going to have to peek that at the same time. They need to do it together. Otherwise, Navi might win this.
Zakanafor is knocked down. Now it's a 1v1. You tried to go for the split push and it didn't work out. Tulika with the vector in his hand. He's going to find a shot, but Tixi with the 1v1. In the end, the AKM came out on top and Navi take out game 2 in Sanhok. My God, can this team stop winning games? Whether it's a top 15 or top 1, they just do not stop impressing us, Span.
They do not. That was a great hold there. I mean, 12-18 probably used all of their util up on that northern side, so all they had was that rock and that tree. And I mean, Navi, all they had to do was hold and wait, and that was absolutely perfectly played. Wait until they had to move out. I mean, no other comment. That was great.
Like, let's be fair. Those circles were painful. They were destructive. They were evil. Of course, as a caster, we love to see it, but we can sympathize with the players and how hard it would have been to deal with. But Navi recognized the risk of those circles early on. They rotated to the trifecta compound and they took out a couple of players around them. They pushed back World of Wonders, for example. And yeah, okay, they did lose 2 players, but when you're talking about that kind of awareness, resilience, and overall aggression at the right time, Navi pulled it out of the bag.
I'm honestly surprised that 12-18 was able to make it in there as well. I really thought that last fight was going to be between Panda and Navi at the end there, but 12-18 I definitely think went on ahead and surprised Panda coming out of that water there. So I really thought Panda was just rolling that side down there, and I mean, Navi only having 1 member left, I thought that it was like done and dusted, but no, entirely wrong, entirely different situation entirely. That was just a great hold from that zone from Navi, especially since the zone kept going towards them. They played that exactly the way they needed to.
And 12-18 coming off the back of 3 points in the last game definitely returned to form coming out from them. And Panda, I genuinely am so proud of how much they've stepped up their game and stepped up their level of confidence in today's first 2 games. But either way, that's it for game 2. Lord knows what the analysts are going to do to break down this game 2. But before that, we'll go for a quick break. See you guys in a bit.
the Na'Vi Nation grabbed themselves another chicken dinner to total 5 now. Again, pulling off something miraculous. A 1v2 at the end. He manages to make it work. Na'Vi grab one, and Froz, it's not day 4 yet, you know? You said 0 chicken dinners for Na'Vi today?
Yeah, they got a little bit too early here. They got
too early, you know?
But you know, if they're gonna do it like this, they might as well just win the next game as well and get themselves 2 wins on each map.
There we go. That's the way to do it, right? Compton, you said 1 or 3, right? I thought 2.
Yeah, I mean, two chicken dinners has been kind of like the thing for the past 2 days. So I think it's gonna be time for something different. So now on they have 2, so I think it's gonna be 2 more or then no more.
2 more or no more. But before we go any further, we've got to talk more about the amazing sponsor we have here in Xiaomi, looking after us with all of these amazing PUBG Mobile opportunities that you can get done on the phone, because you guys at home can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 5G. That is a beautiful phone in front of your eyes right now. And if you do want to level up your game, if you do want to be challenging some of the best, well, you better put your hands on the best when it comes to it. Froz is continuing to try and put his hands on. Right now, technically, Copter, you're a little bit closer. Maybe you can reach it?
Yeah, I'm a little bit closer, but it's still pretty far away. I mean,
you want to go in?
I have seen the Incredibles movie, but I mean, I'm not that flexible.
I love that, man. Incredible. That's a good shout. There was a second one as well, wasn't there? Hey. I need to go back and watch that. I need to go see that. Good memories flooding back, you know, all of a sudden. Memories that what we're going to look back on, though, is not the circles. Let's start with that. This trifecta on the river was hella complicated for these teams.
It's one of the hardest endings on Sanhok, honestly, because you don't know exactly where it's going to end, and we saw the circle going towards the trifecta, which is where the 3 islands meet by the river. And the thing is that it's super hard because you don't want to take the wrong part of it.
Yeah.
And I mean, we saw Conqueror on the north side, we saw Na'Vi on the southwest side, and I think it was Konina Power on the east side. And basically, everyone's just trying to hold each other out, but at the same time, you're helping each other out as well, because you want to hold all the other teams out. You don't want them to get close to you either. And that's what makes it so hard, because, again, once you focus on one team, you leave your other side of the compound vulnerable, and people are going to try to come in there.
Yeah, that area is very tricky. I mean, now we had phase 4 when they actually finally committed on the Charlie Island. So there was basically 4 circles, well, three circles, and the initial time before the circle time when the teams had no idea where it's going to go. I mean, when all the time when the river, all the islands are still included, it can still go on all the islands, and that's the difficult part, because we don't want to be crossing those rivers too early if it's not needed. And that's one of the reasons why the teams also like to prefer Pine Arm, because if you have the control of Pine Arm, it's very easy to cross the rivers because we have some cover from the buildings on the both sides. So we had some teams fighting there at the start, but usually, of course, Bravo and the Charlie Islands are the kind of like the most typical ones where the circle will be ending. But now, when the Alpha Island was still so long on the plate, then of course the teams were like wondering what's going to happen. We saw multiple teams playing on the blue as well, because the circle just wasn't able to make up his mind at the early stages.
No, it certainly wasn't. But what we should do is take a look at our match standings for this Sanhok game. And it is, okay, the Na'Vi at the top. We've spoken about them to death. The thing I'm going to get loud and proud about is Panda. There we go. We're finally starting to see some life from them. All I had to do was poke them with a stick.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it worked. You poked them, and now you have woken the bear or the panda, I mean.
Awoken the bear. Smooth, bro, smooth.
Well, I mean, them getting that 3rd place, of course, but we see them with 7 kills as well. And we're talking about a Sanhok game, which we know this is not how they normally play that. Normally what we would see is that they would leave one behind straight away with all the meds, and all the others just keep on pushing in and try to do something, get as many points as possible. But this time, it was all about all of them trying to do it together instead. And this is the change that we want to see from Panda. The aggressiveness, keep on doing that and keep on playing a little bit different style, because if the other teams aren't expecting you to do this kind of stuff, they'll expect you to stay back in the blue instead, and you surprise them. You can do a lot of damage to them.
Yeah, definitely. It's very nice to see Panda there on the last game. I mean, on the last circles, because they haven't been there. They haven't been making their way. So finally, they actually had a pretty good place on the circle as well. When the circle finally went to the Alpha Island, they played the southern side of it already, and then they just played the southern edge of the circle and kind of like had the distance to the teams inside and outside.
But if we look at the match rankings here, you see Na'Vi on the top. Of course, we have Panda on 2nd place, but then you also have Twilight on 3rd place and GUNZ on 4th place. And the thing is that so far in the tournament here, on Sanhok itself, it's all been Na'Vi, 1218, and GUNZ. Those three teams has been dominating on Sanhok, and once again we're seeing them here towards the top, and they're doing an amazing job because we know that this is one of the hardest maps to be consistent on. And it's because how easy it is for other teams to come in third party. But these three teams have been playing enormously good here.
Yeah, they've definitely been locking it down. We'll take a look at page 2 now as we come into this. And okay, still a good amount, at least 1 point across most teams. Sadly, after Slime 4 QT, they had that success in game 1. It dropped off again this time around. But a few teams in there to be mentioned, right, is NASR, obviously World of Wonders as well, and RICO Infinity. 3 teams we've touched on quite a fair bit.
Yeah, talking about NASR, we saw them early on with their early aggression there, taking a fight against Destiny. Of course, they took out Destiny. They got all 4 back up, but after that, they were so far out in the circle because we saw a hard shift coming up towards the northwest, and they were kind of towards the southeast side of the circle. So they had a really rough time trying to get in because there was just too many teams in front of them.
I mean, Destiny just didn't get any slack on this game because they landed on the Pinan area. They actually found RICO from there. Then they kind of like went outside of the Pinan, and then NASR came there. So they kind of like didn't at all have any space to play it at any time.
Well, let's take a look through some of our other stats we've got here as well, right, and understand exactly what's been going out throughout this game. Because for this one, right, when you look at Navi's team stats, huge amount of damage, only 7 kills up in it this time. But when you've got a game that chaotic, it's good to even be able to do it. And the fact it was a 1v2 at the end that he managed to pull off, that on its own is impressive.
Yeah, really good 1v2 there. I mean, getting that initial knock is so important. We saw straight away that first nade that was thrown right behind the rock there, doing a lot of damage and trying to do something with that straight away, trying to take a little peek, trying to tag the other one down a little bit. Miku played that so well.
Yeah, Miku was there behind that rock, and he actually had the circle 12-8. He needed to push a little bit towards them. So kind of like, of course, they used that advantage as well. But of course, they did a lot of damage while they were also on the side compounds of the Charlie Island, because there was the World of Wonders, for example, coming from the other side of the river, and they just took those guys down before they were able to pass the rivers. They were holding it very nicely as well.
You can also see how Miku was. He learned a step or two from my tap dancing there towards the end. How he was juggling back and forth behind that rock there, making sure that he could reload the gun, that he had the advantage, and then that's when he striked and took the last kill.
So what you're telling me, right, is tap dancing means you can dance all day around bullets?
Yeah.
There we go. So another reason people should be learning tap dancing, you know.
Or breakdancing.
Or breakdancing, not just to join our team, but also to avoid the bullets, to avoid the damage coming at you in PUBG, and try and find your success with it as well.
Have you tried on the studio live?
Yeah. Let's go again. You want to go again? Is that Copter's trying to push you? Actually, wait a sec, Copter. You haven't done any yet live on the studio in terms of tap dancing.
Tap dancing? No, I haven't.
Can you do some tap dancing?
Yeah.
Is it your turn?
Well, I need some time to prepare for it.
Okay.
I'll do it at one point, I'll promise.
That's it. You guys heard it. He promised. He certainly promised me.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at our overall ranking as well and see where we're at after game 2. Because it's all important to see where we're at number-wise now. And there we go. 5th chicken dinner coming through for the fantastic Na'Vi right now. 184 points. It's very likely they'll be the first team to break 200 points, I would say, at this point for us. But I also think it's very likely they're going to get another chicken dinner. So it's going to be 2 a day, I believe.
Right now, if I were any other team, I would be afraid of what Na'Vi can do right now. Basically, they have such a huge lead that they can comfortable just go and do whatever they want. If they want to take out the Fate or 12-18 straight away in the game, they could just drop on them, do some serious damage on them. Because you have that kind of lead, you can make sure that you stop them, because they're the only threat to Na'Vi right now. But again, Na'Vi's a big threat to everyone in the lobby, and it should be a 15 versus 1 team right now. It should be everyone going for Na'Vi. You see them in the kill feed, you hear the shots, you know they're over there, you want to take them out.
So what this sounds to me like you're saying, Froz, is that you want the teams to conspire against Na'Vi at this point and just hunt these guys down. Well, but what happens then when they're all running to Na'Vi? And then they're all going to be fighting each other, no doubt.
Well, that's kind of what's happening right now. And then Na'Vi just shoots everybody else and takes all the kills.
So it's like a shooting range for Na'Vi, just spraying them down as this horde of other players run at them. It's like a zombie apocalypse.
Yeah, I mean, what I would love to see is Panda putting that aggression towards Na'Vi at this point, because they're so good at it. So if they find the space that there's no third party, anything like that,
I like it.
If they would be jumping on them, I mean, that would be definitely a talking point.
It certainly would be a talking point. Overall rankings, though, are looking very good, right? It's still a lot to play for, obviously, except for if we count Na'Vi out of it, we look down the rest of it. We've got to be fair, you know, we've got to look down at the other teams in with it. Who do you want to see more from, though, today already? Because for me, we've spoken about NASR, and it's not been looking hugely impressive thus far.
Yeah, NASR definitely. I mean, they had their moments on the last game. It was a very good fight with the Destiny on the last game. So they took Destiny down there on the next to Panda. So that was a good fight. But then, of course, kind of like they didn't find the speed. They also battled with RICO on the phase 4, did some damage towards them as well. But of course, then they kind of like lost this pace at one point. But they were still part of the last battles. There was a lot of, well, not the complete last battle, but I mean the phase 6, 7, and so on. So they didn't get eliminated that early. But it just didn't have the placement. There was, of course, also when the circle shifted there on the Charlie Island completely. We had a lot of teams coming from the southern side, and then we had actually Panda there controlling that area. So it was easy for nobody who was coming from that direction, and NASR was one of those teams.
I'll tell you 2 teams to look out for in the upcoming game here, because we're going to move over to Miramar.
Oh, yes.
And we have 2 teams that has been doing a real good job there, and that's 12-18 and Fate, 2 teams that are in the top 3 right now.
Close.
So, yeah, it's going to be rough for the other teams. Once again, if they can pull off what they've done so far on Miramar, of course, Navi's still a big threat as well.
They've both been fighting as well. That makes me excited. I'm glad you mentioned that at the end. That's something to certainly get excited about. And I'm also excited for one last time of the day to introduce our commentators before we swap things over. Span Cargo and Imperium are ready and waiting to enjoy the Miramar madness. And Span, we've already touched on this, right, with Na'Vi and their success. Do you reckon they're going to be able to get another chicken dinner? Can we get a second one in for them again 3 days in a row?
You know, I wouldn't count it out. We took a look at their stats at the very beginning, and their Miramar stats, I mean, they were the strongest in terms of kills on Miramar, if I'm not mistaken. So will they be able to go on ahead and continue that is kind of the question. I mean, definitely not possible, so.
Come on, they've won 2 games a day across day 1 and day 2. The possibilities of them winning second game of the day here in this game 3, it speaks for itself. They're 35 points ahead of second place alone, never mind the rest of the lobby. Plus that top 3, they're holding on to that strong bubble, right? 4th and 5th. They may be in 4th and 5th, but when you're looking at that points, they really need to extract more out of the remaining 4 games of today at least, because if it becomes further and further to reach coming into the final day, it's just going to be too hard of a mountain to climb, I feel.
It really is. There really is a ledge starting to appear. So I'm kind of curious at this point if those teams are going to be trying to change something up to battle against that. I mean, I guess we'll have to wait and see. But there are some teams that go on ahead and kind of change their gameplay to try and fortify those kinds of things, fix those kinds of things. So will we see that again? But Na'Vi, honestly, they've gained points coming into this next game, and I think that might mainly be because Fate kind of got caught out in the blue in that last game. So even these teams at the top, they still kind of have to be watching what they're doing exactly, because that gap is still opening even on those top few spots as well.
It's realistically about making sure that they're holding up to a certain standard, right? Whether it is through a consistency in terms of 3 or 4 games, or whether it is through that massive 1 to 2 game run and then dipping off on 1 or 2 other games. Either way, when you set a certain standard in the lobby, in the leaderboard, you really have to continue it. Otherwise, you're on a little bit of a path downhill. But as we get into this Miramar game, that playing path is quite heavily up north span.
Yeah, kind of gritting my teeth looking at this one. This is not going to be really pretty. Everybody is going to be kind of stuck up here on this northern side. That means everybody's going to be really close together, and depending on where this first circle is going to pop, it could entirely go on ahead and affect a ton of people's rotation. So not the best kind of situation for a lot of these teams, especially when it comes to as well having to go to an alternate drop if they can't reach their usual one.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to wait and see how it works out for them. I was down in the shops actually before the broadcast today, Span, and I was getting some milk, and on this side of the milk I saw a missing persons label, and it's 14 unique. 14 unique. They're missing right now. Where are they? Coming into the EMEA Championship, they were first in the CIS PMPL finals. Slayed all the beasts around them. Frozen was their MVP, but right now, not only are they in 15th place, but they're only on 68 points. They're not even anywhere near overtaking 14th. You know, and look, pressure, stress, mentality, it can be hard to deal with, but Unique, they really need to step up to the plate.
I do not disagree. So that's kind of the team that you're looking out for, huh? I mean, yeah, as of right now in that 15th place spot, definitely not looking too hot. So they do need to go on ahead and grab a ton. And honestly, if they do well in this game, they can go on ahead and jump up a few places. So
fair.
Man, they really have to go on ahead and start focusing on changing things up at this point, because it's obviously not working out. So hopefully they're able to grab at least one good game, and hopefully that'll change their entire mentality for the rest of these.
For the rest of these games, indeed. Of course, phase 1 popped up, and it kind of complemented the playing path, but it is quite heavily on the west. The guitar plateau that is on the western edge of the map isn't accessible. So for the most part, we have a tiny percentage of this phase 1 out of bounds for all of these teams. It will create more of a cluster for the teams that are on the eastern side of the map, where there's SUDOR, 12-18, NASR Esports. But I think the good part about it, at least for those teams, is because that playing path was quite heavily on the north, it allows them to utilize that southern side of the map to rotate a little bit more freely into this phase 1.
Exactly. So I wouldn't be surprised if all these teams that actually, it seems like a majority of these teams ended up jumping out of that plane quite early. So they're kind of stuck over on the eastern side. At that point, especially with how the plane path was, you know that going straight in probably isn't the best idea. So all those teams further up to the north probably going to be making a more northern rotation, while all those teams further down to the south probably going to be trying to get as far down to the south and then rotate over to the west as possible. And hopefully from there, they'll be able to find some sort of footing inside of this next zone. And just honestly, I love this kind of circle pop. I feel like there's so many options that could come out of this. It could be a city ending in Pozo. It could be right out in the open with a bunch of high versus low terrain in those crater fields. Like, there's so many options that these teams are going to have to, you know, adapt as each circle pops. And I like seeing that difficulty.
Yeah, exactly. You want the teams to be tested somewhat. And, you know, what areas would you love to see the teams really position themselves in this phase 1, right? What locations in this phase 1 circle do you think are the strongest to hold on to?
Honestly, in this one, it's that little church area right above Pozo, the compound up above the ridges. There's the big ridge of Crater Field, honestly, especially on that eastern side, the big hill, and the little mountains even further down to that southern side, where it's a little bit of a crack, like kind of up to that northwestern side of Power Grid there. Those 3 locations are the top 3 spots. And notice how all of them are actually pretty high up in terms of terrain. So up there, you know, you can get a lot more information from up there. You can see all the compounds around you, get involved in a lot of fighting, and that helps you out a ton.
You can be like the Eye of Sauron, overlooking all your opponents. I've never really watched Lord of the Rings, fun fact, Span, but I do know the Eye of Sauron, as my best friend Sandstorm is a massive Lord of the Rings fan, so that goes out to you, my friend. Do you like Lord of the Rings?
I do, yeah, I do.
Okay. You know, just thought I'd ask a random off-the-cuff question. Why not? Let's see who can be the Eye of Sauron in this phase 1. Navi in the Cabrera, they have a currently a 2 split, with them being already situated in this phase 1 circle. I know they're the strong team. They're first in the leaderboard. Do you think it's worrying if they still have a separation of players as teams start to rotate around them?
So that's kind of a half and half question. So usually I'm an advocate, or I like seeing teams going ahead and get a big split, because that gives them more territory to be able to hold, so they can get a lot more information. I already mentioned how vital that is. But on the other hand, you should not go on ahead and do a 2-2 split in locations that you know a bunch of teams want, because that just leads to potential crashes. Or if a team wants your location but it's taken, if they identify that only half of your team there, obviously a crash might come into play, and that'll be a 4v2 situation that's definitely not good. So in a case like that, if you do try and take really good spots, you kind of have to be ready the entire time. If somebody comes, either our other half is going to have to be ready to get in their vehicles and recrash, or we have to be close enough to our vehicles balls to get in them and get the heck out of there. So it kind of a half and half, but usually at least attempting to do something is big. You just have to learn how not to get punished.
Okay, XT, you're doing your best. I'm proud of you, buddy. Keep on going. NASR and SUDOR, they're fighting on the northern side of Los Leones, just in towards the Bandita area. They're outside the circle, so time wasted will put them under a little bit more pressure as they will gain knowledge coming into the end of phase 1. Hassan will get a confirmed kill on the Saya, so SUDOR definitely down to 3. Good shots by track 2 to keep the pressure off. Fate might hear those shots and look to try and third party. You can see Ragnarok is edging a little bit more forward, getting a bit of information, but because he's on his own right now, he doesn't want to obviously catch himself out.
Honestly, I think this is another early fight coming in from the side of NASR, and I don't think it entirely punished them last time, but definitely didn't set them up for success. So, oh man, I don't like where they're fighting right now. The blue zone is actually already upon them as well. So, and I'm not mad at Ragnarok. So it looks like he tried, but now he's disengaging. So I think that was a good attempt, but definitely you need to know when it's time to leave. So they've identified it. I'm kind of upset the SUDOR and NASR are actually continuing this. I guess they're just stuck in this now.
Yeah, they're kind of committed to it at this stage of the game. A knock played out onto track 2 will give a little bit of advantage over to the NASR players. Another one onto one of the other SUDOR players. Now 2 players left up track, although he was revived up. A counter knock comes through. Miracle is wrapping around, try and get the side angle play. He gets one. XK Ton is his last victim with this glimmer of health. Comes on board. Miracle will keep the game alive for NASR, but if I'm not mistaken, that does put them down to just 2 players.
I don't even see a second player. It might just be Miracle left. I saw the flush came through at the very end. Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe get some sort of res coming through, but a huge disadvantage now. Definitely lost a lot of men and now super far outside of the zone. It even looks like inside the zone, actually, there's a ton of fights happening inside of these few spots. Just getting inside this zone. Futbolist again, early fight versus Conqueror. Yeah,
Conqueror disengaged away from Picado. They got, to me, just a little bit too close to this region. Reese is knocked down. The hands of Rom. Nice shots from Futbolist. The Turkish side continue to punish the EU West crew. World of Wonders joining in on the mix. Steals that kill away from Futbolist, but it is going to see Sun HP taken down by Futbolist, so great awareness. At the end of the day, because these players don't really know who is there until it's a confirmed kill, all Futbolists are looking at this is there's a body, let's shoot that body. If it's a knock, if it's a kill, happy days. Either way, we need to control our space around us.
Exactly. They wanted to go on ahead and try to make this rotation here. Kind of seems like they were here first. They set up here first, so they're kind of holding out Conqueror, pushing into their territory. So, I mean, luckily they ended up getting at least one in that situation. Conqueror just trying to disengage, so that was actually quite successful for them. And oh, I didn't even realize I actually have a huge split here. Sulke, he's actually on the entire other hill.
Oh, it's Saturday. Sulke Saturday? Maybe. We'll have to wait and see. Sun HP does look to disengage with the bike while his other 2 teammates are in the truck. They'll go into the safety of the compound on the underside of the hill to try and survive, but with the other Futbolist members like rabid wolves hunting for their prey. It's Turkey going up against Turkey, and it's great aggression from the Futbolist crew.
You know, Conqueror got away, but they didn't want to let that continue. So grabbing a few onto a World of Wonder, I mean, that's definitely going to be great for them. It looks like the rest have find themselves a little bit of refuge inside the compound up to that northwestern side there. So I don't know if this fight is going to continue, but it also puts World of Wonder at a stop, right? We can actually already see Futbolist making a rotation around the side. They might be put in a good spot that they can hold them out from that compound. At any moment they try to leave, Futbolist might spot them out and take shots at them. Yep, look at that.
Yeah, they are looking to find those angles onto the World of Wonder players. And, you know, I'm going to be a little bit harsh, to be fair. Turkey, as a region in this EMEA Championship, I have to say, have been a little bit disappointing. Oof. Right? Futbolists are the closest team towards the kind of the upper echelons of the standings, and they're in 8th. you know, let's be fair. Turkey as a region is incredibly strong. The pool of teams are very, very competitive, supported by orgs, supported by coaches. There's no doubt that they do have all the ingredients to win these kind of tournaments, to succeed. But right now, the recipe isn't there, right? Whether it's a bad baking time, whatever you want to call it. So, you know, still plenty of games to go for them, and the opportunity is there. But I just want to be a little bit harsh. You know, Turkey haven't really stepped up to the plate so far.
I mean, they do have the opportunity to gain some ground. They're in 8th place right now, 10 points away from 6th, 20 points away from 4th. And we know that that is achievable. But, I mean, you said that they have to go on ahead and start being really consistent, grabbing a lot of points. And it looks like this zone is not going to be helping them out whatsoever as it pulls away over to that western side. So they're going to have to finish up this fight with World of Wonder, just leave them alone at this point to try and grab something inside this next zone.
And to me, the biggest thing about this circle shift is that it's in an area that the teams might not be too familiar with in these later game circles. So have teams really, you know, the confident teams in Miramar, I kind of feel can succeed. In this case, as the analysts have talked about, GUNZ, 12-18 and Navi, will they succeed in this Miramar game off the back of some weird circle shifts?
We will have to see. I mean, that's the whole point of this, right? You know, no matter what the zone gives you, no matter what the game gives you in general, these teams should be able to know or have some sort of an idea of how to approach it, how to attack it, whether it be with rotations or taking fights. And I mean, that's what's interesting. That's the dynamics of this game. So technically, yes, everybody should have that opportunity to really do well, even with all of these hard shifts. But as we know, it's not that simple. So,
and Navi riding on the coattails in the edge of Crater Fields. It's a tricky area. They were able to get knocked down onto one of the Conqueror players, but Panda are kind of in front of them in a more deeper circle area, 2-2 split for the time being. Down on the southwest side, 12-18 and RICO Infinity are very close to each other outside of El Pozo on the hills. And Fate, they've actually converged into El Pozo, coming in, you know, at a late enough time where I actually appreciate the fact that they've gone into El Pozo, recognizing that maybe the stronger areas around them would already be held by teams.
Yeah, at this point, I wouldn't usually think there'd be anybody inside of that big city, especially since it's so far on the edge, because there should be a bit difficulty to get out of it. But yeah, you're right. They were so far away that they were just like, you know, there's probably nobody in here. Let's just go for it. So yeah, you're right. Kudos to them for being able to find that spot. It's just a question of will they be able to get out of it at this point, especially as a two-man after that big fight. It's kind of concerning.
12-18. They're on a more of a lower path compared to RICO Infinity, but I would argue they maybe have a little bit more of a disengagement potential as we play into the end of Phase 3, coming into Phase 4. Fate, recognizing that disengaging away from El Pozo on the next circle could be quite difficult, so they even send Harif out of the city. It shifts up and it goes down south. You got an edge of Pozo finish, road in the middle, high ground on the western side. Very tricky indeed.
This, yeah, he said it. This has a huge mixture. The majority of these teams are nowhere near this, though, so it's going to be a big fight along these edges. And we're actually going on ahead and looking at a bunch of those teams in the middle. At this point, do they go on ahead and start taking fights after seeing this, or do they at least attempt to try and get inside this next zone? For NASR and Futbolist, it's not that simple. The fights are already happening. Batika, well, it's up to you now.
Oh, 3 kills for Futbolist. They push in. They grab another kill, and as you said, Batika is the last one standing out by the side of the tractor. Looks to take a couple of shots. But it's a matter of time before it goes down, I feel, whether it's at the hands of Futbolist or even Navi on the hills above Craterfield. But they have their own battle to contend with, as Panda are going to be in their way. Konina Power, RICO Infinity. The push comes in. Nomi is knocked down. Q-Tel is going to be Q-tipping his way with that knock. It's returned by the hands of Gonzo from Konina Power, and that is NASR going down. Is it followed by RICO Infinity? No, RICO Infinity still have 2 players up, and they can at least survive into this game as Slime 4KT go down.
Both these teams now have a really good spot inside this next zone. Honestly, they are still like just on the edge, a little bit outside zone, but in front of them, they should hopefully try and find something. But this fight between Panda and Navi, it's been happening for a little bit. And Kitsune, it looks like he tried getting away, but it's not quite that simple as he starts tumbling down that hill.
Oh, tumbling, metaphorically, maybe towards how this game will go for Navi. However, they're saving the day. The buggy is back on top of the hill. Tixie is not confirmed. Meku, wonderful end of the last game where he secured the chicken dinner, isn't going to happen in this one, at least, as he's been taken out. Matic survives. He's going to get one. He's going to get another with the help of Kitsune and Panda. They're down to just one. Linear on his own. Was that spread just a little bit too thin from the Panda players?
Oh, now at half HP, he really is the last one up, and it looks like he sprayed at that vehicle. That's just going to put a stop to his rotation, and that means Navi, I mean, they're just going to try and hold him out, I feel like, at this point, try and get that kill, but that blue zone is still looming, so maybe not. Okay, there we go. The disengage coming into play. Looks like they just don't want to deal with it. They know that he's deep inside of that blue zone, and they need to start figuring out what's in front of them. They probably have no idea what is ahead of them, what teams, where they can go on ahead and play safely, so they need to start figuring out now, and then they can deal with Lin later.
Oh, Conqueror going out in 13th is not good for their EMEA Championship run. The cushion between them and the top 3, top 4 is going to get harder and harder for them to claw back. As a circle is getting closer to phase 5, Fate did take down one of the World of Wonder players on his side. Now they still have a full squad. Futbolist on the east. Konina Power in the dead center.
Well, I do not know where this next one's going to go, but honestly, that road smack dab in the center is definitely going to be something that creates a barrier, and it looks like it's just going to continue. So down to the south once again. These teams on the northern side, they get no break. They fought their way in up here, and it looks like they're going to have to continue to do so. Futbolist already grabbing vehicles and making a send for it, because on the eastern side, there's a little bit of a ridge to be able to play right beside that road, but otherwise, that compound that 1218 has, that's absolutely a huge position for them. It's definitely looking for them, or potentially the other teams that are going to jump up ahead of them.
Yeah, but none of Futbolists have anything to say about it. They send one player in, they send a second player in, but Konina Power are from behind and could put a little bit of hurt onto the members of Futbolists. I love this play from Futbolists. They know they have to control the results. They have to control the results in these games, and they're looking very solid. 12-18 surprisingly passive, but I think they recognize that they weren't really in a position to contest that building, so they're better off for the time being giving it over to Futbolists and hoping Futbolists get caught out by a third party.
I mean, I said it. That is the compound that is the compound. And it looks like Futbolists recognized that immediately. They sent it from the other side of the zone, crashed that in 12-18. You're right. They were too spread. There's only 2 people in there. The other 2 are holding the compound up above them to that western side. So they needed to go on ahead and disengage. Otherwise, they would have lost some members. So maybe at this point, if they're able to catch a member of Futbolists, maybe they can take it back. But crashing onto a prio compound, that's definitely a difficult situation for them, and that might come back and bite them later. 12-18 just not quite fast enough on that condensing there to grab that prio compound.
Well, that's the question. Where are Team Unique? Well, they're back in the lobby as they've been taken out by GUNZ. Navi are down to 1. Fate Esports doing a wonderful job on the eastern edge outside of El Pozo. Now, it's still going to be tricky if the circle goes away from the warehouse that they currently hold on to. But when you're talking about playing on the edge of the circle, Fate have done a wonderful job upon these circle shifts. Navi have been taken out. Still a decent amount of kills for them as they look to hold on to the cushion at the top of the standings.
Oh, and it looks like Destiny was spotted out too. They're going to go on ahead and be eliminated. So the majority of these teams are on this western side. So that could go on ahead and create a lot of fighting over here. That could actually be a little bit of a breather for teams like Fate, like the last one up for World of Wonder. And Fate, I mean, you mentioned it will be hard if the shift goes over to that western side, which is true. But that road, you see that it's a little bit darker. That is a huge ridge that they could play off of. So they still do have a little bit of area to play. But no, taken away immediately. This is the worst zone, honestly, for, I feel like, everybody.
I have to say it, but I can't but feel like you're the circle cursor in this EMEA Championship. Day one, the first 3 games were good. The last 3 games, those circle shifts were painful. Yesterday, the first 3 games were okay circles. Last 3 games, when you were casting, a little bit painful. Today's first 3 games, these circle shifts across the games have been so hard to deal with. I'm sorry to the Arabic teams. I don't know how you dealt with Span across the PMPL Arabia, but either way, Fate are going to send it in across the road. Doing it quite early across the circle shift is beneficial, but it does still come with a bit of a risk. You've made noise. Konina Power are aware, and now they're going to look to focus and shut you down.
Yeah, the only team that's actually kind of waiting on this one is Futbolist. All this fighting is going to pop up first, and that could be a great entry for them. And it looks like it's not working out for Fate. Yeah, they're going to be eliminated. I feel like they could have potentially waited a little bit on that one.
They could have. They could have. They should have waited, and they should have waited to ride on towards the blue and allow the other teams to focus on each other's. Konina Power focusing on the players from GUNZ. They got 1 kill. They've now gotten a second, but they do only have 2 players left. Let's be fair. While GUNZ, they still have Roof, Lord, and Freak on board. On across the mountain, it is that covering in play. 12-18 are not spotted out by Konina Power, so 12-18 can focus on Futbolist on towards the higher ground. But Futbolist, they have their own coverings on through.
Honestly, this zone is so difficult because just look at this huge mountain here. This is like one of the worst situations ever. Honestly, there's honestly a chance for, if based off of this next zone shift where this goes, a team could be entirely cut off by blue. They might have to take some blue damage to make the next rotation. So that's definitely going to come into play. I feel like teams kind of have to prio the move before the fights. And RICO Infinity team, they're just chilling for right now. And they can definitely hear 12-18 right beside him. He's just perfectly in a little ridge right there.
Oh my lord. He's the solo player for RICO Infinity, got his team into the top 5. Pioneer has been taken out. Great play by GUNZ with the nades. That's going to be the squad wipe. 3 players up, looking for the last players of World of Wonders. They have themselves into the top 4 along with 12-18. So the statistics don't lie, Span. Of the teams that are dominant in Miramar across the EMEA Championship, we have the 3rd game of the day, and it is 12-18 and GUNZ who are sitting pretty in the top 4 of the game. 7 kills for GUNZ. You have only 3 kills for 12-18, but 7 for Futbolist as they have 2 players left up.
And taking a look at that zone shift over to that eastern side once again, it does look like the team 12-18, they're going to have to start making their way around. So we'll have to see if they're going to be successful on that rotation. But as of right now, it does look like they spotted out some of the members of Futbolist. So it kind of kept going back and forth on who had that better spot. And honestly, taking the low ground or the high ground, which one do you think is better? I feel like the low ground might be, and maybe they have a little bit of assistance there with that crate.
Yeah, that crate is going to come on through. It's going to allow them to pick up that level 3 armor and vest. However, unfortunately, Marmalade is going to get jammed onto his knees by the members of Futbolist. So Conqueror did pick up the level 3 gear. Is going to look to chuck out a grenade. They do have to go down that mountain towards the members of Futbolist, and Futbolist are aware they're trading their position in a circle at the benefit of trying to take down 12-18, but they found a way through. But they are going to go into the path lines of GUNZ, so it's not looking the best for 12-18. More pressure going their way. Lord, 1-8 comes through, takes down Zakana for happy days. Another one confirms that kill, not quite nearly there, maybe with a 3rd. Roof is going to be on that underground just to give that low ground priority over to GUNZ. This is GUNZ for the taking, I feel, Span.
Yeah, RICO Infinity Team Khalid, the last one up, could go on ahead and jump right over top of 12-18. He could completely ruin this entire game for them. The solo here, I think, has the power if he's able to spot them out. Maybe if Futbolist doesn't take shots at him, but they're right underneath him. There we go. He has one. There we go. Just one more left, but he needs to stop to heal because Futbolist is, in fact, kind of putting a stop to it there.
Oh, that was
No.
close. He's going to get taken down to the play zone, unfortunately. But it has once again put more hurt onto 12-18. They still have one player up. Futbolist surviving with two players up, although one is knocked down. Tulika's left on his own, trying to heal on up, hoping that he's not going to get put under pressure. Realistically, though, GUNZ need to turn their attentions on towards a member as Futbolist, right? With that ridge line, they do have the circle, but that low ground isn't really any solidified level of control for GUNZ, so it is possible for them to get sideswiped by the Futbolist players.
I think maybe the Futbolist players have to make a rotation out in that open right there if they're hoping to get even further inside of this zone. So this could be huge for GUNZ. They just have to make sure that both these teams don't take the fight on them at the same time, because two people above them, two people below them, if they get pinched here, it's definitely not going to look good, especially with these members. And now that we're down to just 3 teams left, whoever starts the fighting first, the other one's definitely going to go on ahead and push. And there we go. Looks like GUNZ has spotted out 12-18. I wonder if Futbolist is going to take this opportunity. Was that a pan?
I think it was a pan. It's a 3-way dance is coming through. You make such a good point about the first to make some noise. The first to engage could be the first one to go out because of that 3-way party. This circle is closing in on phase 8. Nobody really wants to make the first move outside of throwing the pans. Futbolists are still in. 12-18 are still in. Tulika goes down to a lower part of the hill, away from his teammate, which I actually think is a good thing. I believe GUNZ are out of nades completely. I don't know what kind of smokes they have. They've thrown out another to try and keep it in, but Amali is going to go in the direction of GUNZ. Not quite on board, but Zakanafor is going to get closer to Freak, trying to take a bit of control in this game as Rome, he's cooking up a grenade. He's waiting. Rome and Lavazin, we've yet to really see the Futbolist sparkle in the EMEA Championship. Can this be the game to start it up for them? They're in 8th place. They're close to the top 5 in terms of points. One good game will send them up there for the Turkish team. But the CIA dominance is going to shine through. Zakanafor drops down, gets knocked, gets a kill. 2v2, another one is played out. You've been caught napping, GUNZ. And now Futbolists are going to hear the noise. They're going to look to shine on through and take down the players of Zakanafor and 12-18. GUNZ go down. Futbolists strike at the right time. They have the low ground. They have the dip in the mountain. And Molly is choked out. It's a 2v2. How have 12-18 pulled this one off? I would argue it's simply based on the fact that they are one of the best teams in CIS.
Wow, they were so patient on that, and that ended up helping them in the end. I mean, GUNZ, they were completely surprised, pinched there. There's no way for them to go, and they were the ones taken out. So now it's just down to who's going to win, the people with the high ground or the low ground. Yeah, exactly.
It's the last phase. The blue zone's closing, and I think this is the first game where we've had it come down to the very last circle. On the low ground, Rome is caught out. Lavazin's on his own. It's a 1v2, but he can realistically do nothing. As once again, the drop shot is made. It's caught out. It's in a 1v1. It does work out. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know who won that. I genuinely don't know who won that span.
I don't know either. Wait, I think it was it? Wait. Now I need to know. I need to go figure it out. Wait a second. Was it 12? Was it?
It was 12-18. Because for a sec, I thought it was Futbolist because the last player, 12-18, actually jumped down in the direction that Lavazin was in. So in the heat of the moment, I thought it was that switch. I thought it worked out in the favor of Futbolist. But 12-18 from the mountains of the molehills of Miramar in play. The chicken dinner shine. Only 6 kills, but 21 points will bring them closer to Navi.
Honestly, I thought that they were the team that honestly had like the most questionable position up there, stuck on top of the rocks. I thought they were going to have the most pressure, but no, they were up on top of the rocks. They didn't, they did it twice. Like right when that blue zone was against them, they're just like, well, time to go ahead and do the surprise attack. Jumped down, jumped literally just on top of GUNZ, jumped down directly up on top of Futbolist, and it worked out for them perfectly.
I can't believe how close it was. I've got to say that that's probably the best game ending we've had of the EMEA Championship so far. Credit to GUNZ. They did miss a couple of tiny opportunities, I feel, to really get the full-on better of 12-18, but I understand why they maybe didn't feel super confident playing on towards that mountainside. They did clear it on the north and they got a strong result for it. And Futbolist, they looked like a much different team in that game.
That was a great showing for both those teams, and it's a great game when you're not quite sure who's going to win it. There's just so many options, so many variables that could have come into play there that, I mean, it was a surprise to us literally until the very end. We weren't even sure who won in that situation, so that was just a great game. And that terrain, I mean, I said I was excited for that different terrain, and it came through.
Wow, 3 games down, we got 3 more to go. Max and Claris will be taking you through all the action. Before that, we're going to go for a quick break, and the analysts will break that Miramar game down.
Xiaomi.
What a crazy ending to that Miramar game. We discussed which teams it would be that might be able to try and take the victory there. And 12-18, well, they stood strong once again. But before we go any further, we got to thank our wonderful sponsor in Xiaomi. Without them, it wouldn't be possible here at the EMEA Championships. And for all of you guys at home who might want to enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience, well, you best be using Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 5G. That is the way you'll be able to train up your skills, dominate the competitions, and do everything else apart from touch it, which Froz and Copter are trying to do desperately over and over again. Maybe if you're good enough by the end of day 4, they might give you one.
We'll see if those two will still be there tomorrow.
Oh. Okay, he just said live on broadcast, he's just going to steal the phones, you know, probably not the smartest bit to do.
Not if someone else steals them, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, there we go. Anyone in the office want to steal these phones? Froz will now take the blame. He's just put himself out there for it. No, we got to discuss this ending, right? Because it was the teams that are all sat there, and you think, I think you mentioned it in the green room, right? Whoever's going to be the first one to move is at a disadvantage because the others will now pounce at one time. But 12-18, the way they did that, they got that one pick off, and that was it. They just jumped down. They went straight up into it. They were so focused, and it was great teamwork because you saw one jump down first, took the initial fight, and he knew even if his teammate went down, there's a distraction. There's a small window of opportunity which you can take to your advantage.
Exactly, and they utilized that high ground to full potential as well.
Yes.
What we saw was that you had 12-team highest up, and then you had GUNZ, and then you have Futbolist. And they knew that they had to take care of GUNZ before they could take care of Futbolist. But if they keep on peeking over, Futbolist will be shooting at them on the top there. So they needed to drop down on GUNZ, and they just did it with the right timing. You saw him throwing those pans back and forth, trying to do something, some sort of damage, but no one actually got anything to connect with those.
Yeah, there was the huge utility fight, of course, before that. There was a lot of grenades thrown. Those were actually pretty good ones as well from GUNZ towards 12-18. And then I think when they run out of the utilities, there was actually 1280 was saving some. So they put some smokes actually in the wrong direction towards the, I think intentionally, towards the Futbolist direction. So basically GUNZ weren't getting any of that smoke. They had one molly remaining as well, which they thrown towards the GUNZ. And kind of like, I don't know if they were trying to make sure that nobody's going to be on the next platform or what was the case there. But still, they put one molly, no damage still. And then just they made the approach. And it was a perfect one, I mean, definitely. I mean, I was definitely expecting that they can, like, from my point of view, they had the, let's say, the worst position at the moment, coming all the way from the up. Everybody can control it from the down below because they will still have to come down. But definitely, they had a great execution, and that's where the individual skill shines. They were just jumping down and still getting the guys down. So that was definitely, I think GUNZ wasn't completely expecting that they would be coming like that down from there.
You also got to look back a little bit there when you had Marmalade trying to go for a Futbolist earlier on that flank as well. So 12-18, they were actually trying to calculate what do we need to do to actually win the game. And they tried to go for Futbolist early on because they knew that they're going to be a threat later on. If we're going to have the high ground, we're going to have a team below us, and then we're going to have Futbolist. So they tried to take care of it, but it didn't work out. They did lose Marmalade, but in the end, they did win the game anyway.
Yeah, it was very good. I mean, it was very important when they come finally down from the last platform that they will get the last player from GUNZ down fast, because that's when the football is going to be striking from the side. And they actually did it. Of course, they lost some players also. I think Futbolist, they had a good timing when they came. But then still, even though, I mean, the casters didn't know it, but we saw it on the overlays, that 12-18, they just got the job done. And that was definitely one of the best endings that I have seen this weekend.
Yeah, and then one of the games that went the full distance, right? We haven't got to this stage of the game yet, so great things to see. We're going to take a look at our match rankings, though, for this game of Miramar. Futbolist rocking it at the top in the end with 22 points from the back of the number of kills they got. Then we see 12-18. They may have taken the chicken dinner, but they didn't quite get as many kills, which sees them with 21 in there. Now, on GUNZ, right, the thing I'm going to point out here is that Lord. We saw him 2 times throw grenades, get knocks, 2 times again throw grenades and knock down players, and also, after he threw 2 of the first grenades, he looked across, saw someone trying to cross the road, and just lasered them down. Lord was hunting non-stop. He was looking for any opportunity he could to get this extra point. I just loved how on point he was and the precision he was able to deliver.
Yeah, I mean, we could call him the Nade God, but I mean, he has Lord in his name, so Lord Nade, maybe?
Nade Lord, that works.
Nade Lord,
Nade Lord.
let's
we
go
got
with
Nade
that.
shot, right? So now we can have Nade Lord in PUBG Mobile. I'm all down for it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's fantastic to be able to utilize your utility to that kind of extent, because a lot of times you might just be throwing them. You're not 100% sure if you're going to get anything happening, but make sure you get usage of it up to 100%, getting those double knocks. That's just amazing to see.
I think the guy who was knocked down on the road, he was on HP from World of Wonders. And what actually happened, all this end craziness happened, was that the World of Wonders, they only had 1 player remaining anymore, and he was staying there on the east side, on the other side of the road. And when Fate was actually also trying to join the end battle, they were actually coming from the east side as well. But this last player from the from World of Wonders, he took down, I think, 2 or 3 guys from Fate when they were crashing on the side of that mountain. And then, of course, the guys from the mountain did the rest of the job as well. But he was actually playing a very important role before the whole craziness started. And then, of course, his destiny was to be taken down by the Lord himself.
Well, let's have a look at the top players, because I'm hoping Lord's going to be up there from what we saw him get. There was a lot of knocks coming in, but let's see how many kills he was able to grab within that game. And he walks away with 4 alongside 2 assists in that one. But look, it's actually very evenly spread. They're all on 4 kills for it. Don't often see that.
A lot of 4 kills, a lot of damage from all of them as well. And I'm not surprised to see 2 of the Futbolist players up here. Actually, I'm pretty sure that if we would look down a little bit more, we would see the other 2 as well. Because what we saw from Futbolist in this game was that they were super aggressive from the start. Time after time, we saw him taking those fights, but also being super aggressive on the rotations, trying to get into the circle. One of the first fights was when they were up against World of Wonders, for example, and how they were chasing them down, trying to kill them, and then they were like, all right, win the blue now. It's not worth it anymore. We got the upper hand. We'll just head into the circle, and kept on going time after time. They crashed Panda and so on as well.
I've just remembered something as well, right? So Futbolist, Team for Turkey getting the win in there. Imperium said during the cast, I've been very disappointed with Turkey, you know. Maybe he's got the anti-curse as well, you know. He's gone the opposite way, because then we start to see them have some success and deal some damage with it. And we haven't really been talking about these guys much.
Yeah, I mean, Futbolist, they have been getting some nice games today. I mean, what I have been really enjoying, they had actually hunting players down with the vehicles. We saw, I think it was the first Erangel game, they took 2 guys down with the buggy, driving through the smokes. That was definitely fun to see to happen. And then I think also on the Erangel, they had one situation where they're trying to hunt down the players from the smokes with the buggy. And Futbolist, I mean, they have been definitely playing today differently than yesterday. I can definitely agree on that one. And exactly what Frost said about the aggressiveness, they were just like, well, not like completely going from door to door, but still like very aggressively seeking the fights. And we had the situation with the World of Wonders earlier with the Futbolist, where we had the road on the middle and the two concrete compounds. They were kind of like surrounding them from the both sides at the same time. Two guys on the next building and two guys on top of the hill.
Sometimes that is just the way it goes, right? Good positioning can net you it, and then if you're confident enough to chase them down, you can go on and have a game like they had this time around. We also, though, need to focus, before we go any further, on the PMCO, because you guys need to be getting involved in this. The PUBG Mobile Club Open is what showcases the best PUBG Mobile players and squads among the 23 regions across the world. So no matter where you are, there is a chance for you to get involved and get trying. The PMCO is regarded as the gateway in becoming a professional PUBG Mobile competitive gamer. So sign up together with your team and compete against others in your region. I'm still waiting, Max, man. You're coming up next. You've not sent in your video, buddy. Like, at this point, he's just a lot of talk and not backing up his chat, is he? He says, oh, I'm good. I can play PUBG Mobile. Well, you've not even sent a submission video yet.
You know what? He said he could beatbox as well.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay,
so maybe he could do that while he's breakdancing.
My man. I know you did. Froz, there we go. Max, you've got your task at hand now. Froz is on point. Now, if he can do that and he's good at PUBG Mobile, then we have to accept him, right? If he can do both at one time, then I'm down.
It depends on what we get from all the other people.
Oh, okay. So you're still waiting for more submissions?
Yeah.
I'm obviously a lot easier than you, Froz, in like accepting people into this moment. my level is lower. Froz is like, no, we need the very elite.
We need to win. We're going to be up there towards the top.
I get it for sure. Now, another thing, right? We got to look at this. When it comes to 12-18, they had that game. They obviously get away with the win, but they don't get all the points with it. But one thing you guys were mentioning was just the rotations they took within Miramar, right? They didn't just go for a conventional from the distance they were on. They were actually going for some longer rotations, making over from the east over towards the west.
Yeah, and this is something we see from 12-18 time after time, not just on Miramar, but on other maps as well. They're playing a little bit passive in the start. They're trying to take those kind of rotations where they know we don't want to engage straight away. We don't want to get into circle 1 or 2 because we don't know where the circle is going to be going after that. So we don't want to just like commit straight away, get into a bad position, get surrounded by all the other teams, and we need to wait for them to rotate before they can move themselves. So instead what you see is 12-18, they're going to be playing more on the edge, and they're going to do the rotations when they need to do them, and that's going to put them in a good spot. And that's what we saw. Straight away, you saw when the circle went to the southwest, they just got there from the south side, rotated over there. And when the circle went up towards the north later on there, towards the end circles, they just kept on rotating there because they had cleared that west side. They knew that they had free rotation routes. And that's what you see from a team like 12-18.
Yeah, it was a good rotation, definitely, when they came from the south. And at the same time, when we had the hard shift, 2 hard shifts on the southern side, so they were definitely benefiting from that location. But then we spoke about the Futbolist aggression. And what actually happened was the 12-18, they took the very good compound. And there was another building in front of that, which 12-18 was actually trying to spread on that one. But Futbolist actually made a very aggressive move. They sent 3 players on that compound and kind of like kept 12-18 on the farthest compound from the middle of the circle. But when the next circle came, it was the shift on the northern side when it actually went on that hill where everything ended. 12-18 just sent it like immediately. And Futbolist, I mean, if you would have a, like, let's say a Corvette and a normal car, I mean, 12-18, they definitely were the Corvette, and Futbolist, they just stayed on the dust, and they were like rotating like 30 seconds later on. So 12-18, they had a really good start for the rotation as well when it was needed.
Oh, yes. Now, guys, when we're getting towards the end of the whole competition, right, we're the halfway mark of day 3. We've still got another day to go. The beauty and what I absolutely love here about PUBG Mobile is looking at our overall standings, because now we're really just trying to count points, trying to throw all these numbers up in the air and see what can happen. But there is still very close points for a lot of these teams. But 12-18, they're back in second place. Na'Vi, obviously, they're sitting in the top as always. This is where it's been for these guys. But they're only 10 points away from grabbing themselves that juicy 200 score.
Yeah, of course. But 12-18, of course, they got the second chicken dinner here. And both of them have been on Miramar. That's why they are the kings of Miramar.
Yep.
And that's what you want to see, a team being able to thrive on a map like that. But you also got to remember, we're playing 12 games of Erangel, 6 games of Sanhok, 6 games of Miramar. So Erangel is the map that you want to be best on.
Yeah, and I mean, it's only 1 kill away when they're going to be hitting the 100 kilo mark also on the game. But yeah, on the last studio, I think we mentioned that we were talking about Panda, and then I think Frost was mentioning Bear. But I think Na'Vi, that's really the bear of the lobby.
They truly are, right? They are showing it with all the claws out and the aggression, the grizzly bear in Na'Vi that it be. But let's have a look at our other 8 teams and see where they're sat right now. Probably likely that we'll see Slime 4KT down there at the very bottom of this all still, because they had one good game today, but right now, and the thing is, right, obviously people will look at this and go, oh, okay, that's not a good team. This is a team that's had its first chance, right, coming from the PMCO Africa to go here to the EMEA Championship. This is a huge learning opportunity for a team that does have some very skilled players on it. And this is where they've just got to make the most of all these officials.
They also have the most pressure on their shoulders. Compared to all the other teams, they have several teams from their regions representing them. Slime coming in here all alone from the African region means that they have to carry all of the African region on their shoulders. That's a lot of pressure, and coming in here without too much experience, it's going to be really hard, but they've been doing a phenomenal job so far. I believe that they could still do some better job though.
Well, you mentioned it, Frost. There's a lot of Erangel in this, and that's where we're heading to next. And we're also bringing in 2 new commentators to take you through the rest of the games for today. We've got Kyleris and Maxman ready to bring their beautiful voices onto the show and show us what they've got. Now, Kyleris, there's one thing I'm going to start with you. You had your bullying moment on the other day, right? So you're fine now. We'll leave you alone, don't worry. We just have a little test for you. What you have to do is throw in as many different languages into this commentary as possible, because you've lived in so many different countries. So just try and use words from different countries and languages. So that's your task. And Maxman, I need beatboxing and tap dancing video if you want to join our PUBG team to enter the PMCO. Come on, man, we're waiting. How many times do I have to ask?
Okay. Beatboxing, I got you, man. I'll take 1v1 in beatboxing any day versus Frost, because that was low tier. Beatboxing. So I think I can outdo Frost on that one. So we'll have a little bit of a 1v1 happening later. But how many countries have you been in, Kyleris? Like, wait, one?
I lived in Finland, I lived in Germany, now I live in Poland, but everywhere I went, I'm a Brit, Max. You know what we do. We just speak more loudly in English, and hope that that's a method of communicating. And a little bits here and there, but he's a demanding guy, is Max. Damn.
I'm going to do 3 languages, and I'm cheating because I was born in England and live in France. So I think that can be very complicated on your side. But you know what? We got 3 more games going right up today. We're going to have some Miramar action later on too. But 2 Erangels, I mean, is the best map. We're not going to see, hopefully, some of the circles that happened earlier, because those were wild for a lot of the teams. And I'm happy I was not in the place of those teams, because those were hard circles to deal with.
Yeah, very difficult indeed. It was funny because I looked at the Sanhok one and I'm like, oh yeah, that's difficult. And then the Miramar one came along and I'm like, wait a minute. But anyway, let's get into this. We have ourselves a difficult playing path to start things, Max.
Very southern. I'm hoping to see a military base, or potentially Sanhok Island circle shift. That would be an interesting one for these teams. I think is a good test for a lot of these squads. Not going to be great for the likes of Na'Vi, also for the likes of Destiny. They like to go typically towards Severny. And Slime 4KT, they've changed their drop location. Typically, it was a military base. They got contested by Fate. They shifted it towards the likes of SUDOR. They got a little bit chased down at some point, and they're going to have to change it up once again, and seems like they're going to go towards the hospital position down south of George Pole, with the likes of Na'Vi and also Futbolist to drop in that location. So I would say Slime not taking the easy way in for this game.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, it's funny because in PMPL Arabia, sometimes we would see Fate over towards that kind of hospital area. However, that's not to be here for this tournament in particular. I'm a little bit sad that they couldn't go over towards their Stalber drop that they had before. We were talking about it before. Yeah. I like that split that they had. It's just that, unfortunately for them, the circles really didn't go their way.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a hard one in the circle. That's another game that had a horrible circle. Went over to the river, then boom, hard shift down south towards the likes of Roscock and School, and they tried their best, and it was kind of complicated. Luckily enough, they did get to apartment, which was not too easy, and there you go, phase 1 circle pops. Not going to be the best, not going to be the worst. I mean, teams probably know how to rotate around this one without too much of an issue. Destiny, wait, is this Destiny another drop location than Severny? They're not being stubborn anymore. They're actually changing their drops from time to time. So nice to see Destiny in Primor's position. We did see back in the Western European PMPL, teams like, I'm thinking back on your Team Umbrats that tend to struggle. So I'm hoping to see Destiny be a little bit more proactive than what we saw with Umbra in that PMPL.
I mean, even Na'Vi has used it as a backup location sometimes here in this tournament. So for them, Destiny to just say, nope, straight down here. We believe that someone like Na'Vi, for example, will just drive up the coast to their normal North George position. That's fine. You know what? For Slime, I wouldn't even mind if they'd have gone all the way up towards Stalber, Severny area, given the plane path, and then when the circle eventually kind of popped. But they don't really have any vehicles right now. Na'Vi is on the way past. And I'm trying to think, Max, how would I just work in all these languages in one big sentence? It's kind of difficult, though. Damn.
I mean, if you can say hello in any one of those languages, I mean, I guess you're fine, or thank you. Like, thank you and hello is the words that I know in a lot of languages. And also because I'm a weeb and I watch a lot of, like, stuff from Japan, China, so that helps. And I guess to deal with, yeah.
The funniest thing in Finland is, like, hello and goodbye can be, like, the same thing. So you can just be like, moi, and then when you leave, you're like, moi moi.
I'm not good at social interaction. I'll be confused. I'll be like, oh, am I coming? Am I leaving? I don't know what's going on. So I'm happy that I did not get that kind of ordeal thrown my way by Banks. But yeah, Na'Vi, they're going to go for a little bit of a wider rotation than we said it. They passed just by the likes of Futbolist and Slime4KT. They want to go to their typical drop location, which is going to be Northern Georgia. And because of the circle, if it keeps eking towards the northern side, that can make it very easy. And we saw a lot of times that Na'Vi, if they win themselves a game, it's a lot of time because they have an easy entry point to get to the edge of the circle on the west. If this game goes up north once again, this could be another opportunity for Na'Vi to not only get a win, but continue that streak of getting 2 wins a day. And I'm hoping to see them trying to get that to happen once again on the third day.
Yeah, I mean, they have been a huge focal point of a lot of the talks here throughout the day as well, though, so I don't want to harp too much on them. I mean, looking where they're in North George, as long as they go and say, like, check in at Cube Compound, which is, again, I hark on that compound because it's one of my favorite compounds. It's just a good place to stage your campaign from when you have these kind of split circles. But yeah, just go there, chill out for a mo, see where the circle goes from there. I think is a pretty decent play.
What was Frost doing already? Is like box formation. Back in PMWR.
Oh, Box Gaming. Oh,
yeah, it was Box Gaming. Yeah. Are they still here? I don't know where they are. Well, I don't know. We'll see them back maybe eventually. Team Unique though, and Imperium did talk about them a little bit on Last Gamer. These guys have disappeared. All of the CIS teams are doing so good. We talked about Na'Vi first position, 12-18 in second, and Konina Power currently in 5th position. So 3 of the 4 CIS teams in top 5. But Unique, yeah, very surprising because they have been going for strong rotations from time to time. I especially like where they are currently in the Buffcat. That's a very easy entry point, depending on where this phase 2, phase 3 circle could go. But when it comes to fighting, they've been having a real hard time in this event.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a bit unfortunate. I think that, of course, at the same time, it's almost like a system shock when you're kind of going into a lobby quite as powerful as this. Because I think, for all intents and purposes, the entire EMEA region has leveled up something fierce compared to when we last looked at that big conflict that EMEA had in 2020, right? Now, the level of play to me looks fantastic across the board. Maybe some of the bottom teams toward, like Slime, for example, kind of being incorporated into all of this. They need to have that little bit of step up, but as they've already explained on the desk, this is great kind of exposure for them to the other teams in this region to then take that back with them into their own region and then kind of level up from there as a group.
Yeah, a little bit of a trial by 5 for Slime4KT. Of course, they're struggling coming into this, currently in last place. But I'm hoping to see the region, not only the team, but the region as a whole evolve as more events happen, and hopefully they get even more slots in these kind of events in the future. And hopefully they're in PMPL. That's what I'm going to be hoping to look out for. But you mentioned especially the entire EMEA region improving, and the one region that really stands out to me that has improved the most is going to be the teams from PMPL Arabia. This was a region that was also always very strong, very aggressive, but the rotations in my eyes were always lacking a little bit. But seeing how a few of the teams have been roaming this time around, that's been really strong, especially Fate. Always finding great opportunities to get into the circle and be proactive is great. So I would say that's the main thing that the Arabic teams have improved on, and it really shows in this PMPL.
Well, 3 people on a 3-seater. You know what? That tree's not your friend there, Panda. I think we'll move off from that. Speaking of spicy rotations, I know that currently Destiny's in vehicles, but you know what I'd love to see? A boat rotation all the way up to Savernia. It might take a while. You might be in blue a little bit, but it would definitely unlock you a northern spot. I mean, of course, if the circle goes south and you're absolutely scarpered, you're not going to be able to do too much from it. But still, Destiny's not been too shy about doing those boat rotations in the past, eh?
Yeah, back in the Western European PMPL, for sure, they would do it, especially a lot in Sanhok. That was their go-to map for those rotations. But this time, I think they're a little bit unsure because they're also trying to warm up to the lobby a little bit. Even though we are now more than 50% done with this event, it's still relatively short, so they're trying to get used to how things run out. There's a saying in France, I don't know how you say in English. It's chasser le naturel, il revient au galop, is when you hunt the natural, it comes back running, or something like that. So you're always going to try and go back to there. No, I thought you got me for a second. You know what, Panda, they're going to be completely caught out by GUNZ. GUNZ still up as a 4-man crew, and Lin on the forefront, completely surrounded. Freak gonna try and surround him behind that, and the great nade from Freak will actually assist that push in the first place. GK first from distance with the M16, gonna try his best to back up the rest of his teammate, but not in a position to get those reses, unfortunately.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate. And this, I mean, this conflict went from 0 to 100 extremely quickly. I think, again, you know, I was talking about system shocks just before, but this one kind of felt this way as well. And NASR is going to be third-partying this. This is the perfect opportunity for them to lay down the hammer on some of the big names here.
That's going to be a great opportunity also because they're not too far away from GUNZ. If they can take them down, that will be a great chance for them to not only get extra points, but also catch up to GUNZ themselves. Peeking on over onto Ralph, greatly done with a Thompson there, down to 37 bullets, and switching with a DP28. That is an extremely aggressive double weapon loadout. And GUNZ, they know, they heard the audio cues. They know this is going to be a one aggressive player. But Hassan going a little bit wider to try and maybe get an off angle, but they're not going to be going any further, and they might give a little bit of time for the rest to come through here.
I think GUNZ already anticipated the off angle with the buggy and actually threw a smoke onto that left-hand side, which was very smart of them to do so. But the buggy comes in anyway. Oh, my GUNZ. Oh, no.
Okay, and GK first using that as a distraction to get out of here. Well, I mean, hey, I'm not going to argue his results. It worked out. That's great. Original way of doing so, for sure. And NASR not going to be able to spot out Lin. They know a fight was unfolding, so like, where's the rest of the team? That's one team who just got eliminated. They're being very safe, and that's one thing that I really enjoy seeing from this team is they're being very cautious of their approach. They're talking about cautious. Futbolist going to slowly but surely eke their way forwards onto this fight versus Destiny. Destiny now down to 2. Mihi and Mozaro both on their knees in submission. Beast and Noshi, this is not going to be an easy one. What a nade from Rawn from a distance. And a pretty big range too, as now only Noshi is going to be left alive. Lovazin goes for the res onto Lutz. This is Noshi potentially forced into a 1v4 scenario, as Lutz is indeed going to get resed away. He's going to have to run out as Noshi's waiting for him to get pushed, gets himself for he's extremely low. One more bullet, and that is game for him as he gets completely surrounded, and that's Destiny already out of the game in 15th.
This is a frantic pace to come into some of these later games for day 3. These teams are very clearly on a razor's edge right now in terms of getting themselves points. We already saw that fight going down in the middle, you know, with Panda, with GUNZ, etc. That was quick. NASR jumps on the opportunity there. I think without having seen how this would played out, Destiny effectively crashed into this location pretty frantically themselves. Obviously, them trying to go for this car rotation on the west side with the blue slowly encroaching. It's not the best of situations, but yeah, very fast, frantic fights here.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are understanding that they're at the point where we need to actually change something drastic if we want to get in a strong position. So they're going to try and make those things work out for themselves. SUDOR Esports, I've really enjoyed how they've been playing so far. Their car, they're not looking in a very kind of healthy position, but they should be able to make it out of range of Konina Power. But
needs an MOT.
Konina on the race, they're trying to chase that one down, and actually he's going to be on top of the car and taking the spray down with the M4. I mean, SUDOR getting chased. They're going to make it to the compound in time, I do believe, but they are going further and beyond to get those kills. But SUDOR will remain as a 3-man crew for now at least. Okay, maybe I'm going to have to take that one back because they're going for the full-on crash here. Konina Power right onto SUDOR. It's going to be a 4v3. Get an extra knock now, 4v1. As only Track 2 is going to be left remaining in this fight, in this compound. Konina Power have GUNZ currently knocked down the IGL of the team. Track 2 is going to try his best to make it over to the rooftop, but it's just a matter of time before he gets taken down.
Breaching with an Uzi. Nades up in the air, smokes to try and cover the res later on after this fight is concluded. They just need to push as a cohort, as a team here, and try and make this happen. Another smoke to even cover. I think they realize that there's a potential that Unique could third party this as well, so those smokes are going down quickly. SUDOR is eliminated. They get up Nomi, but here is Unique now actually dealing with Conqueror, who are just north of them.
Yeah, a little bit of an attempt, unfortunately not going any further this time around. Did see the circle, by the way. We've got so much action. We didn't have too much time to really talk about the circle, but phase 2 did go a little bit further away from the northern edge, so we know that that river should not be too heavily into play this time around. But another fight between this time around is going to be Conqueror and Team Unique. We say we wanted to see a lot more of Team Unique. The fights is where they tend to struggle a lot more versus these EMEA teams. So this is going to be a little bit of a point for them to show that they can take some decent fights. And what an aid from Analyst onto Reeves. It's only Reznov, the newer addition to the team, is going to be taking this fight 1v3 as might get Rez back up. But that's an aid, instantly gets the kill confirmed. And as he actually had the off angle, I didn't even see him. That's how sneaky the guy was. And Team Unique may be regretting their decision a little bit all over the place in this fight currently, as only Analyst and Frozen are left alive. But Frozen, the MVP of the PMPL CIS, let's see if he can live up to that role.
I'm glad they've allowed you to warm up your voice into this game. You know, a nice steady pace into the... What is going on? This is ridiculous, Max.
We're going to eat cough syrup after this one, I think, man. We're already in the action for the entirety of this game. But yeah, Frozen trying to go a little bit wide. As you, of course, using those smokes is going to be alerting a little bit more unique players as to where he currently stands. So you're going to have a bit more utility getting chucked. But as he knows that he has to be a little bit all over the place and move a lot to make sure he's not that easy of a target to take down.
Circle favoring these kinds of positions. So if you win out here, as well as maybe even a little bit further south, you're going to be sitting pretty against the other teams coming in. The problem is now World of Wonders can potentially either just drive by this or third party once again. 0 to 100 in this game completely, and we have not left 100 throughout. Zessi is going to be passing across. Hassan likewise is also passing across this area. So we have a situation here where a lot of these teams are going to be up in these hilly areas and will be looking down upon these fights and potentially a third party from that position.
Oh, that trigger discipline from Az. Yeah, I thought he was going to go for the shot, but he knows this is a complete team change. They got swapped positions. Panda unfortunately does go out of this game. Seemed like picking them with a stick on the desk was not enough to revive them on this third day. But yeah, the fact he didn't take the shot was great because he knows he's really well hidden, and it's a completely different team. They do not have the information on one player currently being present, so he might be able to actually get a few extra precious minutes in this game to maybe snatch a few kills as Konina Power try and rotate away from this position later on down the line. So I like this from Azi. It's a ballsy play. It could not reward you in any way, shape, or form later on, but as of right now, it's working out, and that's what's important.
I mean, Konina Power in this game, we're how long in? 13 minutes in, they've already done about 1,000 damage. That is absolutely ludicrous considering the state of the game right now. We have teams rotating in from the west side, like Futbolist, for example, who have already done quite a bit of work on their angle. Azzy, I can't believe he's just very, very still. Oh, there's no way he doesn't see him. No!
He saw it. No, I'm sure 100% he saw him. He must have given the information over. There's no way. You don't think that's a rock. That's a weirdly shaped rock if you think that was a stone. Come on.
Even Azzy is confused. Come on, he stood up and he was like, okay, I'm ready to fight. You're going to fight me. And then, no, I guess I'll lie down again.
Didn't he have like his reticule on him for a second? I'm sure he did. He was like, why is that? And he's like, no, okay, I don't think it's a player. Maybe it's like a weirdly shaped loot crate or something, but let him go. As Konina Power going to go for a little bit of a spread now, sending GUNZ the other side of the road, potentially as the circle is about to shift for the next phase, going into phase 4. They want to try and make up for potential hard shift. I think that's good, but we've got to be careful. Na'Vi are going to be moving in the background towards that eastern edge, and Futbolist too. We might have some pretty decent clashes happening between these teams, but Love isn't already down. Na'Vi are up as a full crew. This is not a fight Futbolist want to take, as some heavy shots are already going to be landing on that buggy. They're going to try and make it away. They're both extremely low, and that's going to be a spray and a half coming out from both Tixi and Matic. Then with Tixi still trying to remain on that MVP position for this event, and he's looking good once more in this fight.
Noticeably, Na'Vi has an AUG in play as well, so having these kind of lasers available to you when it comes to those kinds of sprays, very, very nice indeed. I actually want to touch back on where World of Wonders was and has actually kind of retreated back to. Zessi initially took a very far in approach to this circle and actually retreated back. I think that shows a lot of maturity from World of Wonders. Not necessarily, well, I mean, you send it to scout, but then actually coming back to the rest of the team, realizing maybe there's a little bit too much trouble there. I'll go back, reinforce, and we can play edge from this position, because it's not too bad a position to play edge from, considering a lot of tree coverage.
Yeah, it fits them so well too, because World of Wonders is not a team. They're going to go in with a whole shebang and get a very aggressive position. They typically an edge of circle team. They like to eke their way forward, get a few kills here and there, and if they have a chance to go for the win, then they'll do so. Very similar to what we saw Na'Vi do when they did secure themselves a win so far these 3 days. Futbolist will get eliminated. Seemed like they're losing those trickster players, and they actually got chased down by Mekyu, I believe it was. So that's Na'Vi, an extra 3 kills to their name, and they're looking dangerous this time around, as they're going to be completely uncontested on the eastern edge. But we saw in the circle actually for a second, and now we're going to be right on top of that fight. Next, Rüya versus RICO Infinity, both locked down on Potato here one. Because they're both here, they may be struggling a little bit to move away to avoid that backstab.
Yeah, for next Rüya being the ones that are being held out here, it's not easy to actually rotate even around this. Once you come off Potato Hill, there's going to be easy angles for RICO Infinity to try and deal with you. So that fight kind of has to happen here. So many buggies.
I don't know how Batika got knocked out there, but you know what? Fair enough. TTS's going to roll right over him. Can't argue with the results. Man, we had so much action already unfolding. Normally I have 1 glass of water per game and already emptied it. And the game just barely begun, so I don't know how I'm
Nice.
going to survive the rest of this one. Hey, stay
Yeah, you're doomed.
hydrated, man. It's important.
Oh, I completely agree. And I think for all intents and purposes, all those early fights are going to be keeping Konina Power hydrated right now, because a lot of this with Unique, with Conqueror, etc., went down in that compound. We talked about how potentially powerful that compound can be in these circles, and now the circle is smack dab on the center of it. So very hydrated, very raring to go here. Should Konina Power be right now? It's their position to give up and their kind of game to win if the circle continues to narrow down on that position.
That's what they're going to be hoping for. Nice shot from Khalid above that little ridge line. Not a headshot, but could have been. Next, we're in our alert that there's definitely going to be a team they're going to have to fight with. World of Wonders and Na'Vi actually going to be taking their very own fight on the northern eastern edge, but they're so far apart, I'm not really sure that's going to result in a flush to happen. Kudo, what a nade onto Ragnar. RICO Infinity, who's an extra one. RICO, gotta be careful. And very clearly, RICO Infinity has been going a lot more aggressive in how they play the early game. It's a very good shift. They need to get as many points as possible to catch up in the rankings. But it does take a little bit of risk to get access to the late game as Slime4KT send 3 players onto NASR Esports, and all 3 of them just get completely decimated, and Storm trying his best to make the most out of it. But yeah, he's out of here. He does not want to deal with that.
Yeah, why not? I don't mind that at all. If you know that you're going to be absolutely dunzoed by NASA down there, just go for the middle. Do what Frozen was doing before, after Unique lost that fight in the compound. That is okay. So I'm looking to salvage some points here. I'm surprised that next Rüya even actually did not take the full fight against RICO Infinity. RICO Infinity had good information based on where those cars were moving, and now 12-18 is bombarding their position here.
Yeah, I mean, next Rüya don't take the fight, they go straight into another one that they're completely unprepared for. 12-18. Gonna hold that angle as much as possible, and yeah, I don't think the next Rüya can really make it away from this one. There's only one player up and ready to go. It's going to be Frozen X, the MVP of the Turkish PMPL, but is that going to be enough to take down 12-18 that have been on such a streak throughout the past few days? And he spotted out around that smoke thanks to the third-person perspective, and Marmalade gets it done once more, and they got full control and ownership of the West now.
Really? Are we still here? Oh!
He sees it! That scared me a little bit. Peekaboo, but unfortunately, we'll be losing that gunfight versus Gonzo. The headshot connects, but I got a little... That scared me for a second.
That was a buddy
I can't even imagine
Gonzo.
Oh.
Jeez.
Oh, damn. Gonzo just peeking in the distance, and you just got a big face in your in your aim. Just like, what's happening right there? That's a jump scare and a half. Feels like Five Nights at Freddy's. Gonna have to move out. World of Wonders still looking for that information, and they're gonna be sending a player to cross forward. The Na'Vi's gonna be on the receiving end, and that is not gonna be an easy push for Zessi for sure.
No, definitely. It's Na'Vi here at the moment with the position that they have. They can easily swing on in. The land, which is west of the road that they're currently sat on, is higher ground land. So they should be able to take a nice little spot there against where Zessi's positioned. NASR tries to rotate into that area, but will get gunned down for their troubles. Will they be able to greet them in kind? Here comes the spray.
Yeah. Both in that buggy. World of Wonders going to try their best to take down this position for their own. But Na'Vi, very good spots too. And these nades are so easy. He's just going to be sliding on down, rolling on down to World of Wonders. So they know they have to move away, go a little bit wider, go a little bit thinner on how they position to make sure that utility is not as impactful as Na'Vi might initially expect. Stixie's cooking up a second. Zessi might roll on down too, but the smokes are really well positioned. Does hide a lot of information away from Na'Vi, but those nades, if one connects, that might just be Na'Vi going for the full-on aggression because they know there's no one else on this northern edge.
Yeah, and the one threat that could have potentially come over the road from them on the west side was, let's say, one of the Konina Power members, and he got gunned down when he was actually making that move. So whilst that compound was strong, now not so much. Zessi being knocked. And Tixie, I think, had good information about where Zessi had moved to for that off angle. He was already looking at him, and then he decided to throw the nade to where it could do most damage because he realized that there were maybe 2 or 3 members of World of Wonders down that way compared to Zessi, and then just decided to gun down Zessi. So very good play here by Na'Vi once again.
Yeah, and as you said earlier, James, this is the Konina Power being in the winning gaming on the winning position if the circle win their way. Not just yet, but they're still being extremely aggressive, trying to take down as many opponents as possible to facilitate that rotation. Talking about rotations, maybe you don't have to. You have a 2-2 split currently. 2 players already on the east of the road and 2 players still in the compound. Na'Vi will have to try their best to take down World of Wonders to then put the focus on Konina Power. Talking about that fight, Na'Vi still up as a 4-man crew and World of Wonders getting completely overwhelmed. And Konina Power also going for the third-party sneaky attack from a distance. And Konina Power playing this one just so damn well, James. And Na'Vi still got 1 player to get rid of to have full control of the Northeast.
I'm amazed that they got Gonzo up with that send across the road, because technically it was the perfect time to do it. RICO Infinity had great line of sight on that angle to be able to just down him when it would come along for that 2-2, but they were in a fight. So Konina Power used that opportunity to get over there and try and get the revive. However, now they've got 1 down on either of these 2-2s. Na'Vi is racing on in here to dislodge their CIS brethren.
That worked for Tixi, must be kidding me. Fasci Pioneer going to be also knocked away. Konina Power trying to send the cavalry up to join on the party. Axa and Gonzo will be joining up. Na'Vi down to 3. It's a 2v3 currently happening as Na'Vi is going to try and go for the pro play, but Na'Vi are able to win and take down the entirety of Konina Power. And that is now going to be Na'Vi's position to play for, but it's not quite in the circle, a little bit too far up north.
Here's the thing. Right now, Na'Vi is put themselves in the winning position. Not necessarily because of the compound, but because RICO Infinity and Fate are going to have to fight one another at this point. The wrecking ball that is Na'Vi, they already have 5 chicken dinners under their belt. What an amazing rotate coming in from Na'Vi to take that fight, knowing that the 2-2 split of Konina Power was weak and vulnerable.
They might be able to make it happen. On a 4-day event, 2 chicken dinners every single day.
Insane.
It's mental on such a small amount of games to get such a consistent outcome of wins coming your way. It's astonishing and really mind-boggling when you think about it. But Na'Vi came in 4 favorites in this event, and it's for a reason, because they are, in fact, that good. RICO Infinity, unfortunately, they're not going to be going any further in this game. Still top 4, pretty decent for the team that has been looking to change their play style, and it works out pretty decently with the 4th place and a few kills up their sleeve. But Na'Vi up to 10, and they need to move out and get position. They steal a little high ground position, and that's exactly where they're going to aim to go.
That's virtuoso play right there. This is something of beauty. Moving up to this location, you could, in theory, have chilled at that compound and kind of waited to see where Fate was going to try and wiggle their way to. They're using, just a few rocks here and there. They're kind of clumped up, but taking this high ground position and making Fate have to make uncomfortable decisions is where Navi's strength is really going to lie here, potentially.
I think it's still Sun HP of World of Wonders. He's just might get an opportunity to go for sneaky few shots and backstab Na'Vi. I'm not sure of how many first aids he has. I think on a low. This is great. They're just going so wide to just surround the entirety of Fate. There's no escape. Fate are just having to take this fight, are forced into it to fight versus Na'Vi.
It's a hugely confident player. There goes the spray in towards a reef. He goes down, and now they know that the rest of the members are in those smokes. As they see Sun HP, he gets another kill. Feed the Na'Vi boys here. They're already at the top. They're already doing great, spraying into these smokes because it's a laser marker as to where Fate currently are.
Only one Ragnarok, the MVP of day 1. Can he maybe turn the tides? He's got himself the Organ Hand Matic. That's going to be an insane weapon at this kind of range to go for, but they're just going to be wrapping around a little bit wide. You've got to be careful. He's behind you, and Ragnarok will lose his life. What a surround play from the Na'Vi boys, and Na'Vi take themselves the win. Woo! What a... Okay.
Excuse me? The confidence, I was speaking about confidence quite a lot at the end here because Na'Vi just was exuding it. The fact that one of the players from Fate is outside the smoke, giving you, his teammates, full information as to where you are whilst you're running around with an AUG, and he's just looking at the other smoke, not even with a care in the world. Oh my, Max, that was...
where's confidence?
Where's the check and Imperium? Where is it?
You know what? I think we're getting to the time where we can start already putting the check in. We'll keep the signature for the last day, but we're getting to that point very shortly. 30 points to another 30-point bomb coming their way, and I'm intrigued to see if Tiggsy especially got a lot of those kills coming his way. Like, they literally went for push Tiggsy on top of the buggy, spreading it down on the players of Konina Power that were peeking from the windows. Those are hard shots are typically so hard to hit because you have that hip fire is going to be really hard to land those, and yet Tiggsy makes it look like it's so easy and it's just a second nature to him. And Na'Vi, there you go, make it happen. 2 games every single day, and we still have 2 games to go. They could make it 3, they could make it 4. But Na'Vi are definitely on the streak that is looking really hard to stop them from now on.
Yeah, that was the two moves were a thing of beauty for me from Na'Vi. Again, as you say, the Konina Power, the position that they had with that 2-2 split, Na'Vi jumps on it. They got full information, full insight as to what they could do at that compound, and then taking the high ground against Fate, just fantastic. They're on another level. When you look at a team like Na'Vi like that against the rest of this lobby, when you see those kinds of moves happen, it's another level.
Yeah, it's really hard to deal with at that point in time. Konina Power had a good position with that 2-2 split. Seemed like Na'Vi were aware of it. Said like, okay, you got a 2-2 split. We're going to crash it into the compound. Then you have two players. We take a 4v2 and we know we're going to take control. And then the follow back of Konina Power afterwards didn't quite help out. Yeah, Na'Vi, this is very typical. This is how they close off games. It's very by the book, but it works out great. But though we're talking about Na'Vi, and of course, this was just another great showcase of their greatness in PUBG Mobile EMEA scene. But Fate, another great result, to give himself a second position. They were already so high up in the rankings before this game. Fate were standing in third position. 12-18 did tend to die a little bit early this game. We might have a little bit of back and forth between 12-18 and Fate at the end of this one.
Yeah, a pretty steady game from Fate, I would say, here in this one, up until the point where they get caught quite as they did, effectively, with their pants down. That was just, it was all Na'Vi at the end. But anyway, we are going to go to a break. When we return, 2 more games for today. Does the yellow machine keep on rolling?
Xiaomi.
Na'Vi grabbed themselves a second chicken dinner of the day, and maybe they can still go to 3 because there is 2 more matches remaining. And not only have they already stretched their lead beyond what everyone else has done, they look to continue that as we've still got plenty more to come your way, including a whole nother day. So let the madness continue with it all. And if you want to talk about some madness, well, this madness would not be possible without our fantastic sponsor in Xiaomi. You guys can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 5G, the beautiful phone in front of your hands. And I guess the Na'Vi players are definitely playing on it because they're one step ahead of the rest of the competition in this one, Froz.
Yeah, looking at it, I mean, second win for today. That's the 3rd day in a row they're getting 2 wins, and we're not done yet today. So, I mean, there is a potential that you might be right about today, Copter. They might get himself 3 wins there.
I mean, definitely looks like they're definitely on a roll. Getting those chicken dinners, definitely, well, I mean, of course, there was expectations. I mean, 2 days already with 2 chicken dinners. So yeah, it's another surprise. But I mean, definitely there's still room for one more. I mean, if they continue like this level of aggressiveness and this level of perfection when they're executing the strategies, and they are definitely not shy on the server.
They really are not shy on the server, right? And one thing we got to look at with this, what you predicted 0 for today and it will come tomorrow.
Yeah.
I predicted 2, so I'm cool. But I even said in the green room that I maybe didn't want them to win this game so that I know that I've got at least less chances for them to try and get a third one. Because Copter, you could be right on the money. What I want to look at, though, is damage that we're seeing from these teams, right? Let's have a look at the total damage that are the scores up there right now. And 15 kills, 2,505 for Na'Vi up in there. Even with Panda not getting much done at the very bottom, though, still able to put some damage up. They're always shooting, they're always fighting, they're always aggressive.
Well, it shows if Panda has that low of damage down there already, you can see that all the other teams, they have even lower than that. So it's very stacked here towards the top here. And of course, Na'Vi getting 2.5k damage, that's a lot. But also Konina Power, I was expecting them to have a little bit more damage, honestly, because they had that compound for such a long time. They didn't need to do anything to take over it, though, because we saw that fight between Conqueror and Unique that fought for that compound. They both opted off to leave. Oh, well, AZ was just chilling on the side there, but Konina Power took over that compound and we're basically just holding it down until Na'Vi said, not anymore. This is ours now.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi just came. Guns blazing, definitely, and they just took them down. But yeah, I mean, Konina, they had their moments. They were fighting with SUDOR earlier on the lobby, so that's how they got some of the damage. Also, the Panda's damage, they only had like 1 kill, if I saw correctly, and then they had the damage there. They had the early engagement. There was NASR was there. They were actually originally fighting with guns. They lost 2 of the guys, and then NASR came and just collected all the knocks there. So unfortunately, they did the damage, but just didn't get the kills.
Didn't get the kills at all. Now, one thing, you just mentioned SUDOR. Remember day one? Go all the way back to day one? We're very happy. We're looking at what SUDOR will be able to do. Yeah. What's happened to these guys? We've not really heard from them.
Well, what it feels like is that they took advantage of their early stage of the tournament when everybody's a little bit nervous, you know. Yeah. Again, if you play aggressive from the start there, you're going to gain a lot. But then you got to keep that up, though, and that's what we haven't seen from SUDOR, while all the other teams has been catching up to them and actually just surpassed them, basically.
I actually did check the situation with SUDOR before today. We didn't speak it on the today earlier, but I mean, yesterday they were definitely having a bad day. First day was okay, but they had a loss of 6 points after the first day towards the, on the second day towards the, from the first day. So the second day was definitely bad for them. We also had some other teams losing places like Panda, for example. They lost some places as well, but SUDOR, they only made 22 points yesterday, so that's how they actually stopped from the being there on the better half of the scoreboard. And today they have been just finding battles which they all haven't been winning. That's all.
Yeah, that becomes a big problem if you want to try and find some success in a lobby as stacked as this. We're going to take a look at the match ranking, though, and just see how many points the rest of these teams were able to grab once Na'Vi snatched away 30 of them. Because what's this now? The third or fourth game for Na'Vi with 30?
I think it's the third game with 30. But I mean, they had one with 13 kills, so that would be a 28 point game as well. But if you look at it, though, you still have Fate Esports there on the second place with 16 points, and Konina Power with 16, and then 1218 with 11. Those 3 teams there, Na'Vi, Fate, and 1218, they're already sitting so high up on the leaderboard. This is going to be really rough for the other teams to try to catch up to it. But Konina Power doing a good job, because this is the Konina Power that we know, that we've seen on an international stage before. Now they're showing up a little bit, but we were expecting a little bit more. They could have gone a little bit more, but Na'Vi they just shut them down there straight away with that 2-2 split that we saw from Konina Power. Na'Vi just punished that straight away.
Yeah, I mean, all these teams, top 5 teams from this scoreboard, they're also the teams which have been succeeding on the other maps as well. I mean, we have been seeing all these names today on the scoreboard. So the top 4, top 5, they are basically all currently playing on the same level, getting the stable results more or less. Of course, there's going to be some changes. So of course, Na'Vi getting 30 points and Fate getting 16, but still they are holding their places, and that's why all the gaps on the top 5 are currently increasing.
Well, let's see the other 8 teams we have and where they're at within this match, because there's still 2 more remaining for today as we bring it on through. And Unique getting a few points in there. Nice to see Slime up there as well. I'm starting to get a tad bit concerned for my boys on Destiny, though. And Panda, again, you mentioned it already, Copter, 1 point.
Yeah, only 1 point and no placement points. And imagine all that with almost like with 700 of damage.
Panda?
Panda, yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, we saw them with their early fight there in the freeway fight against GUNZ and NASR as well. Straight away in the start of the game there, south after school, and it was a big fight that early on in the game. But not only that, we also saw Destiny, as you're saying, 0 points, them fighting Futbolist in the blue on the South George hangars there. We're seeing a lot of this early engagement right now, a lot of early aggressiveness. because we're seeing the teams, they're trying to step it up. They know that they need to get all the points they can, and they want to try to start getting them in the start of the game already. But time after time, we see some of the teams not being successful with it.
Yeah, it was one of the most active starts of the matches. So we had 3 different fights happening at the same time on the previous game, and it was actually Konina Power who got the SUDOR down at the start as well. So there was one of the fights. And Futbolist was also very active with the Destiny.
Now, one thing we definitely got to talk about is Conqueror in this as well, right? Because Conqueror's position right now was looking not so bad at the beginning of today, but now we're starting to see him drop down a bit. You mentioned already they were able to sit within this top 5, top 6 position quite regularly, but today has not been their day.
Today has definitely not been their day. We've seen them try time after time, and they are getting themselves into a good position, but I feel like they're not utilizing that position with the aggressiveness that they should have with it. They're not trying to poke people away. Instead, they're inviting people to them, and that's when we see them starting to lose a player or two, and then they just start to just fall back, and when they fall back, that's when they get shot in the back.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what actually happened with the Konina Power on the last game as well. I mean, but there was a Conqueror holding that building. We had Konina Power coming there, and there was only one member from the Conqueror anymore remaining, just proning there on the fence line.
Now, when it comes to this, right, and you're looking at the term of ability of what you're saying there about them bringing teams towards them, are you expecting maybe Conqueror to try and like show a bit more and just try and hold their ground and push them away instead?
Well, there's 2 ways to see look at it. One is poking people away, don't get them close to you, or you set up a trap, you let them come to you.
Yes.
But you got to get that initial knock straight away. You get at least 1 knock. Perhaps 2 if you even can, because then you have the upper hand and you can take care of the situation and grab yourself those points. But if you can't do that, that's when you need to poke them away.
Yeah, I think Conqueror is kind of suffering from the same thing that I mentioned about RICO, that they're like not playing their own game. They're like basically more on the mercies of the other fights what are happening nearby. So they are, of course, trying to play their own game, but the situations are not built by them. They are on the receiving end again, and then they're just defending and kind of like, of course, moving with the pack, but they are definitely not the pack leader.
Well, let's take a look at the top players of this match just had. Na'Vi likely to be very much up there within it all, as we see Tixi and Matic, the ones to be doing the big damage. 8 kills for Tixi this time. He really is going for this MVP performance, isn't it? When old boy's not there, Tixi wants to come in and say, I can be the next one. I can be that 2nd place star.
If there's any check you're going to be writing, it's MVP one. It's for Tixi right now. I mean, time after time, we just see him up here on the top players. And we're going to see him on the top kill leaderboard for today as well by the end of the day. No doubt about that.
Yeah, it's not the first leaderboard there where we see that he's leading on the kills on the one single game. I think like 2-3 matches at least today, he has been on the leader of the kills.
That is one scary player to go up against, and this is why Na'Vi are doing what they do best right now. And the thing is, right, they talk about this in terms of the placement points they're able to grab, but it's the kills that are carrying through this right now, isn't it? It's the sheer amount. They must be, what, 110 or something by now?
Yeah, they got a lot, but I'll tell you this, 8 kills. Right now, in the last game there, we had one team with 10 kills, one team with 8 kills, and then we had Na'Vi with 15. So basically, just Tixi alone was tied with a 3rd place team in terms of kills.
That on its own just shows his pure raw strength and talent on this team. I got to ask you guys, right, and Copter, I'll start with you. Is there any team that might be able to overtake Na'Vi? Because I feel like they've already gained such a big lead that even if they cooled off a bit here with the amount of games they've got left, they're probably not going to struggle.
Well, 12-18, of course, is one of the teams, and of course, Fade. I mean, those guys are there on the, the 2 of the closest teams, definitely. 12-18, I think they have been doing great, but they're kind of like missing the highest peak on the performance that they could be matching the performance of the Na'Vi. And of course, I don't think that even though they have great self-confidence, I don't think that they have the completely same. I think they are lacking a little bit on there. Na'Vi just goes all the situations so comfort. They're very comfort everywhere where they go. They just take the kills. And also Fate, I want to bring them out because they have been having some great games, some bad games as well, but I still think that they have been still, even though they haven't been so visible, they haven't been the most aggressive party on the lobby, but still we find them on those top 5s, top 4s, top 3s all the time, even though they're not so heavily pushing towards. So if on the first day we saw the passive start and then we had the aggressive ending. So if they can maybe just a little bit more of that aggressiveness, maybe then there would be a chance for them to kind of like get on the same level. But even if they get there, I mean, there's a huge gap already that is just increasing all the time. So it's going to be difficult.
I mean, if we're gonna be real, there is only two teams who can trump Navi right now, and that is 1218 and Fate. I don't think 1218 can do it. As Carp is saying, they're a little bit too passive.
Yep.
We do see them on the top 5 time after time, but they're not getting those kills because of their playstyle, how passive they're playing it. But at the same time, what Fate is doing is that they have the potential to do it, and we see them being able to get those 10+ kill wins, and I want to see more of that. And that's what we kind of seen from them. They're trying to do it, but a little bit too aggressive and taking those fights when they're not having the upper hand, and that makes them lose a player early on, and then they just go on the defensive side.
Yeah, definitely true. And also, what we don't see Fate players there on the top killers on the matches either. I mean, they are not on those stats. We have some 12-18 players, but not Fate.
Well, I want to look at Fate in a little bit more detail. We can bring their team stats up in that game. So I'm glad you mentioned them, because Fate, right, we saw day one look really good from them. We're very impressed with what they were able to deliver, especially considering what we learned was going on with Ragnarok and his personal issues, right? Then they come into this one, 4 kills for the game, 16 points in total. Not too bad with the placement points playing alongside it all. But for Fate right now, they are being the closest to them. What would you say needs to happen for them in order to be able to overtake Na'Vi? Obviously not just chicken dinners, but it needs to be a different style of play, I would say.
They need to be scouting a little bit more for the fights that they want to take, and they got to make sure that they have the upper hand when they enter that fight. They need to get that initial knock as well. That kind of small stuff that we're not seeing right now for Fate. It's more like they're bombarding into it. They see a team, they want to take the fight, but they're not really thinking through. Instead, they just go head first and just rush it in, and they kind of lose a player, spread away, and because of that, they're not doing too good.
Yeah, I mean, on the last circles today, they haven't been there on the circles when the circles have came. When we saw the kills coming from that team, they were actually always inside of the circle, and they were getting the kills from the inside of the circle. So every time when Fate needs to rotate, let's say phase 5, 6, or 7, they are usually finding themselves in a trouble.
Well, we're going off to Sanhok next, and this is where potentially Na'Vi can grab themselves the third chicken dinner of the day. Don't want to say it is going to happen, but you never know at this point, because these guys seem to be able to do whatever they want. But in terms of your top teams we're looking at when it comes to Sanhok, where are we looking at if we want to keep a keen eye on a certain team?
It's going to be 3 different teams. 2 of them we know are in the top. It's going to be Na'Vi and 1218. But you also have GUNZ. Those 3 teams are the teams that have been performing best on Sanhok so far. So I'm expecting a lot from them now.
And GUNZ, it's about time we see some more from them.
Yeah, I'm going to trust what Frost is going to be saying. He's the master with the stats regarding Sanhok, so he's got to be right.
So, in terms of GUNZ, though, you mentioned at the very beginning of the tournament, right?
Yeah.
We've had some highs, but they've been, for me, they're not like the roller coaster team where they're doing a bit of up. They're like the mountain peak, you know? Right to the top for a little bit, then back down, and things are not looking overall too good for them.
Yeah, we've only seen 1 win from them so far. A few top 5s, but it's not really there yet. They're still like lacking the kills as well. And it's a lot of times they're just cripple. But we saw them earlier, of course, on Miramar there, for example, what Lord can do if you just hand him the utilities and he can play them right. He's just going to get those double knocks, and I'm expecting kind of similar things, because if you look at the ending there on Miramar, how was a lot of high ground, low ground there to play with. That's kind of the things you're going to see on Sanhok itself naturally throughout the whole map. So if he can utilize that with a utility, woo, you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, imagine the Alpha Island ending. There's the hills. Those you need.
There we do need as well. I'm looking forward to seeing what our total points are going to be when we get to the overall ranking eventually, right? Because we had a little game outside. We were predicting how many Na'Vi might end on if they do win the whole thing, you know?
Yeah.
I obviously didn't put enough faith in them. I was like, maybe like 250 or so would be something that comes in. Right now, they're already at 220. We've still got 2 more games today. If they really wanted to, they could go for 250 today.
Yeah, I mean, they probably will reach 250 today, I'd say, with the 2 remaining games. But also, so far, 2 chicken dinners every day. And if you look at, once again, I'm going to refer to PMPL Americas, because there we had the winners. Nights, of course, they had 8 chicken dinners. That would be 2 per day. And they ended on a score of 330 points, if I'm not totally wrong about it. So that's kind of where I'm expecting Na'Vi to go right now.
And we know that EMEA is much better than NA, right?
Yeah.
We got all the skilled players in comparison, just NA, just low skill in comparison. So Na'Vi should be able to do way more.
I mean, you can just look at Kitsune. He left that region to come back and play here because it's better competition here.
It makes a lot more sense, but it's time for us to make some sense of the game that's at hand. We're going back into Sanhok, and we're getting back with Kyleris and Maxman to see how they're feeling about this one. Do you guys have a prediction on how many chicken dinners we think we're going to see Na'Vi end up on? Kyleris, go on, give me your numbers.
I might be with Copter here. I think, well, at least for today, I think we'll get 3.
Okay,
considering where they're at right now. I mean, we were talking about it with Max as well. Like, if you frame this differently, they've won out 4 out of the last 6 games, Max. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's insane how just a one change of perspective changes your entire vision of a team. And 4 wins out of the last 6 games is absolutely insane. And they also did pretty decent on the other games where they did not get themselves a win, especially yesterday. So they have been shown some extreme consistency compared to their first day. And they are putting themselves on par. And they said EMEA better than NA. No, we're going to have a lot of people in chat potentially not very happy about that one. But I think that right now, Pittsburgh Knights versus Na'Vi, that will be a really fun matchup that I would love to see in the future. Potentially PMGC, that's where things are going to come down to. But now we're going back into Sanhok and Kalaris. If we have something in common, so we don't want to see Panda heal off at the end there, okay?
Yeah. Oh, we were scratching our heads on that one. I mean, of course, yes, there is that notion that you can be saying, well, okay, they didn't have the easiest time to be able to try and get into the next circle when they were kind of down and out, but they were 4 alive, man. They were 4 alive, and Katu goes into the blue and healing, and
yeah, they would have won that 5 versus 12-18. They could have actually then put the focus onto Meku and take it as a 3-man or 4-man versus 1. And yeah, Panda got to try to go back to taking the fights, as we remember you guys doing back in the PMPL Western Europe. But here we go, our last Sanhok game of the day. We'll have 1 more happening tomorrow, so there's going to be 2 more remaining so far. Last chance for a few of the teams that tend to perform pretty well on this map to maybe get a few extra points along the way. But other than that, we're talking in terms of drop locations, and I'm surprised for a team that has been changing their drop location a lot. Slime Forketti are going to be sticking to their guns, going back towards the position down south of Kampong and Docks. Interesting, but luckily enough for them, Fate doesn't seem to be there. Can't spot them right now. So not going to be chased down in the early stage. So at least that's one mark of improvement for Slime, that they're not going to die in the first 3-4 minutes of this game.
Yeah. And another mark of improvement is the fact that this circle pretty much guarantees us we won't be going to like a trifecta location or somewhere near that island up in the northwest. So it's going to make things a little bit easier on the teams to start off with their position decisions. But into Painam we go. Let's check out little fights across the river. And let's see who can get on off angle to start things. Right now, geez, RICO Infinity being very aggressive on towards this angle that Destiny is currently having.
Yeah, not only this game, but also all the games throughout day 3 of this EMEA PMPL Championship. They have been continuously looking to improve their kill count. It's been working to some extent, but not fully. There goes, got the angle behind the crate. Going to take the spray with the M4. Doesn't have the increased ammo capacity, so that's going to be only 30 bullets to play for. As Prestige will get the shot to beast and instantly converts it because they want those kill points to catch up. That nade almost a banger for Nashi. Unfortunately, leaves NASR remaining with just a slither of HP. And Destiny, this was hard, right? Because they had a 2-2 split across the river. It was hard to take that fight head on, so they tried their best to move away from the other side, but Noshi is still locked down and having to fight from that roof spot.
Yeah, I don't like small give-ups of information that RICO Infinity gave to Destiny for them to be able to do as much damage as they did just then. Like, for example, the slight wide pick on that building as he's kind of behind the crate, it just means they know that not only they can go for the spray there as he's white there for a second, but also like the nades coming in, expecting them to go into that building after the fact. So Destiny's very clearly better on the information game right now, and RICO Infinity has been punished for it.
I think Prestige's going to try and go a little bit further down the river. So maybe get an angle on Noshi, because they know exactly where Noshi is. Devin saw him cross over the river. But Prestige is just on the bridge right now. That's where he's going to be playing. There you go, though. Prestige is the one that's going to be spotted away. Nice spray with a QBZ. Very stable weapon. Love to see that weapon coming out onto Sanhok. Probably my favorite part of Sanhok is having the weapons of Sanhok get played. Other than that.
Yeah. And the way the loot has worked out here for RICO Infinity as well has not been kind to them. You could have seen for a long time, a lot of them were very low without even the ability to heal up. It's just been a Prestige who tried to take that angle, but then has now come back with 2 first aid kits that you might even trade off to some of his members here. Because right now, they've got scraps at the moment, Max.
I'll try and move away. I just got scared for a second. There's a bird that just went bang in my window. That
Wait, really?
Yeah, right now. I'm surprised you didn't hear it on show, actually. I hope he's okay. Gonna move out. That's gonna be the entire Destiny trying to move out, but they're gonna be encountering SUDOR. Mickey, that spray does not connect anything, so Fidan gonna be having to reload that ammo just a tad. Luckily enough, no team has been going down for the time being, but Mickey onto the backside up northeast of Painan might get a little bit of a surprise factor on RICO Infinity. They're trying to surround them. Despite losing Beast earlier, they still want to capitalize on this opportunity to get kills, and especially they're trying their best to get Noshi out of this really bad spot, which is not going to be having an easy time to move away.
Oh, good connection there with that nade. Priming it. Good cook. Not able to get the full kill on him. A second nade, it's quite a commitment at this stage in the game due to the fact that they really don't have that much kit available to them. So, yeah, as much as they did the damage here and slowed Noshi down, I mean, at least they... Oh, he's going up. He's going up.
Let's get back up there. Oh, things about to get spotted away. Mihi going to go even wider. He wants to try and assist his team. Nice jump shot, actually. Not a little bit of lack of synergy, I would say. But you know what? You got yourself done for a second, and will get himself to spray from a distance. Khalid needs to get Rez back up on his 2 feet. But Destiny, this is the moment, I would say, where you do not want to push this any further. You leave. You do not take that 2v4.
Yeah, I got to say, for a NASR there, really good reaction times to be like, okay, well, this guy is kind of, you know, he's done on the roof. Just straight onto Mazzara very, very quickly. They're going to be bailing. Bad times for Destiny. RICO Infinity significantly winning out Painan. And winning out Painan in this circle is actually a big deal due to the nature of it. So really, really good.
Yeah, that's the transition point between the mainland onto the east and also the southern western island.
Yeah.
So whichever team holds onto that, and if you have a really hard circle shift, which we had a bunch of those today, that can make your life a little bit easier later on in this Sanhok game. Team Unique, they're going to be having to defend this compound. Kudo with the Uzi spray will get himself 1 knock onto Mind. Unique a little bit further back. Milky Way and Analyst not really in a position to assist this kind of fight, as Frozen's going to have to take this one 1v2, and even got himself an off angle onto the side. That is going to be looking horrendous for them, as yeah, both Analysts and also Frozen going to have to leave that fight entirely. Very unfortunate for Team Unique, and that's going to be 2 players instantly losing their life.
Yeah. Mr. Imperium's going to have to go back to that milk carton and say, I can't find them. Where are they? Where are they? It's unfortunate for Unique right now. I'm going to have to bail from the situation completely. Little Tommy spray, all good. Next Rüya, looking prime around that area. I mean, of course, though, they'll probably want to move down a little further south. I wouldn't really take up residency in the compounds right next to Quarry, maybe the ones just a little bit more west. I think will be a decent spot for them to now kind of congregate around.
Yeah, I mean, the players hate Quarry, I hate Quarry, my homies hate Quarry. And we talked about it on day one, apparently. My homie is just a body pillow, but regardless, even my body pillow hates Quarry. So quite a lot of people don't enjoy it. So if you can avoid it, you shall avoid it like the plague. That's going to be the name of the game. No rotations. I thought we might potentially see one coming out from Na'Vi, but we know that a lot of the teams like to play around that position. The likes of Futbolist, GUNZ, even Panda, they like to play on those ridge lines, on the coastline, should I actually say. So Na'Vi maybe a little bit indecisive as to if yes or no we should try and go for that kind of position and rotation. But I don't think we're going to have too many big issues here. 12-18 and also Konina Power, they got very easy entry points into the northern eastern edge. So I think that phase 2 is the big moment where we're going to see some big fights unfold. As of right now, I'm not really expecting too many big changes for any of these teams, for now at least.
Just going back a moment whilst we have a little bit of a lull in the action here, the fight in Painan, there might be a world where RICO Infinity might have to move out of Painan for maybe some extra loot or so, because, you know, damage was done on either side, and maybe they don't find, you know, enough meds that they may want or utility that they may want. Maybe they have to move out a bit.
Yeah, their shared loot too was Destiny, so they're going to be only having 50% of what was normally available in Painan. Kill confirmed. That's going to be going the way of Scythe. They're going to have to move away. I love this position coming out from SUDOR Esports, and they have been trying to be even more aggressive. We saw a very clear improvement on their end of trying to go for wider spreads, trying to take more control and be more aggressive to try and zone teams away and show who's boss. And I think in this kind of position, if the circle comes their way, they might be in a position to not only get a lot of kills and a strong position under control, they might actually have a game-winning opportunity. So they need to hold on strong to this and wait for phase 2 to show, which is going to pop in just a few seconds' time.
Yeah, just got to wait for that to come along, and we'll see what the circle gods of Deltas. Destiny is down the hill from all of this. They can hear these fights and shots potentially ringing down if they do come to pass. I'm speaking like I'm a Lord of the Rings character. Ignore that bit. But SUDOR, I mean, I would give them favor considering what we've seen from them and their ability to fight things out. And we are just waiting now to see how this circle's going to go.
They're going to go on an adventure, you might say. There you go. That's another one. I haven't watched Lord of the Rings in ages. I want to catch up. I need to watch it again. Too good of a trilogy. But Nomi and Asa are already going to be inside the circle, so for the likes of GUNZ and also Fashion Pioneer, that's going to be making things very easy. And there you go. That's the circle that I mentioned. Could be really great for SUDOR Esports if they held on to it, though got a few teams are getting relatively close, so we might have a little bit of back and forth between a few of those squads. But yeah, Na'Vi, very usual things coming out from them. They got control of the Western coastline. No teams can contest that position away from them. This is Na'Vi in their game closing situation already. And if they are looking to just keep on advancing compound by compound, clearing the teams that get close to their position, this is what reward them was almost every single win so far. A lot of them, they ended exactly like this. So I think that Na'Vi, if they just take this game very slow, they might have an opportunity later on down the line.
I mean, the problem for a lot of these teams right now is that you're expecting Na'Vi to do a decent average in the next day, right? And you're already how many points behind? 40 points behind. This is where people either need to stop Na'Vi because it's getting quite urgent, like now, or they just get them. If they get one more win, I don't know how you ever deal with them, because even if they're not going to get wins, they'll get a handful of kills here. They'll get a handful of kills there. And yeah, they'll just run away with this.
Yeah, I think it's especially the bottom teams that might want to try and play a little bit spoilers on that one. I'm thinking at your Slime 4KT, Team Unique, SUDOR Esports, if they really want to, they can try and ruin their chances. But even then, because it's such a short-term tournament, I would say teams like SUDOR Esports, after a few good games, they could catch up very quickly to the top 5 and get a really big portion of that prize pool, because this tournament is not about qualifying to an extra event. No. That's going to be mainly based on the points of their regional PMPLs. Here's all about bragging rights and also getting that extra amount of prize money coming your way. So just a few extra slots is very important. So I think that a lot of teams might not see the value in trying to do that. But after, it's PUBG Mobile. I've seen worse. So anything could really happen at the end.
And RICO Infinity did flex out of Painam for a little bit. I think it was to get more loot, but I've gone straight on back. I think they realized that there's going to be a lot of teams folding in from that northeast side, and Painam can be a good position to try and hold them off from. Ragnar taking a roof angle on the back. It's a good spot to be in, especially since there's not going to be huge amounts of people that are going to try and shoot down on you from the West Hills. There's a spray then coming in. Very nice spray, but doesn't quite finish everything.
Yeah, phase 2 will take down a little bit more, but it's only phase 2, so you can very easily heal it off. Though, what a spray from Tuleka. He's walking... Fashion Pioneer just walked back into that spray instead of trying to hide away. Very interesting, and especially the rest of 1218, Marmalade and also TT Sucks got the high ground. Konina Power trying to move in. I love this play in the first place from Konina, because they know 1218 is just above them. If they kill them, they get the points, and also they slow down the advancement of 1218 in the overall rankings. I understand the thought process. This is not very easy, TT Sucks, but solo, the blue zone damage might just do his bidding. I think he just got himself a bandage last second, or he might just get knocked. We'll have to see. And yeah, the blue zone will knock away TT Sucks, but Konina Power still going to be looking strong. Downhill position. Flashy Pioneer actually getting back on his 2 feet. But I said it, I think this is great thought process from Konina Power, and it actually might pay off if they win this fight.
Yeah, nice start. Taking out Tuleka to get things rolling is a big scalp to take. And 1218 still sat up at the top here, throwing down nades. Ooh, that's a good one. Clipping 2 members of Konina Power who are just waiting in the wings here. Konina Power would love an off angle, but I think it's kind of hard to find it, especially since, again, all of these fights are going down in the blue. They hear the boogie rolling on round, so either they know a retreat is happening, or the nade comes in and catches. Oh, an off being taken.
Yeah, without too much information, Gonzo going to get himself into the compound itself. That's going to be a mini 1v1. Sakonaville will be the one to win it. Why is Gonzo not there? You knew exactly where the rest of the team was. I am surprised they went for that 1v1. You're giving 1v1 scenarios over to 1218. And now they got the res onto another player onto the side. That's Tuleka ready to join the party very soon. Sakonaville, though, don't have the information. Your teammate just got knocked here. And I'm a little bit surprised. Got so much back and forth. But luckily enough, Konina Power do not get punished. Axa and Nomi going to try and trade some more utility, some more nades between these 2 squads. And Zakonaville trying his best to move out of that spot, but it's not all that easy. It's now Konina have the high ground.
Yeah, Zakonaville had to undercook that nade, because if he overcooks it, it would have killed his own teammate. I mean, maybe he thought that maybe he was done anyway, it was Marmalade, but it doesn't really matter. That's kind of the lay of the land in regards to that situation. Smoke, I think that maybe have gone down on the left-hand side. I'm unsure, but regardless of the fact, Zakonaville tries to peek around once again. For both of these teams now at this point, this is getting late into the fight, and comes around with that spray down. Zakonaville goes. And there goes Tulika as well. 12-18 eliminated. As you say, the potential catch-up is on for some of these teams.
Yeah. I could very easily argue with how that fight unfolded, but you know what, at the end, the plan worked out. They did lose a player, so it might cause a lot of issues later on in terms of the late game. But as of right now, they are going to be happy about that end result of the fight. Now over to another engage. That's going to be between Panda and Natus Vincere, as TT's going to go for the res onto the RGL Kitsune. Cartoon already in a position where he could very easily go for the res. XT going to be downed instantly. Navi are just going to transfer around and overwhelm them while they still can. And GK First is just way too far to be of assistance in this engage. Unfortunately so, and Panda apparently just getting caught with their pants down in that 5 versus Navi.
I feel bad for all these teams. All of these circles have been brutal all day, and this one doesn't really lend them any favors either. Good spray down there on distance. Panda going down this early in this circle as well. This is usually Panda territory, but not in this game. As Navi, as well as SUDOR, being able to lay in some good shots.
Yeah. That's the transition from Western Europe over to the EMEA Championship. A little bit of a harder, rough engage. And still, I got to say, we got to keep in mind, Panda, this is their very first time at doing something at this level, just like Slime 4KT. So they're still trying to learn a little bit, get that as a valuable experience, and hopefully come back into the future with some even better chances. I mean, maybe they qualified for PMGC already. Who knows? Because they were doing so well in that one. And we know the PMGC, you qualify there because of the points in your regional PMPL. So we all might see them actually, the World Championship at the very end of the year in a LAN event. That would be amazing. But Slime 4KT, not an amazing position here. They've got to try and move up on the next Rüya.
Might be difficult. And I mean, they're holding this position pretty decently right now. So low is this circle going to go? Everybody's kind of just found their own little plot to get things going. And Konina Power slowly coming in on the north. And that is a shift over to the west. Even for teams in Painam, this isn't easy. Never mind teams on the east side of this circle. And there's a lot of them who are going to scramble for a position now.
I love this position of Fate. It is so good. A 2-2 split currently happening. Arif and Safe currently into the central part of the circle. Very strong position, high ground, low hilltops to play from. So the information gathering is facilitated inherently by that spot. And now you have Ragnarok and Light that were towards the trifecta compound to facilitate the further rotation if they had to go over to the east in case of a really bad circle. I mean, it's already as bad as it can get for a lot of the teams, but for Fate, they prepared properly for it, and now they can just try and regroup together onto the position of Isawi and Arif. I like how they're playing around this one. But now you've got a lot of teams that are going to have to cross over the river and the roads, and that's where things are starting to get a little bit dicey.
I mean, for Fate, this is a good situation, and not only in terms of positioning, but also because 12-18's already gone. Like, the fact that they could potentially jump up into second place right now if they have a decent game. The only problem that does lie in this circle, though, is the fact that Navi's in a pretty decent spot as well. So there's going to have to be a concentrated effort for any team that goes up against them to actually make them suffer. I'm looking at GUNZ here, as they will have to rotate north from where they currently reside. Futbolist is going wide, and if they come in north of Ruins, I kind of like that wideness. We'll see how far they go.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit skeptical. Don't enter through Ruins, otherwise that might just be a death sentence. Konina Power will be taken down eventually by World of Wonders. I mean, they love defending those bridge positions. We see them do it on Erangel. We see them doing it also on this game of Sanhok. So World of Wonders picking up a few extra kills along the way. But next round, they heard those shots from a distance. They're going to be aware of the potential bridge camp underneath. They're going to find the perfect angle to smoke a little bit late. World of Wonders will get spotted away. Recent will not get the res onto his teammate. Now he's enjoyed 7 trying his best to swim his way across, and Recent will get picked up eventually. So next Rüya cleared away the bridge location. That will make that cross a lot easier for them in the future.
Did you say squirm or swim? Because it was like a combination of squirm. I was like, oh.
Hey man, I'm French. You know what?
I'll go with that one.
Excuse, but yeah, that's what I can find right now. Enjoy 7 trying his best to take a few little peacock shots left and right, but World of Wonders, they're going to still up to 3 kills, so decent so far, and they're not normally a very aggressive team, but given the right situation, they can perform. But Futbolist seem like they're not going too far. You can see on the minimap, they're going straight for Na'Vi, and that's going to be one player instantly picked up.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you know, we have God vision. We can see where all the teams are, and even though that north of Ruins was kind of the play, they choose the south of Ruins straight into the lay. Wait, we have Na'Vi there, sat ready to go. Fate get the circle shift. Moving on up. Futbolist actually did a really good job of bare retreating, just retreat away from Na'Vi and actually found themselves a much better position to work with. Even though 2 of them are on ruins, like the actual, you know, middle building of ruins, I think they have enough room to still be able to make that transition down the line to Ram.
RICO Infinity have yet to really transition away from Painan, unfortunately. They're going to have a 2-2 split. Khalid and Prestige currently in Painan, and 2 other players are going to be away. Taking a fight versus NASR Esports as they're trying to move away from the southern eastern edge. A lot of teams right on top of each other, but we said it's SUDOR in a really strong position. They were one of the first teams to be in this current location, so they have a lot of knowledge of the terrain and how they want to decide to play their game out. So they could be the Southern King at the end of the day if they play their cards correctly.
I mean, not only you could be in terms of how that plays out, but Fake were the North Kings for a reason of their full control of it, right? You leave the 2 up in that trifecta compound. They were holding out a decent position that Unique was trying to take up, but they were holding them up for the most part. Now you reconsolidate as 4, get together. You know that there's not going to be that many threats north. You still have to deal with a little bit of Unique. Maybe a little bit of Futbolist as the spray comes in. Once Na'Vi is just popping, man. They're only at 4 kills right now, but 3 still alive. Mekyu, Kitsune, and Tixi. Well, I say that. Sorry, I just maxed them.
Was that your equivalent of like cursing a team? Just maxed them. Okay,
yeah, I maxed them.
Yeah, I don't know. That's you know what? That's going to be the opposite of max. Kalarist, they're going to get the side of face onto the northern side. Yeah. Hey, there you go. I can be nice from time to time, but they got an amazing circle position currently. They went for a very wide spread. They can reposition, go, I would say potentially for 2-2 if they want to try and make sure the team struggle to cross over that side. But yeah, Na'Vi, they won himself the very first Sanhok game of today, and it goes to show there's clearly a method to the madness of Sanhok, and it seems like Na'Vi have cracked the code and able to find their way to be consistent on this one. As the GUNZ showing their back over to Na'Vi, and Meku strikes while the iron is hot. He's going to be potentially into the blue. He can't move away, and now that he's got full-on attention of GUNZ, there's no escape from this position. But Reese is actually going to be helping it out, and GUNZ will be using 2 extra players thanks to the shots of Reese. The Irish God is completely shredding the competition of GUNZ as they're only down to 1, and that is Lord remaining in that shack.
Well done, yeah. I mean, we have Conqueror still pushing on up against Fate here, actually going for the knock as well. Unique guys going down on that right-hand side, but Conqueror is looking to conquer here in this circle. They've been proactive and strong down in that bottom right-hand side of this map at the moment. And if they can just find themselves a little bit more berth, a little bit more room, maybe get Reznov up here. AZ's already going to be throwing some more nades forwards on towards Fate because he knows that 2 coupled up. Due to that attempt at res, the nade does not quite catch, but Conqueror can still do this.
Bottom left of the minimap can see Kitsune of Navi currently going for the heal off. Not too sure how many first aids he currently has, but hopefully it's a decent amount because this fight is not going to end anytime soon. 21! Okay, he comes up 21. He's going to be looking golden. So maybe able to outlive 1 or 2 teams because of that circle going away of Fate. If Futbolist and Conqueror die, and there's actually an extra heal off of next Rüya, I believe.
Wait,
Frozen
you said
healing.
You said 21? Did you say 21?
Yeah, 21.
He'll get second off this. Unless something...
That amount, yeah.
This could be ridiculous. Okay, Lath has gone down here. Reznov has gone down there. Of all, Frozen is gone as well. Futbolist, they eventually found that northern path to ruins, and actually it's afforded them a really decent position of all of this. That's really good kind of adaptation for the position. Here's Kitsune, and yeah, this will last quite a while.
Yeah. Just don't misclick it like Car2, okay? Just keep on spamming. You should be good. This is going to be a pretty close one, though. Conqueror trying to take control, but this is going to be hard for Fate because they're going to be pushed by 2 teams at the same time, unless they're lucky and Futbolist and Conqueror take the fight versus each other. This is the golden rule of PUBG. You have 3 teams in the final circle. Whichever 2 teams take the fight first, the remaining team goes for the third party and capitalizes on that opportunity that has been given to them. Yeah. There you go. That's going to be the fight unfolding between Fate and Conqueror as they're going to get himself instantly not convert into a kill that is late already out of the game.
And that triple team dynamic might be worst case scenario for Kitsune because some of these teams might be a little bit more apprehensive about pushing in right here and now. They don't want to be the one that is taking that fight straight away. Although Ram goes for the nade. That's going to bounce off the rock on the front and not catch. And we will have... If he'd have gone for his prior angle, he would have actually caught Vito straight. Kitsune is trying to transition. Another nade onto Vito. He follows it up with the second one, realizing that one got the knock on the rock. Oh, goes too far.
few mollies getting exchanged back and forth. Has the angle. Isawi will be able to strike once again. That's the third party we were expecting to see happening, and there's going to be Fate able to try and strike while the opportunity is given to them. What a spray coming out from Artie. Picks up one, has got no more ammo, has to switch over to the M4, and he has enough time. You must be kidding me. Soke, as a one-man army, going to go for the final push to close things off. The Futbolist up to 4 kills already. Can he convert a few more? Azzy, but Reeves is completely showing his back and his side over to Soke, but Soke will bite the dust at the very end of that one. And we still have then Kitsune surviving, still only has 2 first aid kits. Will Conqueror die in time, or will Fate be able to take that push? They're going to go for the engagement to Reeves. 1v2 situation currently unfolding is a battle of seconds to see who die first, and that is going to be done, and he makes it happen. I think it's down to the last few seconds, but I think that is going to be the second position secured by Na'Vi with a heal off.
Oh, this is... Mike, I mean, when you see someone have 21 first aids, that's going to be the case. But, I mean, let's not focus on Na'Vi here. They did not win this game. Fate did. And they are trying to scramble back up to that kind of position to strike out at Na'Vi. It was the perfect position near that trifecta compound. They did a great job of holding those teams out on the northeast side and had a perfect anchor point to move to control the circle, Max.
Yeah, they were the king of the north, They had 171 points before this game. They were 8 points behind 12-18. They had a pretty forgettable kind of result at the end of this Sanhok performance. So I think that we might see Fate actually jump up in second at this one. It's not going to be close to catching up to Na'Vi, especially with that heal off. They are still clearly creating a very big gap between first and second, but that is the catch-up that Fate wanted to keep the dream alive of maybe being able to snatch away the first place at the end of day 4. But yeah, heal-offs work out, but that was a great finish, and Fate continuously showing that they are one of the best teams coming out from the PMPL of the Arabic region.
Definitely so, but it does come back to the major problem that we had. Even if Na'Vi is not getting themselves the win, they already had a handful of kills before they even initiated the heal strat. And then to have the 21 meds, it's just, first aids, I should say, is a bit ridiculous. I actually thought he wasn't going to get second place because that kind of, with that triple team dynamic, is kind of having that, we're gonna go. But Fate being proactive and pushing when they did, because you have to push. When you hear that kind of fighting go down, you can't just sit and rest on your laurels and think, yeah, they're not gonna get the time on the res, we'll be fine here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I also think that for Kitsune, I think the 21 was not going to be enough, and I think he started moving pretty early, and I think that's where he was walking. I think he saw a few crates on the ground and actually picked them up along the way. We'll have to see, and that's something we'll have to ask Kitsune directly to know what happened. But yeah, another great performance coming out from Na'Vi and Fate. This is clearly the top of the table that's just setting themselves apart of the rest of these teams.
Definitely so. Great stuff for today. What ridiculous games, ridiculous scenarios. We're going to go to a short break. When we return, we have the desk, and then we roll into the final game of the day.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got one more game to go, but that game on Sanhok, it went down to a bit of a healing strat coming out there from Na'Vi, but Fate were at the top of the leaderboard this time around. We'll come into the match rankings overall in just a little bit, but first of all, we must thank Xiaomi, our amazing sponsor here, able to help us put this EMEA Championship on. And if you guys want to grab yourself this on a fantastic phone, you can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 5G. That's the wonderful phones on your screen right now. You want to touch them, you want to hold them, you want to play some PUBG Mobile on them. And right now, when we want to play some PUBG Mobile as a team, as us three, we're still looking for our fourth member. So someone send us some videos. Max, come on, Max, still waiting, you know. He's very lazy, isn't he, for a man that's joined a team? Like, if you ever want to join a team, if you ever want to really try, make an application, try hard, show your stats, you know, show up, be good. Don't be Max.
Yeah, don't pull a Max on it.
Yeah, don't pull a Max on it. But while we're doing this, we should tell you about the PMCO. The PMCO is your way into being a professional PUBG player. The PUBG Mobile Club Open showcases the best PUBG Mobile players and squads amongst the 23 regions across the world. The PMCO is regarded as the gateway in becoming a professional PUBG Mobile competitive gamer. So sign up together with your team and compete against others in your region. I really, really hope we don't have to just sign up as 3 players.
I really hope that we're not gonna be up against a team like Na'Vi.
Yeah, definitely not. Like, let's just touch on that, right? I'm glad you just start with an Na'Vi point, because the heal strat, 21 meds as we saw it coming in there, spending it like crazy, trying to edge his way forward as well, realizing maybe I won't make this, maybe the fight's going on long enough, and they still grab themselves second place. We'll take a look at these match rankings and see exactly how the points were distributed, because yes, Fate should be the focus, but we'll come on to them in a little bit. Na'Vi still walk away with an additional 17 points, but only getting 5 kills alongside it. But you're going to be so happy with that, because things are looking bad, and you go, actually, no, we can still do well.
Look, I want to touch on Na'Vi, but we'll go back to that later. I want to talk about Fate first, actually.
Okay, you want to start with
yeah, because they did win the game.
Who's the host here?
So
go back on Na'Vi. Let's go.
You want to talk about Na'Vi?
I'm joking. You said Na'Vi, yeah? And then I give you the lead up into Na'Vi, and then you choose Fate. You can't make your mind up for us. I don't know what you're doing at this point.
Well, I'm not the host, that's why.
You didn't listen to the host.
Who's the host?
Copper.
Oh, who did we talk about?
I think we've got to talk about Fate and Na'Vi.
Okay.
he got the cop out. Copter with the cop out on that one.
Conqueror, they got themselves that second. No, Fate, they won the game with 7 kills, which is great. And we saw them taking that early on. They took control over the whole circle, basically. We saw them doing that 2-2 split. And basically, I was a little bit afraid because we saw that push coming in from the north side, from Unique, from Konina Power. But one thing Fate did was really good, and that is something we mentioned earlier. They got the initial knock straight away, and that pushed them back, so they couldn't really push them there. And that is something you need to do. If you're having a split like that, it's so crucial, because if you have a full team just pushing you and you don't get that initial knock, well, now you're in trouble.
Yeah, definitely. That place, which Na'Vi was holding there on the northern side of the Charlie Island, I mean, they had a lot of ground to cover there. They were kind of like holding the northern bridge as well, where the Konina Power was coming from, and the Unique as well. So definitely kind of like defending that area, making the teams, which Konina didn't even make it on the other side. Unique actually got 2 players later on the area, but still they hold the place, and that kind of like kept their backside clean, just like we saw yesterday, for example, happening.
Now, I want to say this, Froz. You mentioned Fate before we went into this game and said they were the only team that could catch up to Na'Vi. That 22 points is not going to drastically do it straight away, but it still puts them in a fighting chance to make this happen. And then we come on to talking about Na'Vi and say, every time a team thinks they can get close, well, look, the difference in points was just 6.
The problem is, it's not that Na'Vi's getting the points right now.
5, I can't do maths.
Huh?
I can't do maths, 5.
It's okay, I wasn't going to correct you. But the problem is that Na'Vi having this kind of lead right now, I'm not completely sure, but they were in a good lead before.
Yep.
Now, Fate is only catching up with 5 points. That means that Na'Vi still have this big lead.
Yep.
And they only have 2 teams that is on their tail. It's Fate and it's 12-18. Konina Power took care of the 12-18, so
straight away.
Yeah, Na'Vi don't need to care about that at all. But basically what we could see from Na'Vi, I don't think it's going to happen today, but I think this is something that will happen tomorrow. Na'Vi could drop on Fate and try to take them out straight on in the game, because that's the only threat they have then. And if they take them out early on in the game, or even take out 3 players, 2 players, cripple them, what is Fate going to do? They're not going to be able to play their normal game then, and they're going to have a hard time to catch up.
Oh, that is mind-blowing. You can do that kind of things on PUBG, actually. Anyway, but there's definitely one target that they can do. because the gap is so big, and like you said, only 5 points, which was the difference now between these teams. So, I mean, Na'Vi would have to have some games where they're not getting like any points or very little points. And then, of course, we would be needing Fate and the other teams kind of like stepping up. And on the first day, yes, we had some matches on Na'Vi, which they weren't like excelling on those. So it is still possible. But this kind of performance that they're still having the top 3 players on the points, that's not going to be enough for them to lose the top spot, even if they wouldn't be getting any of the chicken dinners and everybody else would be snatching the other ones. So completely agree on what Frost said about the point gap. To close that for the other teams, they need more. And now, even when Fate got the chicken dinner, they didn't got the huge amount of kills. They got some. They got 22 points out of it. And they played the circle. They played the circle well, but I was maybe a little bit disappointed about the ending. They kind of like took the passive side. Yes, they wanted to guarantee the placement points, but I still think that from that place which they had, I was hoping to see when the final circle actually shifted on the south and not anymore staying on the area, which Faith was controlling. I was really hoping that they would take like more aggressive entry on the circle and take the presence. But of course, the circle and the landscape was difficult.
I want to contradict you on that one. I think they played it perfectly, actually. What Fate did was that they started the fight between Conqueror and Futbolist by taking a knock there on Conqueror. And that enabled Futbolist to take that fight against Conqueror, which means that Fate could just easily watch by, make sure that, okay, we're not going to put ourselves in any danger yet because we don't need to. Sure, we could get a kill or 2 here, but that's going to put the win in danger, and they don't want to do that. They want to get those points. They want to secure those points. So what they did was, instead, watching the game from the side, and then when they saw, like, well, now those teams are crippled. Now it's time for us to move in and just sweep it up.
Yeah, I agree with the timing. That is definitely good that they actually utilize the situation. But I was more about thinking about from the examples point of view that making a mark for the others, that they can be also aggressive, because we have seen the passive Fate, and now when they were holding the circle, they did exactly the same thing which they did on the past when they had the similar situation. When they were in the circle, they were comfortable with it. But every time, not only in this game, but on the past as well, every time when they have been finding themselves outside of the circle, they have went a little bit more not so aggressive, struggling a little bit. So I was like hoping that now, when we finally would be having them to make all the way on the top 3, they would be actually pushing towards the others and like showing that we can also be aggressive. But I mean, I agree, getting the placement points, definitely that's a priority as well. So definitely good, and they got a chicken dinner by that strategy.
It certainly is a balance, right? There can be different ways you can approach how these games go down. I want to take a look at some of the top players we had within this lobby, though, because it becomes an interesting story on where to take us next. Next, we're going to be looking at, right, okay, we can see it there, Futbolist, Fate, players up there doing very well, but 2 players here from Conqueror, and finally we see a good game overall from Conqueror. They were fighting as hard as they could. Okay, it kind of came away from it at the end there, especially considering they had a full squad up when it was getting involved in that. But this is a high-placing game they needed to come back into a day like today.
Yeah, they had a rough time towards the end there because they came from the east side where they basically had the low ground pushing in, and they had to push towards Futbolist on the high ground at the same time as Faye was just watching them from the side as well. So basically, the other 2 teams were dictating the fate of Conqueror there. But Conqueror did play this really well. We saw them holding that bridge on the east side and holding down that compound, basically pushing everybody away. They got himself a lot of kills as well. I think it was 11 in total, and that is really good. But this is what you want to see from Conqueror. Time after time, we see them being in this kind of position, but this time they actually managed to hold people out, and that's what you want to see every time.
Yeah, from that bridge we had next to Rüya and actually the World of Wonders trying to get inside of the Charlie Island from that bridge. And in the end, I mean, Conqueror, they did take a couple of the kills, a couple of the knocks there, but then in the end they were just making clear sign for the teams that there's people, they don't come here that easily. And then in the end, next Rüya and World of Wonders, they ended up fighting together because they saw that there's no way forward, so they had to stay there, and then they needed to engage each other, and then they kind of like got destroyed. I think 1 player from the World of Wonders got through only, and the whole next Rüya was destroyed on the other island.
And next, Rüya is a team we've been talking about a fair amount, right? But this is a team that has been up there. We've seen them within the top 8, but it's become a little bit more difficult for them, right? There's still a lot more work that needs to be done. Yet at the beginning of the whole tournament, we were all looking at them and thinking this could be a team to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and they showed some promises in yesterday's games, but today, sadly, it hasn't been that part. I think they had like 2 or 3 points coming into this game today.
Yeah.
They got themselves a 5th place here with 6 kills, so it's not too bad this game alone, but you need to have these kind of games all the time if you want to be there towards the top. And that's kind of what we're seeing towards the top teams. even when they're not getting those wins, they're still getting a lot of kills, they're still getting those placement points, making sure that they're always grabbing something, they're not going home without anything.
Yeah, now currently they're definitely not looking the team who actually has taken 2 chicken dinners already, because they are actually not in the top 8 anymore with the 2 chicken dinners. We have teams with 0 chicken dinners on the top 8 as well. So next Rüya with those 2 chicken dinners, they have been getting those, but what we have been telling all the time, the stability, it's just not there. And you can't have matches with only like 1 to 0 points. You just can't have them on a lobby like this. So you gotta be getting some stable results, getting like 5, 6, 7, 10, 12 points per game if you want to be staying together with the top dogs.
If you want to be a top team, you need to be putting up those top numbers and high placing and consistent placing throughout as well. We're going to take a look at the overall rankings though and see where we are at, because it's still changing like crazy, especially when you look down towards like 5th to 8th, right? The change is massive. Just 1 or 2 games can change a whole lot in there. And Conqueror, right, when we last looked at them, they were what, in maybe 7th or 8th? Now they're back up in 5th place. Na'Vi obviously don't need to even say anything at this point because they're just rocking it. Fate, they get a 3rd chicken dinner on the board, something they can be very proud of, but there's still a lot to play for. And still some of these teams, they're fighting, they're pushing this a little bit further, where all it will take is 1 game that can propel them above some of the people who are above them.
Yeah, you also got to remember that, like, Fate, they're 44 points behind right now. This game alone would have been a huge boost if Na'Vi wasn't able to just heal himself up there and get so many points. Faith also coming in as the 5th place from a PMPL Arabia. I mean, they made it here, and they've shown big time how much better they are than just being on the 5th place. They could have been the 1st place in that region, and right now they're showing that potential to us. These teams that they're up against here is even better than in their region alone.
The improvements are certainly being shown. I'm going to take a look at the 2nd page as well and see the other 8 teams and where they are at. And NASR are just outside now. They start the day in 4th. They've now gone down to 9th place. Panda, they've crept up 2 positions from 4 teams to start the day off with, but it's still not good enough for a team that we class in such a high regard when it comes to playing PUBG Mobile.
Time after time, we see them in their early engagements, and a lot of times right now, they are not the one who is engaging. They are getting engaged by other teams, and that means that they're getting caught off guard and losing a player or 2, and then they're just crippled, and we don't see anything happen from there on, because you're just trying to survive in the game instead, trying to get at least 1 or 2 placement points, but not even that is possible when there's so many teams, so many players still up.
Yeah, I mean, the whole development of Panda has been interesting on this tournament. On the first day, we kind of like saw the aggressive gameplay, but it just didn't work. Then yesterday, I don't know what actually happened on the day 2, but onto my eye, for a while it seems that they are like playing better, but then in the end, they were getting less points. And now today, I think they have kind of lost now, during the last couple of matches, they have lost the aggressive angle. They have been just on the receiving side, just like Frost said, they are not anymore in control of the gameplay. So I think that they tried to fix some of the things, like James has been talking with them, getting some insight from the team as well. But clearly the corrections they have been deciding to do, they don't seem to be working out.
There still needs to be some research being had here, but maybe they can find some success on this final game. Maybe that can help them jump up. We're about to go into Erangel for one final time. It's game 6 of today. Carleris and Max are back with us once again to deliver all the amazing commentary. And guys, you were there throughout PMPL with me. We were loving Panda. Can you put a word on what is going wrong with these guys? I tried to poke them with a stick, you know, I tried to wake them up.
I don't know, Max. What do you think?
I mean, the poke with a stick was not enough. Maybe 2 sticks would be enough for next time. We'll have to give it a try.
But maybe some bamboo.
Yeah, Panda are clearly going away from their aggressive playstyle. I think back in the Western European PMPL, they felt very confident, especially after that first week where they had such a big showcase. And now this is a completely different caliber from what they were used to in that PMPL. And they're still trying to adapt. It's only a 4-day tournament and it's so hard. And I think they're playing game of chicken and playing a little bit scared from time, going for the heal-offs in the blue a little bit too early. The aggressive Panda, that's what we need to see, but it's getting to the point where I would almost say here, Kalaris, where it's too late to make a drastic shift.
Sometimes lobby dynamics work this way, right? Where you have these, again, short-term tournaments compared to a long-form league where a Panda, a Destiny are able to adapt quickly to their opponents. But when I say quickly, I mean a full week's time. And then off the back of that, they're able to read them very well. You don't have that luxury in a tournament quite like this. You've got to be hot off the word go. Ala and Na'Vi, as we now get into our final game here, Max, of the day before we roll into 6 tomorrow.
Yeah, going to see if we're going to have a few little changes last second. Of course, we're going to have even more of a discrepancy between 3rd and 4th position. 12-18, currently standing on 180 points. They are third. Wait, I was going to do the math, but before I was going to get it wrong. No, I had it right. I had it right. 38 points ahead of Konina Power, currently standing in 4th with 142 points to their name. So from 3rd to 4th is a huge leap if you're to try and play catch-up. It could happen at the end of this, but you're clearly seeing that the teams that are in that top 3 are just running away with the lead, and that means in the final day, it's going to be even harder to catch up to the likes of Na'Vi, Fate, and 12-18.
I mean, you're a mind reader. I really wanted to hark on this divide that we see right now.
My point now.
Oh, well, okay, bye. I'm not making it. I know. The fact that there is such a divide right now, let's think about these top 3 teams right now. There's been 17 games played. Between these 3 teams, 11 of the chicken dinners have gone their way. If you look at the last 7 games of the tournament, all of the wins have been on these 3 teams. They have not shared. Na'Vi is especially not shared, but it is ridiculous to see where these 3 teams are at right now, and you've got to be dealing with them somehow in these games if you want to try and jump up. You have to put a thorn in their side somehow, but it is very difficult here in some of these lobbies.
We saw that happen actually just last game. For example, Konina Power, right, trying to play spoilers and bamboozle the entirety of 12-18 by dropping close to the northern edge where they know that 12-18 typically drops. So it did work at that time, right? They did give 1 kill over, but at the end you eliminate the team very early. That's 0 positioning points to the name of 12-18. We might see something somewhat similar happen this time around. We've seen a weird cluster of teams actually towards Primorsk. I'm genuinely surprised by that. You got, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4 teams. Okay, this is a little bit then out of the ordinary from what we initially and usually have on these games of Erangel.
Especially where Slime is at the moment. I'm not a big fan of that kind of side of quarry area. It's very barren, not too many compounds, and then transitioning away from their past quarry, or if a team is coming up from Primorsk and sliding on past you, it can be scary. We'll see how this plays out. You say RICO Infinity is down there as well. It's a mishmash of teams there. Look at the RICO Infinity's split currently across that spot. Oof.
Yeah, going to be a little bit of a hard one. I'm also looking on the minimap. This is going to be an interesting approach for Konina Power. Typically, they like to drop in like to the likes of Prison, Mill to Power. They got to be careful because you're always going to have Conqueror, the old godsend, that go for farm. So hopefully they're not going to try and elongate that drop and go to the usual position. Otherwise, that could get a little bit dicey. As unique. There you go. They're going to go also for a little bit of a rotation. RICO Infinity have NASR very far away from his team, but he's not going to take the fight usually. He's there to give the information and try and facilitate further rotations down the line.
Yeah, just keeping an eye out on things up towards the top. I mean, the thing is that is all the information game, right? He had an Uzi and a shotgun. Well, you know what? Good luck from that range.
I think you have no option yet.
You're not going to be doing much with that.
Kind of forced in that kind of scouting role, Konina Power. Apparently, they're going to be pushing a little bit further then. I mean, they know that with that kind of playing path that was very southern-eastern focus, southern-western. I get my positions wrong from time to time. But yeah, they're going to try and push it. They knew that Conqueror play farm, so they're just trying to avoid it. So they're very aware of the map and where teams like to drop. So I like that from Konina Power. And they need to have good results, right? Because you mentioned that they're currently 38 points behind 3rd. If they want to catch up, they need to get a good end of result on this final game of day 3. And kick into gear very quickly tomorrow on the final day of this PMPL. That's the game plan for Konina Power to get some extra prize money under their belt.
I mean, even if your rotations are off by 1 or 2 minutes because you had to drive a little bit more further to actually get to your usual drop spot, it's still better because going to an alternate drop spot and kind of it throwing off all of your rotations and you're not super familiar with how the teams around you rotate and stuff like that. That's how you lose people out early. And Panda is rocking up to apartments and already losing 1 to NASR. Very well done with that DP, but it goes down as well. Nice little trade from Lin.
Yeah, they have an imposter amongst themselves inside this compound, so try and move out. NASR going to transcend the cavalry forward. That's going to be Hassan and Batiko, though. Another off angle. Wait, the teammate just got off from that exact position, and they did not see the information. I'm genuinely surprised. Seemed like a little bit of miscommunication on the side of NASR, as they only have 2 currently remaining on their end. Miracle the top. Hassan going to go for the res onto Nabu, but the nades are looking clean, and Lin knows exactly where Hassan currently is positioned. Taking a little bit of time, and that res might just have enough time to actually come on through, but no, they're going to cancel in time, and Miracle is going to try and run down the stairs while he knows that some damage has been dealt to the rest of Panda, but it's just way too late, and Panda actually got vengeance for NASR winning that fight most of the time on the 2 first days. So yeah, Panda back on it again.
Back on the road again. That's right. Oh, Slime, though, going to be taking this fight. I expected eventually this to go down a little bit, but there's the peak, and Tulika will be able to take him very, very quickly off the back of that. I don't know if there's much opportunity for Slime to, you know, really reinforce, unfortunately. They're so spread at this point.
Yeah, they even have aim inside of the Ferry Pier area, and it's surrounded by RICO Infinity. And then you got two of the players, Pronto and Jagger, over to the western coastal line. So yeah, I'm very unsure what the game plan was for them. It was clearly a call of desperation. They didn't want to go back towards the likes of Hospital, where they know there's a lot of top teams in this lobby standing over there. And yeah, I think that there's maybe a little bit of lack of research too, because we know as a fact that 12-18 love to play Gatka fields, and if you move in that position, you need to be fully prepared of a potential encounter. Seemed like that was not the case. As Conqueror moving away, he's going to go for a U-turn, because Konina Power looking in a relatively strong position here.
And those barn compounds are actually quite finicky to hold, especially if you're only one person. Even if you can hold the stairs, there's just great angles through the side windows to be able to nade you. So you're kind of damned if you do and damned if you don't, unfortunately. As Konina Power getting the pickup and may end up still having that clash with Conquer over there.
Seems like Conquer are going for the full-on push. I mean, they're currently in 5th. They're right behind Konina Power, so the same rules apply that we mentioned earlier for Conqueror, even though it's not a fight that really makes a lot of sense, but because of the rankings, might actually help them out in the grand scheme of things. Destiny will have a few nice shots, and that's going to be an instant kill confirmed going the way of Mihi. Gotta be careful, Prestige with the sneaky off angle. It's not going to be going for the engage just yet. Yeah, it's so aggressive at the start of this game.
Yeah, I mean, similar to the last Erangel, I guess it is these kind of plane paths that are cutting in pretty harshly against the land itself. We had it before, and it does have this go down. I'm personally a big fan of the World of Wonder strategy, which is you drop, you find your cars, you go to your normal destination. Konina Power, of course, we're doing it as well. It's a little bit slower. You run into Conqueror, and that's harsh in itself. But I mean, I think they're back up now, right? So they should be able to, you know, stay live. And Conqueror looks to be backing off from the situation down there.
Yeah, I want to touch upon World of Wonders, as you just mentioned, too. This has been a strategy and a position that has worked for them so far in this tournament. They've never died early, World of Wonders. You've got to keep that in mind. Never in Phase 1, Phase 2 do you see World of Wonders go down. So it seems like Yasna Poliana has been a winning recipe for them. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And also, they've been able to climb up pretty consistently throughout the entirety of this 3rd day of the PMPL Championship, where they're currently standing on the first page in 8th position with 0 wins to their name, but they're still lacking a little bit of kills. They get strong positions, but I want to see them try and convert those strong spots, that gatekeeping situation, into kills. If they can do so, they might get extra prize money along the way. Though Team Unique and Conqueror a little bit more back and forth. Conqueror did move away from Konina Power then into another fight, but they're not center, so Unique don't really have to take the fight, which is why they're going to try their best to move away and get a little bit closer to the center.
Yeah, Reeves attempting to blast across there as we see rotations going on across that bridge now. Wait, is Konina Power... Why is there a plan? Why have they gone onto the bridge?
They felt pushed by Conqueror, so they went there, but even then, that is not... You don't escape by that position, especially when it's in the blue, and you know as a fact that SUDOR play Novo and usually cross that bridge. So yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by what Konina Power are trying to pull off this time around. Some action still unfolding on the southern western edge, and you said right, it's down to that kind of Phase 1, sorry, that plane pass, should I say, as the Phase 2 circle going to be coming up, and it's going to be a little bit more over to the western side. Everest is going to be in play. That is a position the Futbolists like to play, so I think that, and we already see Soke on the car, that might be the intention for Futbolists to get to Everest, scout, get the information by that spot.
Yeah, usually the rest stay in the cube compound whilst Soke is actually doing that. Either he takes like that tower across the side, or as you say, Everest, just getting the information where you can. The one caution I would throw their way, though, is the fact that there will be a few teams maybe eyeing up Everest because of how much information that can provide them, given how much of that lower side of land along the river is still in the circle. So you have to be a little bit more strategical about it, not just a full send up.
I think it's especially 12-18. There's a little bit of history playing that position from time to time back in the CIS region. So they could give it a fair shot if they want to, but Futbolist actually left the Q compound that you mentioned earlier, Kalaris, and they're actually going back. So there's a little bit of back and forth, a little bit of indecision, and World of Wonders, they are actually pushing on that position currently. So we might have a big fight unfolding as Panda has seen that roam unfold from a distance. But I don't think the World of Wonders are going to strike just yet, as they saw Futbolist being really fast on that rotation to get back into the compound. So he's not going to go any further. There's some action's going to be unfolding onto one of the southern bridges, making their way over to the mainland, and that's going to be Fate. They're going to gatekeep away safe off SUDOR Esports. That's an extra kill to Fate, trying to play catch-up to Na'Vi.
And speaking of playing catch up to Na'Vi, if there was ever a circle for you to try and lay wait and set a trap for Na'Vi, it might be this one. You know that they're going to be in North George. You know that it's very likely they will eventually move east of North George. It's their usual progression. It's rare that they kind of go over the North George bridge into South George. You could, in theory, try and kind of scout them out, hunt them out a little bit, as World of Wonders is looking in that direction. You've got to be aware, if you take up this spot, the Na'Vi's over there. And there's Kitsune straight away, gets the pickup.
Yeah, I was about to mention, as you were talking about that actually might be the game plan for World of Wonders. They moved in that rotation, and they had full eyesight onto the west. They were aiming in that position, they were looking, trying to scout the intel, because they know this is typically the moment in time where Na'Vi like to move away from Northern Georgia. I mean, they're clearly done with that looting stage. It doesn't take that long. And they get himself a knock onto Kitsune. Luckily enough, though, Kitsune is in a position where Rez isn't too hard to pull off, so hopefully Na'Vi will be able to get himself back as a four-man crew. But Team Unique, I'm loving their rotation. You can't see it currently on the minimap. Hopefully we'll see it once Phase 3 tends to come around. But they went for the wide rotation around Yasnai Polyana up onto the northeastern edge, because they know that there's not that many northern teams. And if you want to take the path of least resistance, northeast is definitely the way to go for Unique.
Yeah, especially since Destiny has shown tendencies on these kinds of playing paths to not go Severny, right? Not go for that long drop and instead gone for Primosk. So yeah, they should be operating with the knowledge that they have a wealth of room. Even though Panda is currently kind of sleuthing around up there, seeing what's happening, but not too close to them just yet. World of Wonders still in this kind of stalemate with Na'Vi. And again, I would love to see more teams converge on that spot. You have to slow down Na'Vi somehow, some way. I know it's risky. I know it could potentially cost you money, because there's money for every single placement as you move up. Oh, and that shift. Ooh,
Okay. Now you got extra value to go for Everest position. Futbolist already into the cars, might have an intention to play a little bit of a race game with the likes of Na'Vi. I think Futbolist will be there first. Ahsoka, yeah, he's already on the bottom side of Everest, and he might try and get that position under control. He's going to be going a little bit further out. Yeah, World of Wonders is a little bit slow, though. You've got to be careful. There's not many positions to play for in the northern edge. Unless they keep on going down south, and it seems like Futbolist and Na'Vi are showing no signs of stopping. They're going even further beyond. So World of Wonders might have a chance to actually get a decent spot in the circle.
That is the problem with going north to south from these circles, is the fact that going across those two bridges, kind of just where World of Wonders is and where Futbolist just crossed, Na'Vi just crossed, it can be difficult if there's any teams looking at that angle. And that's why you're seeing maybe on the map there, World of Wonders dither about a bit and really not choose which way they want to go just yet, because they now know it's a little bit too late. As Fate still looking for a decent spot to set up themselves. The compounds along the bottom of Everest are very nice. 1218 is currently knocked in one of them, though.
Yeah, that was actually a shot coming out from, I think it was Lovazin or Futbolist that got himself a DP28 engaged. DP28, especially on Everest, is one of the best weapons. If you guys haven't done any own games, I would recommend do it. It's completely broken in that position. You hit most of those shots. If you have decent eyesight, which is not my case. I got to get my eyes checked in like 2 months. So
2 months?
Yeah, hey man, it's France. It takes ages to get your eyes checked. I don't know why. But
What?
Yeah, it is what it is.
That's amazing.
Hopefully I can still cast by then and see what's going on screen.
Horrendously amazing, but amazing. All right, well, Futbolist, can you see them? They're up on Everest, Max. Meanwhile, Na'Vi, they're south of Everest.
I think it's not that bad just yet.
Oh, okay, all right.
It's only my right eye also that's a little bit messed up. I just closed the other and we're good, but I don't have any kind of idea
Could be
of...
a pirate. Could get you an eye patch.
Oh, I actually like. I know that's a joke, but I'm actually thinking about it. That would be actually pretty cool. If I have like a disease on the right eye or something, that would be a cool backstory.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go. We need a pirate update at some point on PUBG Mobile. That'll be cool. But now, focusing a little bit more onto a serious note, World of Wonders actually did not go for some of the two northern bridges that we mentioned. It could be a little bit of a hard encounter for them. They went straight up to the northeastern edge, went close to Sunken City, and made it over to the mainland again. and they're going to find an easy entry point in that position. So World of Wonders still have a chance in this game. It shouldn't be all over just yet. And they're going to go for a little bit of a sneaky crash. Talking about a crash, Conqueror versus Destiny currently unfolding. And Reeves will be with his teammate, but they're not as a three-man crew. Currently one player missing. Got Azzy and Reeves in this one, as SUDOR Esports will lose their life to World of Wonders. There's going to be an extra kill coming their way.
Yep, quite nice indeed. It's funny because they go so wide around. They could have gone across the bridges, but they decided to take the extremely safe route and, you know, pick up kill points along the way for it. But meanwhile, Conqueror up against Destiny, two teams very familiar with one another. Will trade nade for a nade. Oh my.
Okay, I see that one. I see that one for real. I'm going to pay attention to this. This is
yeah,
interesting to see how teams are going to be playing around this one. You got, as you said, a few really valuable compounds down south of Everest. So if you play around those properly, that might be the game-winning condition this time around. Though Na'Vi from a distance, sneaky third party on Conqueror and also Destiny. Mozaro, that's going to be the flush coming on through for Matic. He's got an extra kill to me on the side. So yeah, Conqueror and Destiny got to think how to move away. But the Bluesin is going to engulf you very soon in its grasp, and that's where this fight needs to end very soon.
Let's talk about Everest though for a second, because I'm watching Futbolist up there really group up now, and they understand that Everest, as much as it might just look like a hill, might look like a mountain, this mountain can house 4 teams at the peaks, something like that, if you are kind of grouped up, focused up, and you've got to be very careful about pinches up on Everest as well. So Futbolist here is going to be trying to cover the west side of Everest because that's the closest towards the circle. They know that if somebody's coming up on there, they're going to be on the edge. They're going to be pressured. I love this by Futbolist, what they're doing whilst we're watching Fate and World of Wonders. And now we're here. Look at this. This is perfect from them.
Yeah, the other point though, where Na'Vi are going to be prone to taking nade damage, you've got to be careful where you approach it. Rom going to be the one onto the front line with Soke. Try and slow down the engage, but Na'Vi, they have a plan in mind. They got their eyes on the prize. Nades, there you go, mentioned them. They're going to be going a little bit back and forth at this point. It's another nade coming out. Matic closing that gap even more. That's some really good damage on both Matic and Meku. They're going to have to heal off for a little bit, but give him precious time for Futbolist to get that second volley of nades back and forth. But Soke getting a little bit wide onto the off angle. You're getting low ground. I don't know if I don't know what to think about that.
Bold. It definitely is bold. You got to be very careful here. Meku's going to be laying in some nades once again. They're going to reposition with a car, of all things, up there. That's some dangerous driving. That's some Frost level driving right there. And a little bit of spray coming in. Meku goes down, though, thanks to that off angle from Soke. They did not anticipate that wider, lower angle. Sometimes the lunacy of a position can pay dividends because they just don't expect it. And Tixi gonna have to go for the revive here, but if Futbolist pressures even more, might not have time to.
This fight's currently unfolding onto the western side of Everest. Unique, I think I'm somewhat aware of that currently unfolding. They maybe hear the gunshots in a distance, pretty far away, but they're actually pushing onto Everest themselves, onto the northern eastern edge. So they might actually go for a sneak at the party, given the chance to do so. A lot of utilities still getting traded. They're going to be out of nades eventually. Like, this is an insane, insane amount being used between these two teams. But Na'Vi, of course, a little bit too far on those nades, so Futbolist not able to connect it, as Panda will go out in 12.
Yeah, one of the victims of that south move in, as you can see on our bottom right-hand side, there is a lot of teams there trying to push through those barren, kind of slopey areas that are eventually leading up to those compounds and then Everest. The Futbolist needs to finish this fight and then be thinking about what's going to be eventually going on the eastern side. Because, as you say, they're wasting a lot of grenades, and grenades are of extreme importance when it comes to these kinds of fights on Everest.
Yeah, so valuable on Everest. Of course, you're not trying to hold on to as many as possible. They're even not able to get many knocks and not many connections onto Na'Vi itself, so a lot of them just being thrown all willy-nilly without any kind of impact and influence. There you go, the peak coming out, but Tixi, of course, on the low ground. That's not going to give you the advantage. Next Rüya also eliminated, but the circle shifts, and it's going to be away from Everest. So now you've got an extra time factor to this fight. You need to win it, and you need to start moving quickly.
Yeah, but if you do win it, though, you're effectively dealing with one of the biggest threats you're going to have throughout the next good few minutes of this game. But it's still, so many nades have gone into this. I think Futbolist has to be out now at this point, and Na'Vi is not.
Surprise. Very anticlimactic fight between these two teams. A little bit of refresh there, see how things are rolling on through. Going for a little bit of an off angle too. Consider going down below, trying to pull off a Soke. But Soke, oh man, he went for the big wrap around, and it actually worked out automatic. But no, he actually loses that gunshot. But he's got the team to actually back up his engage. And now Kitsune is going to be left stranded onto the backside, very far away from the likes of Tixi, Futbolist. That play was so ballsy from Soke, but I'm surprised it worked. That is great play from Futbolist.
Yeah, but now they got to do something with it. Lutz actually moved further down. Now he's bailing. They understand that off angle was way too much. That was, yeah, very risky by Soul-K, but definitely did pay off in terms of getting that disengage from all of this situation. What a crazy end to that fight. Konina Power does go out in a similar position to Panda, in a similar position to next Rüya, because that is an absolute killing field down there. And then now for Futbolist, because so much time was wasted there, RICO Infinity, Unique has taken up those positions. It was 4 teams in total that took this Everest spot, and Futbolist is going to be paying the price, unfortunately, because no time.
And I'm pretty sure they're going to be out of utility, so that push on Team Unique is going to be even harder because of that lack of utility, and Team Unique have been relatively passive. I think that they've taken very little amount of fights this game, so they got utility all day, every day to go for that engage on Futbolist. So Futbolist might want to try and avoid it if they know that utility, and the lack of utility, should I even say, might just cause their demise. Though Na'Vi able to move away, Kitsune and Tixi onto the lower end. Reeves of Conqueror is going to try and get a few little shots back and forth, and might actually just get himself one, but Kitsune will indeed go down, and that's going to be Tixi stranded as a one-man team, trying his best to now just snake it into the final circle. But now that's the clash between Futbolist and Team Unique that's going to be happening. But as we said, without utility, that's a lot harder for Futbolist to pull off.
Definitely so, especially with the good 2-2 that Unique has got set up right now against Futbolist, who are trying to push on towards this position. If one goes down for Futbolist, it's going to be extremely difficult for them to get them back up. A nade goes in, ducks in, Ram goes down. That's a really good start from Analyst there. And in the wings, behind all of this, Na'Vi is on their last legs, whilst 12-18 and Fate still have decent positions to play and catch up in this game, in this tournament.
Take notes, Futbolist. That's how you nade it up here on Everest. They're going to go for the engage. Even to the blue, Loverzen going to be picking up the buggy, trying to get away. One shot and you're done. That is a very risky engage, but it might just pay off. And he actually gets away off the grass of Unique. Lutz trying to go for a similar play, but he will not have the same amount of luck coming his way. Futbolist only having Loverzen, and he makes it in. He's got 5 first aids. He could survive that for a little bit longer.
That was that was Hell Rider. That was insane. Oh, yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, Unique kind of wins out that position by far, but now we're going to see World of Wonders 12-18. Fate. Ooh, Fate is scrambling at this point, considering their position. GUNZ is going to put some frags down on towards 12-18. Some frag grenades. Doesn't quite connect or go through the window just there. Reeves just chilling on out. Unique is going to have a bit of a hard time, I think, getting off of Everest now, because it's shifted so hard away from it. If you've got some vehicles, might be the time to use them.
I think that'll be the play that Team Unique are going to go for. And it's a lot harder. 12-18 can't keep you away because you've got guns, and you also got yourself so the teams like World of Wonders that are taking full on your attention. So it's a good time to move because you see that this fight is unfolding in a compound. Though he's going to be into the bottom side of this building. That can involve maybe trying to wrap around and have a little bit of a Omawa Mushinderu kind of moment, but GUNZ a little bit unaware. Where is that player? He's trying to wrap around the building, get himself one-on-one versus Lord, but Lord was fully aware and prepared for the fight as 12-18 just got taken out of their compound in a matter of seconds by an insanely well-executed push of GUNZ, but he's still got 2 players remaining, so don't get too overzealous, don't get too ahead of yourself, GUNZ. You have done only 50% of the work.
Arif gets knocked as well for Fate up towards the north, and that will slow down their advancement into the circle. It's not too hindering to them. Little peek around here from Rove. On towards 12-18.
Oh, a little bit close there, a little bit skeptical, but Ralph, that's going on for way too long, this 1v1. Jumps through the window and gets it done as he's trying to cook up the grenade. What a play from Ralph. Knew he had the other chance to do so. They're all the same color, so I'm getting a little bit confused here. This is where my eyes are definitely playing me a sneaky little trick. But what of wonders, this is the third party happening once again to Liquor, trying his best to survive as long as possible versus his other squad. But what of wonders, apparently not going to be aware of where GUNZ are trying to play that position. That's going to be an extra kill, up to 7. GUNZ just got most of those in the fraction of a second. But onto the other side, I believe that's Na'Vi's remaining player that actually got himself there engaged. So Tiggsy actually able to capitalize on that opportunity to get as many kills as possible. But man, this circle is wild for these teams and so hard to deal with.
Normally a snake from a team is just going to chill out and hope they don't go notice. Tixi, meanwhile, is just blasting. Just doesn't care as Fate here is trying to reposition themselves. Team Unique goes down off the back of that Everest situation. All of the teams from Everest, aside from Tixi, and we have even a member of Futbolist in the middle still alive.
Yeah, he's gone.
My.
See you later, mate.
Okay,
that was a nice temp. That closed a little bit of a position. If you want to send I mean, actually, Tixi won't be able to cross over the road. And Recent also going to go for more of a sneaky play. So things are going to slow down. Oh, that circle, though.
He doesn't need to cross. I was even great. Before that, I think it was okay. I think he had enough room. to be able to play this out, because there's going to be so much preoccupied instances going on this eastern side. This is ridiculous. How is Tixi salvaging a dying situation on the west side of Everest to now be here where he is?
Does he have a Kitsune amount of first aids? If he does, that could also help
Please no.
quite a bit. If he got exactly 21, then maybe a second position minimum coming his way. But Fate, we said it, this was not an easy push for them to make happen, also because you're continuously fighting on an uphill battle, but yet they were able to clear it out and get rid of most of the teams that were onto the east, and now they got themselves positioned with that third-person perspective, especially, you can peek without putting yourself in danger. So this might be the game-winning opportunity for Fate to not only get himself a win, but be one of the teams next to Na'Vi to get himself a back-to-back win off of that Sanhok game earlier. Yeah. So Fate definitely living up to their expectations in this one.
I mean, Fate was, as you say, one of the teams in that kind of triple team situation in the previous game, and they played it out really spectacularly, to be perfectly honest. So World of Wonders is going to get thrashed, it looks like, here with the position that they have. I don't know if Recent's going to be able to do too much against this.
Oh, no.
They find him out. They take him down. It is Fate all the way. They are looking to hunt down Na'Vi in this tournament. They are the ones that are on their heels as close as can be compared to the other teams. This is their opportunity.
Tixi actually got from 5th to 4th for Na'Vi, so that's an extra few positioning points. So once again, create that gap on the other position. What a nade from Lord from a distance, and that's 12-18 out off of one piece of utility. Double digits, though, coming in the way of GUNZ. Gonna try and go for the res onto the Freak. But Ragnarok, he's pushing it. He's trying to get himself towards that rock, and if he does, he might just be in nade range, but do they still have some utility to chuck the way of GUNZ? I think that's fine, but we all know this one, Kalaris, that this is a Fate back-to-back win opportunity. They do not want to fluff it. They do not want to give it away. Freak, more utility chucked out. Ragnarok is just waiting for them to push it out.
Is it a wonder? Is it destiny? No, it's Fate all the way. Look at how they're able to control this. It's going to be difficult for GUNZ to do anything about it. There's the peak. He goes down. Another spray through here with the but 3 members of Fate are now trying to swarm to find the extra angles as the blue is enclosing on you. It's going to be done. Lord is not going to be able to make this happen, I don't think. He tries to spray through the windows, but it's not going to be enough. Fate once again, Max. Oh my, we have now a race on our hands.
Oh, they were in second position before this one with 193 points, and just above them was 237. That was Na'Vi. Still, 4th position for Na'Vi with a few kills. They're still going to be able to retain onto that first position, but Fate, they are definitely in range tomorrow to get that first place under their control if Na'Vi do not have the best of performances. So yeah, Fate has been looking amazing. I've been a big fan of Ragnarok, especially throughout this event. And it's not even that much damage, but this goes to show also that every single fight they took made sense, and they only really showed up into the final moments. They didn't have to take fights until then, and they'll go for the win. They have their eyes on the prize, and at the end, Fate are just clearly looking like a favorite from the Arabic region and living up to their name.
Yeah, rare that you have to do as much damage as healing, unless it's Sanhok sometimes, depending on the situation. But the fact that they had to do this meant that they were up in that northeast side, and the way that they were able to approach the circle was pretty carefree. There were so many teams that could have potentially been in the kind of similar position that they were in, but a lot of those teams went to Everest, kind of went for a bit of a wraparound, ended a little bit more further south of Ruins, and Fate had good room to breathe in this game for a long time, and you could see it towards the end that, you know, they felt very confident about their position.
Yeah, a lot of the teams, as you said, that northern eastern spot, a lot of teams are trying to avoid it like the play, but they're like, you know what, we know as a fact that teams are not going to play that position. If we play it, we know we're not going to get contested, and that play style, that kind of thought process does pay off from time to time, and in this case, it did work out for Fate, as they're going to get himself another win up in their sleeves. And you mentioned it earlier, right, Kalaris, how the top 3 teams have a majority of these wins. That's another one to their name. Like, they're just continuously just completely crushing the rest of this lobby. Like, sheesh, like, this is an absolute domination for the top squads.
Yeah, I think it's Shaq. No, I'm not even going to do it to you, damn Zoomers. But yeah, 12 wins out of the 18 has gone to these 3 teams right now, which is absolutely ridiculous. They have stood out so well throughout these 3 days so far. And of course, tomorrow with only 6 games remaining, who is going to be able to try and topple Na'Vi? It might be Fate, all things considering. Even our sound producer is having a go at me. She's not a Zoomer. What's going on here? I'm just messing. Max already told everyone yesterday. I get things wrong on purpose to try and annoy you, and it works. You're all easy to bait. I don't know.
I know Kalash for a year now and tell you it happens quite a bit, okay? You better get used to it while you still can. But yeah, this is a very clear race to the top currently happening. And we're at the point, you mentioned it a little bit earlier too, right, Kalash, how some teams could try and ruin the opportunities for some of the top teams. I think we're clearly at a point now after day 3 where some teams know, okay, this is game over. We know our chances are ruined to get towards that first page. Can we maybe try and go down in history, not for the right ways, but can you maybe try and ruin the opportunities for others? I think that some teams like, once again, Unique, Destiny, SUDOR, Panda could try and make it happen and come their way.
All right, and with that said, we're going to a short break. When we return, we're going back to the analysis desk to break down everything that's gone on today, of course, as we now do definitely have a bit of a contest going on up at the top, despite Na'Vi looking oh so strong.
Xiaomi.
Sheesh. Yes, Kyleris, that is how it goes, man. Maxman was right. You just need to get with it, man. Come on. We're similar in ages. You're supposed to know this stuff by now. What we do know, though, is this race between Fate and Na'Vi is still on, though Na'Vi are the top of the mountain right now. Fate, if they can have a ridiculously good game on day tomorrow, there may be a chance for them. But what we also should do is thank the amazing sponsor we have here for the EMEA Championships. Xiaomi is giving us a fantastic opportunity to play with some of the best phones around, where you guys can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 5G. You can look at the phones there in all their glory, and you might be able to grab your hands onto them soon if you want to be playing the best PUBG Mobile experience you can. And that's what it's all about, because you want to have the skills and the tools to make sure you can grab the wins like our teams are doing right now. But mainly the teams that are there in their big wins is Fate and Na'Vi. They're stealing all the chicken dinners.
They're taking them all. I mean, today's games, they taking 5 out of the 6 chicken dinners. That kind of tells the story already there.
I just realized he lost.
Yes, I win. You did.
I did lose. And you win. You win.
So what we're talking about is, yeah, you said that Na'Vi was going to get 2 wins. You said Na'Vi was going to get 1 or 3 wins today. But they got 2, so you were correct. I said they're going to get their first win tomorrow. They're not going to get one today, but, you know.
Try again next time, Froz. You know, you'll be fine. But let's discuss Fate, right? We'll bring up the match ranking as well. But Fate, right, what they were able to do this time around was take control again, get back-to-back chicken dinners. Okay, though, it's only a 21-point game, not as many kills alongside it. And this, I think, is going to be the problem for them, because every time they pick up these wins, it's not as big as Na'Vi's wins. Na'Vi are also still there, grabbing a decent amount of points.
Yeah, always. You always have Na'Vi just next to them there. And that is a big problem for Fate right now. They need to take care of Na'Vi, or they need someone to take care of them for them. Because right now, it's not going to happen. You're not going to be able to catch up to Na'Vi if this is the story that's going to keep on going.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is exactly what I meant on the last game when Fate got the chicken dinner. I mean, what they could have taken, like, couple more kills on the game on a Sanhok ending. So definitely here we can see the same pattern, that they get the circles, but they just play the end games, well, maybe just a little bit too passively. currently, and that's why they're not getting the kills, because there was so many circles. I think 3 last circles, maybe they had a very good place, and there was a lot of action going on, but they just kept the safe place. They didn't go for the kills at that point. Of course, getting that amount of points is very important for them, because now with Na'Vi, of course, they probably know that they have lost some members already, but still, the gap, as we can see on the points, only 6 points. So last game was 5, now it's 6. So in 2 matches, when they took the chicken dinners and Na'Vi was not there, only 11 points gained.
Well, let's have a look at page 2 and see how the other teams did within this lobby. More of a split on points that should be available for some of these guys. Slime and SUDOR, it's really not looking great for them. SUDOR, considering where they started on day 1, it's just gone bad. And then you said the only way is up at one point there, Froz. Well, it's got worse for them.
Well, no, it didn't get worse. They just stayed down there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So once you hit the bottom, you're just there. You're just crawling across, you know, like the snail pace all the way through. Rüya again, NASR as well. Teams we're mentioning and praising at times. It's so up and down. The consistency isn't there, which is needed in PUBG Mobile. You got Conqueror and Destiny. Okay, not at the end of the world for these guys, but it's starting to get a problem. Like if tomorrow doesn't be a big change around where it's constantly either wins or top 5, top 6 positions, they're going to be on that struggle boat.
I mean, look at this right now. I'm looking at Conqueror because we saw them in the previous game there on Sanhok, how good they actually did. But then coming in here, it was totally different story. And now they're back down there, only 2 points. I want to see them get more because we know that they can get it. And they're currently sitting in a pretty good place on the leaderboard to push themselves up coming in for tomorrow anyway.
Yeah, it was complete madness. Conqueror was one of those teams who was actually hiding there on the side of the Everest. And when the circle actually finally then decided to go on the east away from the Everest, Conqueror was kind of like left there on the borderline with all the teams. There were so many teams coming down from them. There was only one team and one player coming down from that hill anymore, and that was Na'Vi.
Yes, that's it, right? We've got to talk about Everest a little bit, but first of all, I want to look at the top players, right? Because the top players in this lobby may be a bit of a surprise, Nick, considering where Na'Vi ended up finishing. We even see Tixi still able to get 4 kills, and this is why they were able to get so many points, right? He was there at the very end, trying to make it work, trying to go through as a solo player and push farther forward than possible. And the thing that benefited Na'Vi in this, all those teams were over towards the eastern side of the circle.
Yeah, I mean, time after time we see Tixi being up there, but you also got to look at Leif from Fate there, because once again we see him up here. He's doing a phenomenal job. I'm pretty sure he's up there on the top kill leaderboard.
Second place,
yeah,
right?
second place, just behind Tixi actually. So they're having a little bit of their own race there, not just on the overall leaderboard between the teams.
And I want to give an honorable mention to Lord, because we've mentioned him a few times today, and he's had a phenomenal individual performance today.
Yeah, and regarding late, I mean, I said a couple matches ago that the Fate was not showing up on these leaderboards on the start of the day, but now we have seen players from the Fate as well getting those kills and showing up on the top 4 killers, so that's definitely a great trend for them, and now they just need to put the pedal to the metal.
Pedal to the metal is certainly what it is needed to see for a lot of these teams and players, especially as there is only 6 more games remaining. We are on the final day coming into tomorrow. I cannot believe how fast it's gone to start off with, but I do want to come back onto one point that we had specifically on Erangel, right? It was Futbolist going up against Na'Vi on that Everest, but also the amount of teams that kind of committed to try and then fight on Everest afterwards. We saw Unique go there.
Yeah.
There was another team that turned up as well, and I feel like what the benefit for Na'Vi was at that point was they disengaged. They lost 2 players and they went, you know what, we'll get out of here.
Well, the whole thing was that Futbolist, they were up on Everest first, and they were holding on the west side of Everest, which is the best side to hold because you have the high ground. That's the most dangerous part. You don't want anyone to have that high ground on top of you there. So them holding that one was really good. And then we saw Na'Vi, of course, trying to go up there from the west side. They had a very dragged out fight where no one basically won that one. And because of that, it was so dragged out. Both of them just lost people. They lost all the time because meanwhile, the circle, it went towards the east, and we saw that Unique, they were setting themselves up on the east side of on Everest there, just waiting for whoever's going to win this fight will come to us, and we'll grab those points later on.
Yeah, I don't think that Unique was ready what's coming from that Everest hill, because they were kind of like, when I was seeing the circle, like, yeah, they have the gatekeeping position. They can basically try to welcome these teams inside. But then there was just so many players actually coming at the same time on that area, so Unique kind of like got overrun. And regarding the Na'Vi's move towards the Everest, what actually happened, because before the circle shifted on the Everest, the circle before that was the one that decided that now we're going to go on the southern side completely. So we still had some water on the play, the river, and we had the northern side. And there was two teams. There was Navi and Futbolist. Both were actually on the northern side of the river. And when the time came that the south shift happened, Navi took like very fast start. They just went to the south west side, and Futbolist, they stayed a little bit longer, and then they went on top of the Everest. And Navi, they got on the location on the southern side of the Everest, but then they noticed that there's going to be some teams on the area. And then when the next cycle came, then they like joined the area where the Futbolist was. So they kind of like make a detour on the way, and that detour probably lost the spot with Futbolist was holding. So without that, of course, they would have been having a completely different kind of game. But yep, it is what it is.
It certainly is what it is. Now, one fight we're going to look at here in a bit of a head-to-head is Konina going up against Panda, because we've been touching on Panda. We've seen the successes of Konina, but Panda, still a few good games, but this has not been enough for us. We need to poke the bear some more.
Yeah.
The Panda some more. Now, you made me say bear. I'm falling into your traps.
How can you blame that on me?
You said bear first time, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago.
No, you just stuck it in my head. I'm blaming you. Come on, be my fool guy. Take it.
Okay, I'll take it. No, but yeah, of course, we want to see more from Panda. It's not really where we're expecting them to be right now. But again, they're getting themselves 6 kills in a game like this, getting themselves 6 kills on a 12th place. Again, there is that potential, but they're not getting far enough because they're losing out too much on those fights. You gotta pick your fights. You gotta make sure that you can win them without losing anyone. If not, it's not the right fight to take, and you're just gonna hurt yourself by taking them.
I think every time when Panda is fighting with the teams, when there's space like around them, they can actually build the situation. They're doing very well. Like at the start, they were fighting with NASR. They got some players down from there. But then when we come to the later circles, and there's gonna be more, of course, teams on the area, so there's not so much space anymore. So I think then they are struggling. Now they found themselves on the southern side of the circle. They actually found them from the low ground as well. And then there was just too many teams around them, and they were like able to build their figures anymore. The strategy was not working, and there was too many players outside. There was multiple teams shooting towards them when they were trying to execute the strategy versus one.
Oh yes. Now for everyone at home, if you are looking to see who won the games that came through today, this may be a big shock to you if you haven't watched the entire broadcast, but if you haven't, you should have been watching the entire broadcast, because it has been Fate and Na'Vi all the way, except for 12-18 who grabbed Miramar. Look at this. It's just copy-paste. Like Erangel won by Fate to start off with, then Sanhok went to Na'Vi, then Team 12-18 got Miramar, then Erangel again for Na'Vi, which we've seen a lot of success for them when it comes to Erangel. But then the final 2 games to get a couple of back-to-back chicken dinners in there, it was Fate. But just look at one thing you can notice with this. Okay, Fate's first game, 17 kills, very respectful, right? Challenging Na'Vi for one of the top points coming in there. But Na'Vi, just when they get the big wins, when it comes to games like Erangel, 15 kills alongside it. Solid stuff from these guys.
That's what we want to see from Fate as well, getting more of those. Like the first one, they with 17 kills, but at the same time, them getting those 2 last chicken dinners, that is huge. Them getting 3 wins in one day, 3 out of 6 games. But again, you look at these teams that are getting the wins today. These are the 3 teams that needs the wins the least right now.
Yes.
They're the top 3 teams on the leaderboard. You want to see the other teams grabbing those chicken dinners, make sure they get the points and can push themselves up there to actually try to push for the top there.
But the thing is, right, and we have to really focus on this. Those last 2 games from Fate, sure, were great, and they got the chicken dinners right, Copter, but the thing that was lacking was Na'Vi not having a bad game or them not getting enough kills. And that's the real key point we need to look at with this, because it doesn't help them jump up as much.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for example, these 2 last chicken dinners, 7 and 6 kills. So if they would have been getting the same kind of chicken dinners as the first one, that's 20 points lost on those games. And of course, when Na'Vi was getting the chicken dinners, yes, Fate was getting some points as well, but I don't think we have to look from the stats, and maybe Frostham has them already on his head. But I think that the Fate hasn't been getting that many points on the games where they haven't been getting the chicken dinners, as Na'Vi has been doing, meanwhile as Fate has been getting those chicken dinners. So they're like losing points on both situations, and when they're gaining, they're just not gaining enough, and when they're losing more.
I mean, you can look at Fate's game. They had a 9th place and a 7th place, 6 and 4 kills, except for the wins, of course, and a 2nd place. So I mean, it's not bad. It's still really good games from Fate. And I mean, being able, again, take 3 chicken dinners in a lobby like this,
huge.
That is phenomenal. And then being able to play like they do, basically, they just put themselves into a situation where they know that, all right, we're not going to get that many kills, but we are going to get the win. And that is the most important thing right now. That's where we're gonna get our points. It doesn't really matter if you get them from the kills or the win, as long as you're getting points.
As long as you're getting points, and they just got to somehow find a way tomorrow to keep Na'Vi at bay if they want to jump on over it. We're going to take a look at the overall rankings and see where we end for today. It is the final day of day 3 before we go into the last day of the whole EMEA Championship. Na'Vi rocking it at 252 points. Fate trying to climb their way back up, 214 right now. Team 12-18. Not a slow day, not a bad day, but like not a day where they're going to be overly happy. They got the win on Miramar, but they wanted to see more from it. GUNZ have worked their way up. Konina Power as well. Futbolist, Conqueror, they've gone back down. But World of Wonders, welcome to the top 8, baby.
So, all right, looking at this right now, quick math says it's 38 points that Na'Vi is ahead of Fate right now. So looking at that, that is going to be the main priority for those two teams. Na'Vi wants to take care of Fate. Fate wants to take care of Na'Vi tomorrow. That's what they want to focus on, both of the teams. So I'm actually expecting a team like Na'Vi to do something about Fate tomorrow.
Yes.
Because that's the only threat right now. 12-18, they're a little bit below there, but they're not as big as a threat coming in for tomorrow. And therefore, I want to see Na'Vi do something about it. You could even just send one guy dropping on Fate. If you can take out one guy from Fate there with one player from Na'Vi, that is a huge win already. If you can do that every game, or if you do that for 1 or 2 games in the start of the day, then you don't do it for the 3rd game. You're gonna start playing with the Fate's mind, and you'll never know if you're gonna get dropped on or not, and you might need to change your drop spot. And all that kind of stuff. That's gonna give Fate a lot to think about.
Yeah, that is, of course, what we kind of like expect to see and hope to see. But of course, we have to wait until tomorrow. We're going to be so excited how they will be approaching this. But also the gap between the Na'Vi and the Fate. I mean, yes, there's a lot of points. It's about 40 points between them, but it's still completely doable for Fate as well. So Na'Vi, they can't yet tell that they are secure. Yes, if they continue with a similar performance, what they have been having, yes, it looks good for them. But I mean, they can still, there's definitely a chance for Fate. And if they want to be taking it securely, they can either continue how they went so far. I mean, they took some losses, but then they have been taking some gains as well. But then on the other hand, I mean, they have been having some bad games as well. So there's definitely a chance that they can also be having low point matches, and that's when the Fate should be hitting it.
One thing to look at as well is look at Na'Vi's points there. They have 126 points from placements, 126 from kills, and they're the only team that has over 100 points, over 100 kills right now. It's a big jump there. They're so far ahead right now in terms of not just the kills, but also the placement points. Being able, of course, to rack up those 6 wins so far, that is just amazing.
Balance in life is key. Balance in PUBG is key. And that's what this Na'Vi has managed to master at this point. We're going to move on to the second page and just see how some of the other teams are doing. And there's not a massive difference, right? NASR, they've now fallen outside of the top 8, but there's certainly still a chance for them to come back in if they want to. Panda, they've worked their way from 14th to 11th. It's been a better day, I'll give them that, but it's still not the same Panda we expected throughout. Destiny as well, down 1 position, not ideal for them. And SUDOR, they continue to skydive, and they don't seem to be stopping anytime soon.
Just to remind you again, we had on 8th place, it was World of Wonders with 134 points. So, I mean, that is 17 points ahead of NASR right now. It's a little bit of a gap that we're seeing there, but that gap is totally doable. You just need to have 1 good game, and we've seen teams like NASR, next Rüya, Panda, that is just below there. They are able to do these. They're able to have these kind of good games. And if they can start it off tomorrow, we might see them coming up there towards the top 8 again.
Yeah, I mean, this if we take the teams outside of the top 3, I mean, there has been a lot of variation on the games. It hasn't been like stable performance. I mean, of course, some teams have been getting points all the time, but there's been a lot of variation. So I think that there's a lot of room for improvement. These teams on the bottom half of the scoreboard, I mean, at least some teams from there, they can definitely all the way, they have the chances to go for the top 3, well, not top 3, maybe top 4, top 5 at least. That's still doable with the reasonable results.
Reasonable results is certainly what is needed, but we are at the end of day 3. There is 1 more day left, boys, of the EMEA Championship. Froz, how you feeling after today, man?
It's just, I don't even know what I'm feeling right now, because it's just been so rough to see that Fate, they're just closing in on Na'Vi, but Na'Vi keeps on getting those points. And you know that they're giving all they have, and I just want to see them succeed.
Copter.
Yep. I mean, Fate Navi is definitely going to be the thing for tomorrow. And I really hope that Fate can get more kills. That's what I'm hoping for. Get that aggression on the play. Get a couple teams like taken down straight away on the first game tomorrow and just get those high kill chicken dinners. I would love to see that. But then also from the Navis and what Frost was telling about the possibilities, for example, I'm really waiting to see are they going to be changing the strategy. But also when we saw the interview and we saw how focused they are, only like concentrating, getting the chicken dinners and wanting to be the top 1 or on the bottom 15. So that kind of like makes me question, do they actually want to change the strategy or not? But anyway, what's going to happen, that's going to be one thing for sure. Tomorrow's going to be super exciting.
Oh, yes, it is. We are done for another day here at the PMPL EMEA Championship. It has been an action-packed day. Lots of chicken dinners for the top teams, but not so much for the teams on the lower down end of it all. I do love my teams in Western Europe, but as someone who lives in Kiev, as an honorary Ukrainian with this side of things, I'm all aboard the Navi Nation hype train. I want to see some hot drops. I want to see some absolute insanity come out tomorrow. I want to watch it all get right down to the wire and see who's going to take this championship tomorrow. Make sure you join us. You won't want to miss it because tomorrow we'll be crowning the champion of the EMEA Championship. We'll see you then.